So hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. It is stage 2 of 7 stages across 8 days. We are really looking forward to seeing what happens today. My name's Matt Payne. I'm here in the studio with the one and only Emma Martin, and we're going to be putting words to all of the action across the racing here today. Emma, fantastic racing that we've seen over stage 1, and it really did set us up fantastically well for what is going to be even more exciting racing to come.
Yeah, stage 1 yesterday was absolutely brilliant, and we saw some phenomenal finishes in the women's race. The closest finish, the top 3.8 of a second, separated those 3 women in category 5. Though right the way across the race field, it was close racing in both the individual competition and then, well, that just contributed to how close the team competition has finished on day 1. And of course, we're going into day 2 with very small time gaps.
And the stage 1, 2 big climbs where the climb checkpoints were at the very top of those climbs quite early on in the stage, sort of at about the quarter race distance and 2/3 race distance, and then the rest of it was really getting into that finish, going through those checkpoints. Today's very different, isn't it? That course today is going to really change how those riders approach it, because it could potentially be a very nice, easy roll across for a lot of people. But somehow I suspect everybody's going to go, it's a flat day. Let's go for this and open the throttles full gas.
Well, you say it's a flat day. It is a flattish day, but it is the longest stage in terms of distance in the women's stage race. And I think that's going to be an interesting one. It's just shy of 65 kilometres in length, and we'll talk a little bit more about the course in a minute. But I think today it really is about that sprint competition. It's about time gaps. It's about sitting in the draft. It's about the GC contenders protecting themselves and ensuring that no time gaps go and nobody goes down the road. So strategically, it is really important, even though it looks a little innocuous on paper.
And in terms of team tactics, as if you were a DS, a team manager, you would be saying to the riders, I presume, right, if we lose our GC rider off the back, you are going to go back and you're going to go bring them forward. You're going to have to work as a team, because we can't afford to sacrifice the GC riders and their positions. But equally, you can't afford that team to go too far back, and you've got to balance it. How do you balance those two?
Well, most of the teams have got the maximum number of 5 riders, which means they have riders who can take on roles in the competition and who may not be right up towards the front of the race every day. And let's just remember, it's not the same 3 riders who score the points towards that team competition. It's the top 3 riders, and it can be any of those 5 on a given day. So you can really play around with those team roles, and you can really see who's feeling strong which day, which course suits which rider. And you can plan accordingly. And as a DS to those teams, that's what those DSs are going to be thinking. They're going to be debriefing their riders every night. They're going to be talking to them every morning, and they're going to be working out play every day. And that's what makes it so exciting for us.
It does indeed. And I think the way that this team competition will develop, and with the big prizes being in that team competition across all 6 race categories, I think that's really going to go forward as we move on. Now, we've got the women's race coming up first. It will then be followed by the men's race, both stage 2, both very similar courses, really, in terms of the type of course that they are and in potentially how they play out. Yesterday, we saw very different races. We did see some individual wins. We did see some small sprints, but we did see some massive sprints as well.
Oh, we saw some
big
huge
sprints again?
Let's just go with our category 1 women. We saw a 21 up sprint. In fact, only 7 seconds separates those riders from the top down to 21st in the category 1 race. We saw some really small time gaps, 2.5 seconds separating the top 15 in category 2. I mean, it's phenomenal. And I think all sorts of things are going to come into play and tomorrow. Now, just to remind our viewers, both the men and the women race the same course today. It's the only time in the championships that it happens. But today, the courses are identical.
Well, let's see how that's going to play out. It's time for us to dive across and get ready to go on the women's stage 2 of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. It's going to be an absolute blast. Time to get yourselves refreshed, refueled. Make sure that you're all ready for today's race in a long stage. It's going to be an absolute cracker. So here on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. Stretching my shoulders ready. All prepped, ready to go. Emma, I know you've been doing notes frantically all morning. The results confirmed on mywhoosh.com/results. So you can pick up all of those race results on there. Remember, of course, they have to get that verified stamp on the way through, which they have been, which means that those results are verified. We'll be trying to bring you as much information on who's done what on the way through category 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and of course category 1, who set off in that order here today. We've talked about the parkour. I think it's time for us to look at that map and quite some of that real detail in there, Emma.
Well, we're heading to Arabia today on the 7 Gems route, and it's 2 full laps of the course as we take a little look at the map itself and where this course goes. You can see it's a big lap, 64.9 kilometres in total distance. There it is, 419 metres of elevation in total. And you can see there's a few short, sharp rises in between. 2 climb segments today, both on that Liwa climb checkpoint, 900 metres with an average gradient of 5.3%. Does feel like a bit of a wall though. That comes at 19.6k and at 52.4k. 4 sprint checkpoints along the way, and these start really early at the 3.7 kilometre marker with the Future Museum sprint checkpoint. Then we go through the Abu Dhabi sprint checkpoint at 12.7 kilometres. We'll talk as we start some of the racing about who's currently leading the sprint and climbing competitions, as well as the teams and individual overall. But you can see the first lap repeated on the second lap, and then from the top of the Liwa climb checkpoint, it's a 12.5 kilometre run to the checkered flag.
And that long run does give the opportunity for a little bit of recovery. Is going to be probably the best word that I would give you. So the best word I would say, 64.8 the distance of this stage. A slight change from some of those early maps that some people may have seen. So do make sure if you have them on your walls, you just update that. And if you are racing, remember 64.8 the distance shown on our course to start off with. We've just over 2 minutes to go. Our category 6 riders for stage 2 are lining up ready to go. Really looking forward to this. Category 6 was brilliant. You can see on your screens our winner, the second place, the third place, the sprint winner, and the KOM winner. Let's bring you a little bit more detail to that.
Yeah, Category 6 yesterday, Hannah Manson took that win from Trudy Stevenson and Bridget Bremner. Those 3 riders had broken away for some time and ended up rewarded with the 1, 2, 3. Sarasu and Solazano took 4th and 5th, but these are the prizes that were awarded on stage 1. The sprint prize went to Hannah Manson as well, picking up 19 points. Bremner 16 points in that competition, running her close. And the Mountains stage winner, Fanucci Kwan Sarasu, she is one of the really strong climbers in this Category 6 race field, and she picked up maximum points, 10 points.
So 10 points, maximum point score. The points today on the climbs competition for the 2 Liwa Desert climbs are also 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points. In terms of the team competition, Tour de France leading that team competition at the end of stage 1. They are 3 minutes, 2 seconds clear of the Kitty Hawk Racing. And then a further time gap back to Level Phoenix in 3rd place, Royal Ascent in 4th, and the Kitty Hawk Racing sitting in 5th place. But have to say, Kitty Hawk doing a great job of packing those riders in. For me, Tour de France, though, they really were on fire in the competition. I mean, they put 4 riders, I think it was inside the top 6, if I remember correctly. And that really does show you just how strong they are. They'll be looking to do the same again, but it can take its toll, can't it?
Well, it can, but I have to say, you're right. Tour de France, the team in the top spot. Kitty Hawk, Skyclaw, the team in second. But 3 minutes and 2 seconds, it's the biggest time gap we have from stage 1 in the team's competition. Tour de France were just so dominant. It's going to be really interesting to see how they go today. And of course, in the latter stages of this race.
So here we go. Time to go racing. Stage 2 is up and away out from the starter arch here, down on Arabia, heading out onto this 7 Gems course. The riders have 3.7k to get themselves settled into position to make sure that they're in that group. They don't want to be distanced at this stage. Time lost now will be very valuable a little bit later on. As you can see, we have the 2 colours of jersey. The jersey in purple with the black shorts. Those are our riders who are contesting the standard age category. Those that qualify for the Masters category, they have the green skin suit on there. And Trudy Stevenson wears a slightly different shade of green skin suit as our sprint leader. We're in with Rona Taylor. Good to see Rona here today. Rona put in the correct name on to the Zoom call. We were having a quick chat pre-production. I know 1 or 2 people were just trying to get into that Zoom room yesterday. One of the key things is to make sure whatever name you log into Zoom on to go in to send us your pictures, that you send us that through with the right name. Don't say iPhone 6 or iPhone 13 when you log on to Zoom, because we've no idea who it is to admit you. We don't let just any Tom, Dick or Harry go into there. We let the correct people, which are our riders, into that Zoom call. So please do make sure you put the right one in there.
Well, the Category 6 race underway for day 2. Angie Solorzano on our screen at the moment. And, you know, she had a great day. She took 5th place yesterday, and it is fantastic to see. She'll be tightly in that group, and the group is rolling strongly. Already up to just shy of 40 kilometres an hour. Now, the first checkpoint today, I think it's going to come thick and fast today, because 3.7 kilometres into the race is when the first sprint checkpoint is. And it's going to be interesting to see how these riders today face those checkpoints. Are we going to see any long attacks and pushes? I don't think so. I think we're going to see some fairly conservative riding.
Some very conservative. Well, I think that is a very smart way to ride today, because it does mean that you are just keeping your energy for when you need it.
Yeah, exactly. And today I think is about energy management. It's a long stage, you know, 64.8 kilometers. It is a really long stage, even though there's only 419 meters of climbing. But there are a lot more stages to come. And looking at the profile and looking at the maps across the stages, this for me would be one of those courses where I go, yep, today's a day for sitting in the bunch. Where you can see that bunch is already smaller than it was at the start line. We've got 3 groups now on the road already. And some of those riders obviously deciding that a steadier day is what they're on today. But in this group, we've got Stevenson. She's leading that Masters competition. Hadjuk, Weber, Scriven, Londano, Botero, Bremner is in here. Driscoll is in here. And, you know, it's really good to see. I had a little chat with Verdi and Driscoll this morning. She finished 18th yesterday, a really good placing, mid-pack, and her team, really strong performance, lying 3rd overall in the team competition. She said to me that she thinks she might have bitten off a little bit more than she can chew. There's a British phrase for you.
It is indeed.
But she is in this, and she is putting in a really good ride. Her and her team, really strong performance yesterday. Monica Hadjuk again, she's in the mix here. Another great ride, some more strong performances. And she put in a great race yesterday, and she's right in the mix today. They're 2.3 kilometres into this race, and the first checkpoint coming in around 1.4k.
So those checkpoints are all about being the first to cross the line at that point, as you would see on a Grand Tour on the road. The points being allocated 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 as you go through in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 5th places. You don't get any points for 6th, sadly. Probably be where I ended up each and every race. Don't forget, we really love you to get in touch with us. Really, really great when you do. Good to see people are starting to prepare themselves, get themselves ready each and every day. Lots of people getting in touch with at biking_Emma and at Matt Fixerpayne for Emma and myself, respectively. Thank you very, very much, everybody who has done so far. Don't think we can ever have too much information from you. Pretty much, I have to say, lots of great details. Some of the team managers sending through full palmares for their riders and a full bio. Yes, please do. We'll add it to our database here in the commentary studio and hopefully pull the relevant bits at the right time for the right people. Great to see that. Good to see Mel Scriven.
Oh, cool jersey.
Oh, you took the words right out of my mouth. That's absolutely cool. That's cool.
Look at that. I like that. That is lush, Melissa.
Well, there we go. It is a very nice jersey, it has to be said. I'm never sure about jerseys that have a different sleeve on one side and not on both. Anyway, let's go away from the fashionista notes on the jersey and let's take a look at Jessica Hamilton opening up at the moment. We're at 3.3k in. Hamilton clearly wanting to see if she can stretch this for a long one here, winding it up. Hermansen looking to take this away now. Hermansen kicking down hard here, going over the top. Hermansen has some serious firepower, and look at this. She really has opened up a gap on Hamilton, but Hamilton comes on the shoulder. Hamilton has that second kick. They're very equal now. Hamilton goes over the top of Hermansen. Hermansen has no answer to it this time in the morning, the afternoon, or evening, wherever Hermansen is racing. At the moment, it is Hamilton who takes it. What a run for the line. Great riding.
Well, can I just tell you what was really interesting yesterday in the sprint competition here in Category 6 was the fact that Hermansen took the win from 19 points from Bremner in 16 points, but they were part and parcel of the breakaway group. Hamilton is back on charge here, wanting as many points as she can early on to try and level this up, because Jessica Hamilton, we know, is such a strong sprinter. So Hamilton takes 5, Hermansen takes 4, Bremner takes 3. That competition is going to be so hot the whole way through. Londano takes 2 and Scriven takes 1. This first across the line is really shaking up the sprint competition as opposed to it being fastest through the segment. And Hamilton now taking charge early on. I think we're going to see her go for the Abu Dhabi sprint at the 12.7 kilometre checkpoint as well. Hannah Hermansen, I mean, she's got that sprint jersey at the moment. She's got the overall leaders jersey as well. She's a really strong all-round rider. And it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Hamilton, if she wants to contend this sprint competition, she's got to get over that first Liwa Desert climb today. And that has got to be her focus, because the sprints 3 and 4 are after climb 1. And she has got to be with that group to pick up points in sprints 3 and 4 today. Well, Bremner on the front, Hermansen, Londano, Quapp and Solizano, Hamilton and Stevenson all in the mix, all resplendent in their polka dot skin suits, green skin suits, master skin suits and yellow skin suits. And back down in the start pen we go, because this is Category 5.
It is indeed. So the riders getting ready to go. These are your big scorers yesterday out on stage 1. Megan Albin, very, very strong in that final uphill sprint to the line. It was phenomenal.
It was, but take a look at the time gaps for 1, 2 and 3. Megan Albin took the win in 1 hour, 18 minutes. Just 0.26 of a second back with Shiku Fu, and then Gabrielle Marshall, 0.755 of a second back. All 3 riders over that line in sub 1 second of each other. It was so close, and it's looking to me like Category 5 will not disappoint at all, and it's going to be an absolute blast. Now, Natalia Idzik took 4th place. Isabel Alzat took 5th. Idzik also took the sprint competition yesterday by 18 points. Fu took the climbing competition, so she took 10 points in that as well.
And interestingly, the riders at the front there, those 3 riders, Albin, Fu and Marshall, that sort of 20-second gap that's between our leading 3, then the chasers behind, that could be wiped out today quite quickly as well.
It could be indeed.
Okay, let's take a look at the team competition because we're just going to take a run through. Full Gas Fems leading the team competition from Velocity Vipers, then the What Queens, followed by Pedal Dancers Phoenix, Cycling District 5, and then the Level Cycling Warriors in that order. But Albin Fu, along with Marshall, the riders with almost the most to lose today because they've got that top three and that time gap to defend. Let's see if they can do that today across our course. Away we go. Category 5, hitting the race route. It's time to go racing the second of our waves of riders away from the start here in Arabia.
Yeah, they are. And they head out of the start pen today for stage 2. And it's interesting you say that, Matt, you know, that 21-second gap between third and fourth. Really, to defend that gap, all they've got to do is sit in the pack and make sure they're in the leading group.
I'd love that all on that sentence on the way in. There was this, all they need to do is, which is correct. I'm not disputing that you're not right there, but all is a big word as we go on the way in and through.
Well, Smithson, Alzat, Samuel, Albin, all in here. And there is Megan Albin in the pain cave. Big screen in front of her. The rider who took the win yesterday on stage 1 in category 5. Looking calm and considered as she looks at that screen and makes sure she stays in the pack. And that's what she needs to do to defend that yellow jersey today. She's got that yellow skin suit on her back in game. She's nice and tightly in the group, in the draft. Great positioning. And that is what you would expect from a rider leading the category after stage 1. Well, Albin sits in the pack. And one of the things I love here is you can see, you know, Albin in the USA really early in the morning there, maybe around, depending upon whether she's East Coast, West Coast, or in the middle. But it is early in the morning. For some of our other riders in Europe, so if you're Alexandra Knowles in Germany, it is around 10:30 in the morning. Some of our riders in Australia and New Zealand, it's much later in the afternoon, early evening. So there really is a real mix of the times of day that our riders are racing, because obviously they're all coming together at the same time. Well, the same time online, because at the moment it is MyWhoosh Championship time.
It certainly is MyWhoosh Championship time. That does say it also. The riders up and away in category 5. We can just see that at the moment the riders are doing the business by ticking along nice and smoothly. The riders doing a great job here today. So at the moment, the riders going in one pack, nobody going off the back, nobody coming out of the back of the pack. Brooks Samuel here nice into this group at the moment in category 5. Samuel will want to break into that top 10. Top 10, Albin, Fu, Marshall, Idzik, Alzet, Yazok, Giuliano, Joy Mayer, Gentili, and Becker. Nearest rider to them is Kennedy. Kennedy not out of the running by any stretch of imagination. But at the moment, now all those riders looking smooth and cool, calm, and collected in their pain cave. So we're just going to take a little run back through Ferrari World. Once again, we're in with Natalia Idzik. What a stage for Idzik. She ended up in 4th position. She led home the chasing bunch, not quite on a par with the 3 riders in front, but taking away that sprint jersey at the end of stage 1, doing a fantastic job on the way in and through. So the riders making their way up and on to race route. Well, just a little bit of a push here from Elevink at 2.5 kilometers almost covered here as they continue to squeeze onwards here. The riders in category 5 now at 2.3k covered as the riders in category 6 already well down the road. That first sprint of the day today. That's a Future Museum sprint. Hamilton in category 6 taking it from Hermansen, from Bremner, from Lodano and Scriven. They they were your top 5 riders on the way through there. And within that group, it looked to me like in category 6 at that sprint point, 22 riders in contention. Category 5 are working their way towards that sprint point, and you can see, I mean, these fields are going to thin down as we go through the duration of the racing. Attrition is going to be a thing. We're going to see a diminishing race field in terms of volume.
Oh, I don't think I agree.
We're not going to add any more riders to it. It can't
No,
go
but
up.
I don't think we're going to lose riders either. I think what we may do is see riders push on and ride really strongly on some days and be in the leading pack, and potentially other days not be in that leading pack. So you may see them in different places on the race course, but I'm not sure we're going to see attrition in terms of riders not taking to the start line.
I think we will, because I think this is a monumental challenge. I really do.
Right, I'm going to monitor the number of riders finishing every day.
Add it to your volume of stats that you're already having to do. Big kick off at the moment, because Jazok just at the moment kicking away from the rest of the pack, looking to get an early start, doing a little bit of a Hamilton here. It worked out for Hamilton in category 6, because we saw Hermansen come over the top, and then we saw another kick by Hamilton. Now, Yazok's gone first. Izik's coming up on a shoulder. Has Izik got this timing right? Can Yazok kick again? Hamilton comes over this time. Kirsten Hamilton, rather than Jessica Hamilton, going in to the kick here. But at the moment, Hamilton from Izik, from Yazok. Izik getting the timing, winding this up, looking to take this on the line. Goes over the top with about 50 meters to go. Through the banner she goes. Superb timing. They're telling Izik a masterclass in how to wind up that pace, but you can see the oxygen much needed afterwards.
Well, really interestingly, because Izik took 18 points yesterday in that sprint competition, Yazok took 14. She was the closest rider behind her. Natalia Izik, absolutely dominant. It's her competition. But Yazok, really interesting. She's just taken 3 points in that competition. Kirsten Hamilton's taken 4. Emilova has taken 2, and Gentili has taken 1. Yazok is an individual rider. She's not part and parcel of a team. And I'll tell you something, yesterday she was contesting both the sprint checkpoints and the climbing checkpoints. She lined second in both of those competitions. So expect her to really make some play today in this category 5 race. Idzik, part and parcel of the Watt Queens. They had a strong ride yesterday, but I have to say it was the Full Gas Femmes who took the win overall in that team competition. They're 1 minute 29 seconds ahead of Velocity Vipers. And really another strong competition playing out in category 5. So category 6 coming up to the 10-kilometre mark, and now they're around 2.7k out from the second sprint checkpoint of the day. The pack are rolling and rolling strongly. Category 5 just through the first checkpoint of the day and continuing to push. So category 6 now, a small bump in the road. And I say a small bump in the road, there's a lot of rollers on this course. Small ones looking like this, around 4.5% at the moment under the wheels. It's enough to push on, but they don't last long. The number of them there are could tire some legs today. And one of the things that is absolutely crucial between these stages is recovery, and getting that recovery right. Ange Quapp pushing on the front, showing she's got her recovery nailed.
Really important. Get that absolutely dialed. Make sure you get it nailed. Make sure that you know that you're going into each stage with as much energy as you're going to need to get through that stage to recover and improve. Catherine Montoya, our winner of stage 1, the leader in the GC in that general classification. The gap back, as you can see, another close race. First, second, and third split by a fraction over a third of a second. Montoya also taking away the points win in the sprint win competition. The KOM QOM winner, so the climbs competition winner, Angel Hadlock taking top spot in that. And Hadlock climbing very, very well on the way through. a much closer race right the way through the race field.
Well, it was. And one of the things that really highlights that is Angel Hadlock took 8 points in that Queen of the Mountains competition. She actually tied with Peretti on points, but she had a higher finishing place. Really, really interesting. So Peretti and Hadlock both on 8 points in that competition. Montoya on 15 points, Dowling on 10 in the sprint competition. So both of those competitions really close. And just 5 seconds separated the top 13 riders on GC yesterday.
And when it came to our team competition, very close in that as well. The top 6 teams separated by what is 15 minutes, but the top 2 teams separated by 2 seconds. Unshakable taking top spot so far from Rebel Riders in second, the women's sprint team in third, Pedal Queens in fourth, Cycling District 4 in 5, and Never Give Up in 6th.
Well, with just under 20 seconds in the start pen, we're in with Suzanne Stenman at the moment. She's down in the start pen, and you can see the yellow jersey, the white jersey of the young rider, the polka dot skin suit of the climbing competition, as well as the leaders in the sprint and masters competition as well. Well, Category 4 are now up and out of the start pen, and Montoya took the win yesterday from Hyde, Hadlock, Giraldo and Dowling. Close racing yesterday in Category 4, and I think we could well see that again today.
And one of the very interesting things for me was the way that Montoya, Hadlock and the Unshakable team really did almost divide up. So Catherine Montoya giving us a wave. Good to see you, Catherine. I'm not surprised she's smiling. What a day yesterday. What a way to kick off your stage race. The emotion of finishing, taking the win, leading your team to the team win, with your teammate Hadlock taking away the climb competition. I mean, the Unshakable squad, if they can stay unshakable from start to finish, I mean, if they can finish it now, that would be a great result for them.
Well, I don't know about finish it now. I think we're going to watch them play out some great tactics and some great racing, because Montoya, Hadlock, De Gracia, Takarnas, and Atahualpa, what a squad. I mean, it really, really is a squad to watch. And I do think, they're going to be really, really strong. The Rebel Riders, let's just take a look. Stenman, Kawazuska, Halmarson, Hyde and Peretti. At 2 seconds they are at the moment. I think these 2 teams are going to be, tooth and nail the whole way. I'm putting some phrases in today that are very colloquially British.
Yes. So
I might have to stop.
No, definitely not. This is the English feat. So welcome, whether English is your first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth or seventh language. Emma and I are both English speakers as our first language. And I have to say, we do put some English phrases in. If you do want any of those explained,
let me know.
We're more than happy to try and explain what on earth we have said on the way through. One rider who I know has got this absolutely dialed, Angel and Hadlock. What a day yesterday. Climbs competition winner, tied on points, got the better finishing position, but part of that squad on the Unshakable squad. And I'm sure Angel's going to be really looking forward to getting today absolutely dialed. The climbs today really suits her as well, because that Leeward Desert climb, it's almost a sprint section, but it's powering uphill. And this is really, really tough stuff. So let's see the riders in action, pushing the way into the world, coming in to Ferrari World today. We're in with Seba Aray. Morning, Seba, once again. So Seba Aray on the way through. It's still morning just, I think, for Seba. She makes her way into Ferrari World. And what a day yesterday for Seba. Another good day, another great set of results for Seba in the race. And I think a rider, this is day 2. Doesn't look any different to day 1, really, does it? Seba's just looking the same. Morning, everybody. Gives us a wave, gives us a smile. Yeah, business as usual.
Yeah, but she knows what job she's got to do today. She's got a plan. She knows what job she's going to do, and she's going to execute it. Job done. Sometimes I wish it was that easy. But, well, do you know what? Some days it is.
Okay, in with Palmer McGilly, another of our riders that we saw previously, loving the UAE Emirates towel just on the side there as well. So Palmer in here as well. Good to see her up in action and all ready to go.
Oh, she's fueled. She's ready.
And that bottle is a UAE ADQ
DQ.
team bottle as well. I'm loving the on-brand, on-message of our riders this morning. They have all of the kit and they know what to do with it.
And a great development squad, that as well.
It is. I mean, development and some great results in the Tour de France for women, in the stage racing that we've seen in the classics as well, and some fantastic team stuff as well. We do know quite a number of the team stuff. They're really interesting to see how they are developing those riders and getting the best out of the riders. Really, really important to both the men's and the women's squads.
Well, this is an interesting move. Louisa Schultz has gone off the front here. This is a long range push because at 2.7 kilometres, she's 1,000 metres out from the first checkpoint of the day, which is indeed the sprint checkpoint. Louisa Schultz clear at the moment by 5 seconds. At some point, the group behind may decide to start working, but not yet. So Schultz putting in a nice move off the front here in category 4, just taking a little look down through to pick out her team. She's part and parcel of the Pedals team squad. She's got company in terms of Holweiler, Collins and Sonnerson. Now, if I was one of those 3 riders, I would be wanting to hold that group back and let Louisa Schultz go over the checkpoint in one.
We will see if that's going to stay. I'm not sure that that's going to happen. I think there's too many people who want to go down the road, who want to go chasing these points. You can see the difference in focus now. Montoya looking firmly at that screen now. No waving, no messing about, no sending hellos down the signals on screen. This is all about getting the timing right. The arch is visible in the distance for these riders as they come in now. The bunch all together on the way through chasing Schultz. Here comes Schultz because she's coming back closer and closer. And this could be just about getting the timing right. The kick starts to go now. So the big push is coming. Stemmen putting the chase down, but over the top. Montoya is going as they come through past Schultz. Over the top they go. And this is the big kick. Look at that face of Catherine Montoya. She knows she's got to dig at the moment. Diana Corrales in front. And Corrales is going to take the 5 points. Montoya is going to take 4 as they come in and through the line. So Diana Corrales taking the 5 points. Catherine Montoya taking 4. Emma Sonnerson taking 3 points. Nina Dowling taking 2, and Gina De Grazia taking 1 point. Great results there for the teams as they go through. You can see them top left-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, they have indeed popped up on the screen. And what a push from those 2 riders at the end to get across that line first. Absolutely brilliant timing from Corrales. Montoya, though, picking up 4 points. She will remain in the lead in that sprint competition because she's adding those 4 points to the 15 she picked up yesterday. Now, interestingly, I have just noticed Kath Tompkinson in the pack, resplendent in the Masters skin suit. So she is leading that competition in this category.
So the riders making the way out from that checkpoint, heading out and away. Remember, they're going to be heading in towards the Abu Dhabi sprint as their second sprint before they go on to that climb competition.
Category 6 have already been through that.
Through the second sprint?
The second sprint checkpoint of the day. Jessica Hamilton picks up 5 points. I said she was going to make the move early here. Now, interestingly, she was going up against Hermansen. Hermansen picks up 4 points at that point. So that battle still continuing. Bridget Bremner picks up 3 points. So she is still in there too. Hadjuk and Stevenson are the next 2 scorers in that competition in category 6.
And by my reckoning, Hermansen's still leading from Bremner from Hamilton on the overall, but don't trust my maths on those sprint points on the way through. We'll have to get ourselves to the end of the stage. Time for us to go across very quickly into category 3, our next set of riders to lead the start pens. Your winner of the day of stage 1 and our leader on the general classification going into stage 2, Emily Sopers, who took a race of victory. You can see there by a very slim margin indeed. Angelica Altamarina closing down. Emily Nyquist right on the heels as well. 0.218 and 0.244 of a second behind.
Yeah, it was so close, this race yesterday in category 3. 0.3 of a second separated the top 5 riders. Soper's taking the win, Altamarino, and then Nyquist second and third. Cassani and Bonilla were the other 2 riders within that 0.3 of a second margin. The sprint winner, Lucy Young, she has 15 points. She's holding that from McKay with 13 points. And then Emily Nyquist taking 10 points in the sprint competition. McKay, 13 points. So really interesting to see.
So those are the individual classifications. In the team competition, the Riot 3 squad taking top spot. They're so close. The Champ Bullies 0.129 of a second behind in second. The Yellow squad in third, 0.272. Only 5 seconds back were Grit in fourth. Then just inside of a minute, Attack Pack in fifth, and Fight Talk followed by the Champignon and Cycling District 3, rounding out the team competition. But that Riot 3 squad led by Emily Nyquist on the stage, with Lip, Bulawa, Rial and Brooke leading the team competition as they move onwards and heading into the second of our stages. What's going to happen today in stage number 3? We're about to head out on to the course. Who will be our leader at the end of today? Who will be leading the sprints and the climbs competition? Time to find out. It's category 3, up and on to race route.
They are indeed, and out they go today. Category 3, you know, we said 0.3 of a second separated the top 5 riders, and it was really close. 3 seconds separated the top 15 riders. It wasn't the smallest time gap for the top 15 riders. That goes to category 2, and we'll talk about that shortly. But category 3, all credit. That top 15, 3 seconds, and that's why that team competition is so close, just because they couldn't be separated. It. Now, you know, I joked yesterday that I'd written on top of the category 3 start sheets at the very beginning of stage 1, strong team competition. Well, I'm just polishing off myself because I wasn't wrong.
You weren't?
I wasn't. But I think it's going to be a strong team competition all the way through this competition because of the strength and the depth in this category 3 race field. You know, it was just phenomenal racing. Miller, Vasquez, Real, Hill, Young, Bradley, Johnson, Daniels, Silva, Desenia, Cassani. You know, the quality of this race field, absolutely brilliant. The strength and depth and the battles that we're going to see in category 3. It's going to be great racing and watching.
And I think with the points competition being close between Young and McKay, and then Real, 15, 13, and I think was it 11 points for our third place rider. I think when we get to our first sprint checkpoint, it's going to be battle on. It's going to be game on because things are so close at the top.
Yeah, it is indeed. And we're in with Veronica Cisioka at the moment, and one of the really strong riders in this category. I say one of them. There are so many of them, but she is indeed one of them. Part and parcel of the Champignon team with Kong, Esler, Miller and Vochakova. It is a really strong squad, and Cisioka nicely tucked into that group, and the size of it is wrong. Let's just talk about the colour of the jerseys in the pack. So the blue jerseys, the traditional category 3 jerseys, the white skin suit, the young rider competition, the light green skin suit, the masters competition, the yellow skin suit, the overall winner, the polka dot skin suit, the mountains, and the darker green skin suit is the rider who's holding the sprint competition.
And on the way through, all those riders in the category with a number 3 on the back in category 3, number 4 in category 4, and so on. Hopefully that keeps it relatively clear. Now, it's always tricky when you're trying to do multiple categories across multiple different races, across multiple different competitions, and of course the big prizes up for grabs. Remember, it's a $1 million US prize fund up for grabs. Now, one rider who's already scoring well in that is Emily Nyquist. Her third place really did set in place right at 3. backed up then by Jen Real behind, and then the rest of the team. That Riot 3 scored very good, but Nyquist really set that in place. She set that foundation.
Yeah, she did indeed, and that foundation yesterday set really well because she's in the polka dot skin suit of the climbing competition, but she's also holding the Masters skin suit as well. So she's holding the top of the table in 2 of the competitions after day 1. I imagine she's going to be wanting to protect both of those today. So we may well see Emily Nyquist really push on the Leeward Desert climb and try and be in the mix at the end.
And Nyquist clear of Brooke, Lip, Daniels, Kasani, Young scoring points in that as well. They're the 6-point scorers so far in that climbs competition. But I suspect we're going to see that climbs competition really kick off in big style when we go into the high mountains, when we go on to beyond to first category where the points are doubled effectively. Then when we go on to the horse category climbs where the points are trebled.
Yeah, and I suppose what we also should say, she's also part of that Riot 3 squad who are currently leading the team competition too, isn't it?
And I think for me this is where these squads are really, when they get it right, because what they're doing, you've got Nyquist up there. We saw Hadlock up there. We're seeing, they're scoring multiple competitions, and it does leave them their options open a little bit. So for me, I think it really is key that we have, the riders and the DSs that got one, or the conversation that they have is all about making sure that they spread some of the risk a little bit, because you are going to see riders having bad days over a week's race. You wouldn't expect any staged race over a week. Doesn't matter whether it's Cape Epic, whether it's the MyWhoosh Championships, whether it's Paris-Nice, whether it's Tour de France, Women's Tour de France, or the Girodonna. You're going to see riders have a bad day.
Yeah, but what the teams are going to do, and what we're going to see the teams do, is try and limit the losses for their leaders. Later on in the latter stages, we should see some defensive riding from some of these teams, and I'm looking forward to seeing that. Well, Lucy Young is the rider on our screens at the moment. She's holding that sprint competition in category 3 by 2 points from McKay as the run towards the first sprint checkpoint of the day takes place. And Young digging at 11 watts per kilo. That's intention. Montgomery is coming as well from behind. Montgomery and McKay really battling now as McKay puts a big dig in. Has McKay got her timing right? Yes, she has. She comes under the top of Lucy Young. Helen McKay is going to take the first sprint checkpoint of the day in category 3. I think Young will pick up 4 points behind. We will very shortly see that on our screens. But well, it's getting closer at the top. So Helen McKay picks up 5 points. Lucy Young picks up 4. That'll close down the 2-point gap between those two riders to 1 point in the sprint competition. Valentina Desenia picks up 3 points. Julia Montgomery picks up 2. And Elsa Grassi picks up 1 point.
And that means that, as Emma said, they're doing the mental maths faster than the computer can. Lucy Young now on 19 points, Helen McKay on 18, Jen Rail on 11, Desegna on 6, Grassi on 5, tied with Lam Kong also on 5 points. But now we have 11 different riders scoring points in that sprint competition in category 3. Young leading by 1 point from McKay. Real still in that top 3, but currently now 8 points behind the leader Young.
Now, one of the things we do talk about, which I find really interesting, is the pace that these packs ride at. We've got 6 individual races going on here on stage 2. Obviously, category 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, all individual starts. Now, the speed to the first checkpoint at that 3.7 kilometre marker, well, actually is category 5 holding the fastest time at the moment to that checkpoint. Category 4 slightly slower. Category 3, well, they are nearly 6 seconds slower to that point. And I just find it really interesting because obviously 6 different races unfolding in different ways, and they unfold differently across the parcours. Well, we're in with the category 6 mixed pack at the moment, and you can see on the top right-hand corner of your screen the numbers of groups down the road. So this is the Category 6 group. The Leeward climb for the first time has taken place, and it has split the group. They're actually on the top section now at the moment, and you can see Stevenson, Bremner, Hadjuk and Sarasu are there. The yellow jersey is around 4 or 5 seconds back. Well, it's all go in the Category 6 race, while the Category 2 race is down in the pen.
So Category 2, your stage winner was Dorothy Gonzalez-Roe. That final sprint in and over the line, we saw her kicking her way through that stage, doing a fantastic job in Category 2 to take away the win. Another tight finish with Category 2, second place, 0.287 down Amanda Paulson. Then it was Katarzyna Wellner, 1.179 seconds down. Another close sprint finish from a big group coming through.
Well, it was indeed. And, you know, it was another brilliant finish. It really, really was. The top 15 riders across 2.5 seconds. And we've seen some really, really close racing here right the way through Category 2. The sprint winner, Gothlander, 18 points. Can I just say, Kate Tridden in second place in that competition with 17 points. And Svardström with 13 points. So that is one competition we are going to see be really close today.
So when we go across to our team competition, the core squad taking away the win with Gonzalez-Roe leading the individual competition and the team into that win. Behind them, the Swedish Fika Mafia in second place, 2.167 of a second down. Continental Shift in third, just under 4 seconds down. The United Cadence in fourth, La Rosa Blanca in fifth, Abus Esports in sixth, and Riot 2 in seventh place. All 7 teams within 3 minutes of the lead, and over a stage race of 7 days, it's going to be a tight competition. Core lead the team competition as the riders go away. Dorothy Gonzalez-Roe, the rider, taking the start in that yellow skin suit as our leader on the road after stage 1, heading out onto stage 2, resplendent in yellow, a nice place to be.
Yeah, it is indeed. Excuse me. Kate McLeod in the mix, Anna Svanström, Charlotte Lucas. McLeod had a good race yesterday. Timing not quite right towards the end of it. She went a little bit early. I think she's going to revise that over the next few days and will potentially be someone who is in danger. Well, I'll tell you something, what's going on at the moment. And Bergin and Gothlander have gone off the front. Holly Bergin and Jennifer Gothlander, 2 riders off the front at the moment. Big push out of the pen. Well, Bergen's sitting up and Gothlander coming onto her wheel. And Jennifer Gothlander there, we're in with her at the moment. She's just checking her rear view mirror, I think, at the moment to see how far back everybody is. Kate Tridden jumping on, so is Karamani and Manshandi. Oh, I think Bergen wanted to stretch those legs out of the pen. Well, Gothlander, Bergin, Tridden, Heber Smith, Karamani, Dijkstra is in there as well as Sophie Giovanni. Giovanni wearing the skin suit for the Masters competition at the moment. Gonzalez-Roe, the yellow jersey, right at the head of the race at the moment. Heather Shanks is in there. Rhiannon Denton is in there. Susnik, Queenston and Nordin, they are all tightly ensconced in the pack at the 1 kilometre marker. This has settled down. Well, it's settled down and we've dropped in with our yellow jersey wearer, Dorothy Gonzalez-Roe. What a finish yesterday. We know she's a phenomenal sprinter and she is so dangerous to take towards the finish line. And she absolutely proved why yesterday.
Oh, I mean, what a rider. What an absolute superstar rider. I have to say, I've got a lot of time for the style of racing that Dorothy Gonzalez-Roe puts in each and every week on the Sunday Race Club. And, of course, here on the MyWhoosh Championship, real aggressive rider, but smart as well. Lots of sprint kicks, not afraid to have a go. And in lots of ways, that's what we're really looking for, isn't it? We're looking for riders who can go out and take on the competition as well, rather than be passive. I've always been a fan of those riders who are engaged and jump on board and get out there. Can we just talk about the sprint competition a little bit?
Is yes, that okay? If you wish.
Jennifer Gothlander's leading, but it's very close at the top, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. 1 point.
And then behind you've got Anna Svardström, who is a great sprinter behind. But then you've got a huge point scout, but lots of point scorers. We only had 6-point scorers coming into stage 2 in the sprint competition in our previous category. This time round, there are, at the moment, 10 riders with points already on the board, albeit the top 3 are quite clear at the front.
Well, I think one of the things here is the fact that we had a big pack rolling yesterday on the front of the race, and when you have a big pack rolling, the minor places in those competitions can change very easily because the pack is moving and no one wants to drop from the group. So even if you're not contesting the sprint, if you're in the pack, you would naturally lift your pace to around zone 5 to ensure that you don't lose the pack during one of those pushes for the sprints. And McLeod just pushing on at the moment back into the group is just maybe a moment of inattention, or maybe she dropped a Haribo.
Quite possibly, or maybe just drop back to just give her legs a little bit of a stretch and a sprint before going into that sprint. When we came into the finish yesterday, McLeod had gone, and she went early into that sprint, and then she got eclipsed as we came in that final run in to the line, and she dropped back down. And I think for me, strong rider, almost there. Is it going to? It could pay off on another stage, going for that slightly longer run to the line.
Well, yes, but one of the things I think is the fact that it's about timing, and we just cannot underemphasize the importance of timing in terms of a finish here on the MyWhoosh Championships. You really have to get it right. You've got to understand the draft, you've got to understand the momentum of the run-in, and you've got to get that timing to perfection, and you've got to understand how hard you can kick. And you've got to put all that together in a split second whilst you're fatigued after what today is going to be a 64.8 kilometre race. You know, it's not easy. And you know, the ability to practice and practice and practice. Kate McLeod, for example, has come up into Category 2. On the Sunday Race Club, she's come up into Category 2 quite recently. So she's had a jump in progression in her training, a jump in progression in her performance, and she's been rewarded for that by moving into Category 2. She's in the right category, absolutely hands down. She now just has to play around with it a bit. She's got a great DS in her ear, mind you.
Who is?
The world champion, Jason Osborne.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. Okay, not a bad person to
She's
have in your
going to learn
ear.
quickly.
We will see now. Jennifer Gothlander leading that sprint competition. The rider that we're in with, you can see that green sprints jersey in action. And Jennifer Gothlander on the left-hand side of your screen, coming up on Kate Trudin as they come into the line. Gothlander puts in that extra kick. Trudin responds. Trudin goes up to 10 miles per kilo, but Gothlander goes over the top. More points in the bag for Jennifer Gothlander. She stretches out her lead. So Gothlander at the moment 23 points now to Trudin's 21. Svarström on 16. And then it's Russell, Roach, Lundin. But to give you an idea, Roach, Lundin, Eck, Haag, Ortiz all tied on points behind. Then McLeod and Shanks also tied on points. So the 11-point scorers, the same 11-point scorers.
Well, Gothlander just going over the top of Trudin there extends her lead from 1 point on Trudin to 2 points on Trudin now in this competition. It's going to be really interesting to see how Kate Trudin plays this. Gothlander and Trudin pretty much need to be in that leading group. Well, it's not pretty much. They need to be in that leading group till the 50-kilometre marker for this sprint checkpoint competition to play out today. And if either one of them gets dropped from the group, well, it's going to cause the other real challenges.
Now, this is an interesting move. Holly Bergin not wanting this to relax too much. She didn't take part in that sprint. Going for a long one here. Well, there's long and there is long. 4.5 kilometres into today's near 65-kilometre race. Great way to make this racing hard. And you can see the responses having to come. Lundin, Gothlander, Ortiz, Montero, Jaramillo. At the moment, the riders who are pursuing, they know the danger of letting Bergin go. She's a really, really strong rider, and it is I mean, what a way to wake everybody up and say, right, we're here in stage 2. You've just finished your sprint. You've gone sprinting in for that. We're now going to keep the pressure on.
Well, yeah, and it's a great tactic, isn't it? And looking at it, I'm wondering whether it's a team tactic as well. But Sarah London was on our screen. Holly Bergin, part and parcel of La Rosa Blanca, Walkenhurst, McLeod, Briggs, Vellner, and Bergin. Now, Katarzyna Vellner finished in 3rd place yesterday. She was their highest place rider. Bergin was 4th on that team yesterday, and really interesting.
Yeah, well, and also taking the lead in the Queen of the Mountains competition, 10 points to Denton 7, Susnik 6, Roach with 3, Guslander with 3 as well, rounding out the top 5 in Category 2. But it's time to head across to our elite riders. The Category 1 race field is assembled, and it was Kate McCarthy who took top spot from Catherine Fua, and Gabby Guerra coming in 3rd position. All 3 riders podium riders at the World Championships. All 3 riders, top 3 here today in Category 1 as they go into today's stage in terms of GC, because the stage 1 result obviously is the GC at the end of stage 1. Are we seeing position set?
No.
Excellent.
I don't think so. 1 second separated the top 5 riders in Category 1 yesterday. McCarthy, Fua, Guerra, Soderstrom and Holdcroft. And it was such a great competition. The top 20 Category 1 riders separated by 7 seconds. We haven't seen positions. I think we've only just started, and it is going to get really, really interesting across Category 1. The sprint competition, Mika Soderstrom took that from 20 points from Lisa Hermansen, sitting in 2nd in 12 points. McCarthy took the climbing competition, but her teammate, Soderstrom, 8 points behind. Well, not 8 points behind. She has 8 points, so just 2 points behind. So that is close as well. And Matt, I'll let you talk about the teams.
Yes, before you run out of breath. So in the teams competition, Ablock International leading the way, led home by Kate McCarthy there. So Kate McCarthy came in through, taking the win individually, leading the team to the team win ahead of the Sweat Sensations, who were 1.135 of a second behind, so hardly anything to separate them. The Breakaways came in 3rd, Supernova in 4th. Those teams within 11 seconds of the race leaders. Behind them, what team of Purebred Daisies, the MKV squad, and the Underdogs, who will take away victory today. Category 1, the final wave of riders away on the women's stage 2 of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. They're out and racing. Let's see if McCarthy can hold on to that yellow skin suit as race leader. She's been very good at defending and riding strongly under pressure as the world champion. She's going to be under pressure as race leader now as well.
Well, I don't think that will be too much pressure for Kate McCarthy. I think she will take it in her stride absolutely brilliantly. She's got a really strong team around her on international: Kolchinsky, Holdcroft, Hermansen and Soderstrom. Some of those will have their own goals in their own right. Mika Soderstrom currently leading that sprint competition. But you can see them all doubling up. They really, really are. There we are. McCarthy is on our screen at the moment, and she's tightly in the pack, wearing the yellow skin suit, but she's also got the polka dot skin suit to her name as well. She's exactly where she would want to be, I imagine, at the end of stage 1.
And I'm just looking, we've got another jersey hung up in the background as well. And I'm still trying to work out the logo on the front of that. Great to see Kate McCarthy taking that win really on form. Now, this is where it's about recovery. It's about being able to get that recovery done, being able to get refueled, rehydrated overnight. And I'm sure she's been making sure she gets that done before she heads off onto today's stage. Now it's about making sure you monitor what you use, isn't it? What energy you're using up, how much you need to replace, when you replace it. That load, that refueling puts a load on the body as well. So you've got to make sure you do it at the right time. This is it's a long stage, but there's some very intense periods when you've got those sprints, you've got those climbs that come fairly close together. So there are some relatively obvious gaps on the way through, but we did see riders really looking at timing when they were taking on board gels yesterday, making sure they got the timing of that refueling right.
Yeah, and which is absolutely crucial, in terms of the hydration, in terms of the fueling. These are all strategies you need to put into play. And we all know that some of these riders have a very strategic nutrition plan during their
Yep.
races and have worked on it with their nutritionist.
Okay, we're just taking a little look at our sprinter competition. That is the competition where the riders are going for the sprints. We just see Catherine Fuhr on screen, so we'll just go dive in with Catherine for the moment. Catherine Fuhr looked phenomenal yesterday in terms of the way she was riding and racing. Very pleased, I'm sure, to be right up in there, taking away that second place on that sprint finish, which came at the end of what was a really tough stage. It was made tough by the riders, and on a stage where maybe McCarthy had been expected to put in an early attack and go away, it didn't happen. And Fuhr and co really handed it out instead.
Was that what you expected on stage one?
It's certainly what I would have tried if I was the dominant rider in the rest of the racing. I would want to go,
really?
We're back on. Come on, we're back racing. And guess what? I'm the rider to beat. Because everybody knows you're the rider to beat. You can just go, yeah, and I am on form. You don't need to be guessing. And go really put it out there and assert your dominance up there if you are that good, which we know McCarthy can be. But I think by giving these riders hope, it's a dangerous, if it was a deliberate strategy to sit back by McCarthy, Fuhr's got to be thinking, do you know what? This could be mine.
Well, I think Fuhr has probably targeted the MyWhoosh Championships. It's her type of racing. She lives out in Switzerland. If you follow her on Instagram, you see the most beautiful scenery on her rides. I'm rather one for mountains, but she can climb. She can ride long climbs. She has serious endurance, and she looking really, really strong. And when we've watched her recently sprinting, she's really been working on that power and power delivery. So for me, she's one of the riders I'm really looking forward to watching this week.
And didn't score any points on the intermediate sprints. Neither did McCarthy, neither did Guerra. All three riders scoring 0 points in the sprints. So really saving their powder on the way through. And then in terms of the mountains, we saw McCarthy go for those mountains. But again, Fuhr not scoring points. Being in the right place at the right time, but not going clear.
And contending the things that matter to them.
Yes. Now, this is a run in that is going to be really important for Mika Soderstrom. Soderstrom leading the sprint competition, 20 points at the end of stage one. She's got the ice vest on already to keep cool. Soderstrom really has got a target on her back when it comes to these sprints.
Well, she has, and potentially she hasn't, because I think at the moment, actually, Tania Lotto is contending at the moment. Tania Lotto, oh wow, and Camilla Miros too. The riders pushing on here, but it is Mika Soderstrom just out front at the moment. They've got a long run in, and Tania Lotto is absolutely challenging here on her wheel. But Soderstrom picks up the pace, and Soderstrom coming towards the banner. Tania Lotto, I think, is going to have to be happy with second today through that banner. But wow, what a push there.
And you can see how hard Mika Soderstrom was made to work to take away that win by Tania Lotto. Good push from Miros as well, who's riding in that young rider competition in the youth competition for under 23 riders. Right up there, leading that competition, but then taking on the rider there, Soderstrom, who took maximum points. Otto taking second place, Shaddick taking third, Tidone taking fourth, and Vittori taking away fifth place.
I do think we'll see a lot of riders changing tack today. So, for example, where we've just talked about Miros there really deciding to contend the sprint, depending upon what happened yesterday, they may well now be thinking, well, actually, do you know what? I didn't finish in the leading group, so I'm now, I don't know, a minute 30 down on GC after stage one. Right, okay, I'm now going to change my tact, and I'm now going to go for the sprint competition. And if I can get in, or if I can get into the mix, I will. Or from a team perspective, teams will now go, right, we've got a really early sprint checkpoint. We want you right up there. That's your job today. You take the points away from other riders. And those sorts of things will play out.
Well, if we were to use your example there of, say, 1 minute 30 down in category one, basically anybody in the top 20 is within 7 seconds of our race leader. Anybody outside of the top 20 is at least 134 down. So anybody outside of the top 20 basically now needs to pivot their strategy and now maybe look at different things to
Maybe
go
not.
for.
Maybe they do. Who
That's
knows?
based on 1 minute 30, which
Yeah,
was a fairly
but
random
it was
number.
a random example. It wasn't a specific example. But also, do you know what? They may well be taking steadier stages. I can tell you something. When we get to Zurich on stage 4 or Japan on stage 5, 1 minute 30 is nothing.
So it's about building foundations, not necessarily making what could be race-winning moves. At the moment, we'll see whether that 1 minute 30 does come to fruition in Category 1. Meanwhile, Holly Bergin doesn't have 1 minute 30. She's 7 seconds clear, though, of Svarstrom, Roach, Russell, Goslander, Gonzalez, Rua, and Co. Category 2 at the moment at 11.9 kilometres. And there are points up for stake at the next sprint checkpoint, but it's quite a long run. We've got sweeping right here. We go into a sweeping left-hand turn, and it's on the exit of that left-hand turn that we come to the banner. So Bergin has got to keep those 8 seconds up there. It may be that the riders in that sprint competition in Category 2 are going to be content to let Bergin sweep up some sprint points, because Bergin at the moment is not figuring in that sprint competition.
Well, can I tell you, Bergin is dangerous on flat stages. She has got such power. She is such a strong rider. When the stage is flatter, it really, really suits her. She's making the most of it. And she's riding her own race. She's settled into what she wants. And interestingly, Kate Tridden Kate Tridden is the rider who's decided at the 12.5 kilometre marker she wants to go through that 12.7 marker as close to Bergin as possible. And Bergin's going to have to pick up the pace if she wants to go through first, because Kate Tridden is coming. She wants to catch Gothlander out, and she wants to go over the top. She is indeed going over the top of Bergin. She's going to pick up the points, and Bergin is going to pick up 4 points. That, with Svarstrom coming through as well, is going to change everything in the sprint competition. And look at that, the jersey has changed shoulders.
It certainly has. Kate Tridden now moving up to 26 points, 1 point clear of Jennifer Goslander with 25 points. Svarstrom is into third now by coming in ahead of Goslander as well, scoring points in to 19 points. In fact, the total for Anna Svarstrom, so your top 3 through. Moving up into 4th position, courtesy of that, Holly Bergin. So Bergin, with that move, has moved herself up into 4th position in the sprint competition overall. You can see the individual results points on the top left-hand side. The total point score, Trudin now leading from Goslander, courtesy in part of Bergin's attack, and Svarstrom going in the middle there. It has, interestingly, dropped Goslander down, and Svarstrom's point, to say she's riding on the same team as Goslander, dangerous. Was that a lead out not gone right, do you think, for Goslander there?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? I'm just having a look at the times. It could very well be. It was so close between those two riders, and I'm looking, and I think it's like a less than 100th of a second between Svarstrom and Gothlander. So it may well have been teammates working together to try and close it down, but actually one just picking up the points off the other. I don't think Gothlander will be worried. I think maybe she should be, because Kate Tridden is showing some great form. But I think she won't be worried because she's going to enjoy the competition.
And that is what racing is all about, is enjoying your racing. It really is important. Now, we're going to move from Category 2 on the left of your screen to Category 6 on the right-hand side of your screen. They were the first riders away today. They're the furthest down the road, currently at 33.4K. So they are now at least over that half race distance, and your leading group on the road at the moment, well, it contains all the main protagonists: the green jersey wearer of the sprints, the light green jersey wearer of the Masters competition, the overall leader, and our climbs leader at this stage at 33.6K. 8 riders in total. Now, this really is a case of those riders who are really in it to win it are there. The sprint competition, Hermansen 5 points clear of Bremner from Hamilton at the moment. So Jessica Hamilton in third place in that sprint competition. Bit of a surprise for me at the moment, but we've gone over that climb, and I think that's done some damage.
Well, and that is the thing, really, Matt, because as we said right at the start of the, when we went into the sprint competitions and Hamilton contested the first two, she needed to get over the climb with the leading group to be able to contest the second two because they are first across the line. And it's looking like Sarasu, Hermansen, Hadjuk, Bremner, Solazano, Agadello, Stevenson are the riders in that group. I think we've got one more in there. I'm just doing a double check to pick up the next rider.
Whilst you search for that rider, I'm just going to go update the Queen of the Mountains competition overall. At this stage, because we're halfway through stage 2, Vinicius Sarasu still holds that, but she's only 1 point clear of Hannah Hermansen and 2 points clear of Angie Solazano. Those 3 riders now well clear of Stevenson, who is in 4th place, and Bremner in 5th place. 5 point scorers in that mountains competition. 13 points for Sarasu, 12 for Hermansen, 11 for Solazano. Stevenson is on 5 and Bremner on 4.
So it's Juliana Agadello who's in the group, and I'm looking back at the climb, and Jessica Hamilton lost. Well, she lost around only 4 seconds on the climb, but then they go into the second part of that climb, and I think when that came in conjunction with the earlier part, she lost contention with the group. So 8 riders leading the Category 6 race at the moment, and they're at the 34.6 kilometre marker.
Okay, we're going to go across to the right-hand side of our screens a little bit now into Category 5, the riders who set off immediately behind Category 6. We've still got Albin, our leader in this group. You can see that yellow skin suit leading in that Category 5 race. Alza is in there as well. Hazak nicely climbing in the Queen of the Mountains competition. But that Category 5 race just a little bit further behind the Category 6. Category 1, well, it looks like this bunch still pretty much all together. There is at least one rider distance, though.
There is indeed, and you can see that on the top right-hand corner of your screen, 1 rider distance off the back of the Category 1 pack, but the rest of the pack is rolling. Otto, Wiseman, Fua, Field, Caramello, Bassoni, Tomasi, Kulczynski, Bjarhead, Ulberg, and it's Jojo Bauer off the back. I think Van Hooling is in the mix. Lennonen is in the mix. Everybody we would expect to be in the group. Look at the size of that Category 1 pack. They're heading towards the 10 kilometre marker, rolling at just shy of 40 kilometres an hour. The pack rolling strongly. A number of small bumps along the way. They are very short, 3, 4, maybe even 5%, some of the kickers, but only 2 main climbs today. Well, 2 climbs that are categorised with checkpoints at the top.
And that Leeward Desert climb that is climbed twice to give us those checkpoints. When it finishes as a segment, it flattens off, but then you've got that second part to the climb over the top of the dune and then down the other side, which really will test the riders and really is going to mean that if somebody wants to make it really, really hard, they can go for the climb and then push all the way through over the top of the ascent that follows. Each of these little bumps on the way through, of course, the potential of a trigger point on the way through. Category 1 at the moment at 10.1k. The next checkpoint at 12.7. Category 2 on the right-hand side of your screen. Hayley Simmons at the moment leading the pack along at 37 kilometres an hour. They're currently at 16.9k. So not all that long before they're going to drop down into the descent that leads them into that Leeward Desert climb. Category 2 going through the second sprint already and about to hit that descent. Category 3 at the moment, they're at 22.5k, so they are now the other side of the Leeward Desert climb. Category 4 at the moment, they are currently at 27.6, so currently in between that Leeward Desert climb and heading out towards the next sprint checkpoint, which is at the Future Museum sprint at 36.3. Basically 2 big laps today that the riders will be covering one way or another. The Climbs coming in at what is the third race distance and just over 3/4 race distance as they go through. Category 1, well, they're now approaching the 11-kilometre marker. So I think we're going to see the speed start to wind up for Category 1 as we move in towards that next sprint checkpoint. And we've seen that push coming on. And we're going to see if Mika Soderstrom is going to go for this again and try and hold that top spot at the moment. She's well clear in terms of numbers of points, but the question will be, can she stay clear? Tennille Otto scoring points, a great sprint from her, and Moroz also in that sprint. And I think for them, this is going to be their target now. Let's see what we can do. Can we get up there? Can we go in front of Soderstrom?
Oh, interesting question. At the moment, Megan Stevens was on the front, Cornelia Engstrom there now, Anna Caramillo, Elise Gallegos. The pack is just rolling nice and steady here at the 11.4 kilometre marker. Still some way to go till that checkpoint, but you know, the pack's so wide across the road. I was just trying to count how many riders there were across the road. I think it might even be 10 at full width, just indicating that they are rolling at a very, very steady state, and it is. And you can see that that zone bar on the top of your screen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, giving you an indication of the pace, the relative pace that the individual rider is riding at. So at the moment, Amelia Van Hove currently sat at zone 2, so a very steady state for her. I always think it's really interesting when you see latter starting races catch earlier starting races, and then you compare the zones they are at for the power and pace they are riding at, and it can be a huge differential. But here in this pack, a very close differential for these riders. So Van Hove, Engstrom, Tomasi, Stevens, Miros, Meyer, Gallegos, all in the mix, all rolling steady as they come to this small climb on the course.
So going to go over this little riser, then drop down the other side. But the key point here is that the Abu Dhabi sprint comes up near the top of this rise at 12.7k. This is a checkpoint coming up, and you've got to be able to sprint off what has been a climb effort. The archway is just about visible out and around that left-hand turn. You can just see it through the palm trees up above the cedar fences just on the left-hand side of this curving arch. Big kick off the front, though, very early on. Soderstrom responds to it. Van der Vliet putting the pressure on here, trying to go clear. But look at this. Soderstrom is all over it. She's got that move marked out. She goes over the top. Can anybody kick from behind to move? Tennille Otto is moving up at the moment at 11.5 watts per kilo. She's trying to make her way onto this lead of Soderstrom's, but at the moment, that is a big, big ask as they go through. Soderstrom goes through in the lead behind the chasers on Emma. Do you have those positions?
Well, I am just looking to double check. Mika Soderstrom in 1. Tennille Otto coming through again to take 4 points. Now, really interesting and great riding there. Lisa Hermansson, Soderstrom's teammate, comes through to take 2 points. Joanna Tidholm takes 3. And Madison Shattuck, that's an interesting move too. She's come through to pick up points as well. So all really interesting in the Category 1 race in terms of who is now wanting to contend that competition. Otto and Shattuck definitely making moves today on that sprint jersey.
So let's bring you the update of where that is overall, because Soderstrom now has extended her lead at the front of that sprints competition, taking those 5 points, as you can see on your screen. 30 points in total now underneath her belt. Lisa Hermansson scoring 2 points, moves. She's got second place, is 14 points now in total. Tennille Otto scoring 4 points there, has doubled her point score and moved herself into third place. Alice Lethbridge currently in fourth, with Leinonen in fifth, Bruni in sixth, and Shannick moving up into seventh.
And interesting, Tennille Otto has moved into third place today, just on the 2 sprint checkpoints today. So that change of strategy for Tennille Otto really working well for her.
Indeed, and it really does show, doesn't it? That time around, though, Moros not scoring any points, so in Category 1. Meanwhile, we're in with Dana Davison. Good to see Dana in action here today as they make their way up. This is the second part of the Liwa Desert Climb. They've already gone over the checkpoint of the Liwa Climb in Category 2, but this is the after effects, I think.
Yeah, it is indeed interesting choice of words. But Velna, who is leading the points competition in the climbing in Category 2, taking top spot in the Category 2 up the Liwa climb. Susnik coming through in second. Roach in third, Denton in fourth, Ortiz in fifth. Just taking a little look, there's been some time gaps just in terms of seconds, but pretty much as they come towards the top, that big pack. Just doing a little check. I count 34 riders in that group.
So 34 riders in that leading group as they went over the top of the Liwa climb. That group has still stayed together. You can see that up there. Wellner extending her lead at the top of the standings. She takes top spot. Roach in second. Susnik in third. Rhiannon Denton on your screens at the moment for the United Cadence squad now has 9 points. Good job done on that climb because it's got a 9 points, sitting in fourth place in the climbs competition overall. Behind is Gothlander, then Giovanni Ortiz, the point scorer so far, but Wellner currently just extending that lead out with that repeated climb victory. But Roach, Susnik, Denton, Gothlander, Giovanni and Ortiz all contesting.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Rhiannon Denton was in second place overnight in that sprint competition. Sarah Roach and has really worked today to climb up into second. She is, 4 points behind Velna, and 5 points back is Susnik now. Interesting moves from Roach from Abus Esports.
Yeah, we'll see how that continues onwards. I think Wellner will be looking to take that mountains competition as far as she can. That's at the moment a 4-point gap that she has. But remember, it's 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 on these standard climbs. When we go to Category 1, it's 10, 8, 6, 4, and 2 for those first climbs. And for horse category climbs, 15, 12, 10, 8, and 6.
Well, whilst Katerina Karamani is trying desperately to recover, I'm giggling because she's got a Yorkshire flag in the background.
You may have seen these amazing pieces of art, fabric artwork, waving all around the races with the best supporters in the world ever.com, flying them around classic races, around races on the road, the magenta and blue colours of Yorkshire. In fact, mirrored on our screens almost there by that blue flag with the amazing and
the
very royal white rose of Yorkshire. I might be a proud Yorkshireman every now and then.
Well, the white rose of Yorkshire, the flag in the back behind Karamani, that tells you exactly where she is in the UK. Yeah. She's in Yorkshire. She's not the only Yorkshire rider in Category 2, I can tell you that. But Category 2 pack are rolling, and Karamani now trying to get that recovery in before they go again. But the Liwa Desert Climb now over for the first time. Now, interesting moves in Category 6. Well, Jessica Hamilton, it looks to me as though she's gone clear.
She's not just gone clear, she's gone clear by some margin. Now, Hamilton was behind the group there, but at the moment, Jessica Hamilton looking like she's got a big gap there. She's at 41.2k. That means that she's gone through the group and gone out of the front of the group. So we'll do a double check on that. But at the moment, Jessica Hamilton with the gap to Bremner, Sarasu, and co.
Well, yeah, I'm just taking a look here. So at the Future Museum sprint on lap 2, so that is at the 36.5 kilometre marker. Going through that sprint in Category 6, it was Hermansen just from Hamilton, and then a gap back of 3 seconds to Bremner, Hadjuk, Stevenson and Solizano. Sarasu and Agadello were all still there at that point in time. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 riders. It was a group of 8 we saw last time we were here. Hamilton, however, now at the 41.7 marker, 5k down the road, has pushed on.
And that gap is a gap that she needs to continue to extend there. Hamilton currently, because she was came through sprinting in that sprint and then went over the top, she's in third place in the sprints competition. The sprint competition is still Hermansen from Bremner from Hamilton. Jessica Hamilton, though, 2 minutes 17.238 seconds down. So she's still got a lot of ground to make up to take away the overall GC competition. Even if she wins the stage by 47 seconds, it won't be enough to take the lead overall.
I think she's out front for the Abu Dhabi sprint on lap 2.
Yep.
That's what I think she's out front for. She wants to make sure she goes first across the line there. She may well then after that sit back in the group and take some recovery to the finish. Well, Category 1, Nicole Mayer, tightly in the group. They're at 17.4 kilometres into the race. You can see they are on the descent now into the valley. Before the Liwa Desert Climb, it is the first climb checkpoint of the day for the Category 1 riders. The pack rolling. It's a big, big group. We know we had one rider off the back, and that is it in Category 1. Let's just do a check. The Liwa Desert Climb is the first section of the climb that is the categorised section today, and at 9.6 kilometres, that's where the checkpoint is. Now, it's 900 metres in length with an average gradient of 5.3%. They get to a flat plateau, and then they kick again for a further short section. So it is a double-stepped climb, but the checkpoint coming at the end of the first step.
So the riders on the descent down, Nicole Mayer tucked nicely in their 14th position at the end of stage 1. So within that minute and a half margin, in fact, only giving away 2 seconds on the race leader as they came over the line. So 2 seconds gap from Kate McCarthy to Nicole Mayer as they came in through the end of stage number 1. And that is the GC gap between them. Next to nothing is on a long stage race. So Mayer clearly going to want to be in there for the overall. We're going into that Liwa Desert climb. The Liwa climb itself, the first part of this Liwa Desert climb. The Liwa Desert climb is the complete climb itself. Let's see what is going to happen as they start to make their way up this gorge. It's time to see who is going to take this out. It's a hot day across the globe at the moment. The heat will break the week today out in the desert. Who has got the legs? Who's coping with the heat? Plenty of ice vests to the fore for lots of riders, but they're going to have to be ice calm, ice cool as they come up this climb to stay with the leaders.
Well, they are indeed. And Mayer pushing on here. Caramello, Vittori, Lennonen are all in the mix. Mika Soderstrom is pushing on too. Van der Vliet and Hakkinen and Falensky are going to need to do some work here. Tilly Field is at the front of the group, and the push is coming on a little bit further up, and Holdcroft is there as well. So the group continues to climb and continues to climb strongly. One rider just getting into a little bit of a trouble here on the back, and we need to ensure that they push and they close. But Tennille Otto doing a sterling job at the moment. Mayer and Bjarhead also there with Gallegos. The pack, I think we're going to see one or two riders poke their noses into the wind as they get to the top of this climb, and not before they come round this left-hand bend, and then they will sight the polka dot banner.
Let's give you a quick recap of where those points are at the moment. Tomasi with 1 point in 6th, 2 points for Kolczynski in 5th, 3 points for Guerra in 4th, 6 points for Holcroft in 3rd, 8 points for Soderstrom in 2nd, and 10 points for McCarthy, leading the climb competition coming into this climb.
Well, Guerra is pushing, so is Hermansen on the front of the group, and Guerra now putting in a big kick. They can see the polka dot banner, and Catherine Fuhr is up there as well, but now Kate McCarthy goes. Kate McCarthy, you can see her on your screen at the moment, dancing on the pedals. Fuhr is pushing behind, so is Kolczynski and Guerra. Hermansen is there as well, but McCarthy goes underneath the banner in 1. Fuhr in 2. Kolczynski in 3. I think that is some really strong riding there to close that down. So, yep, just to confirm, McCarthy in 1, Fuhr in 2, Kolczynski in 3, Guerra in 4, and Tomasi in 5. But what I can tell you is the Category 1 pack did not move as quick as the Category 2 pack to that point in the race.
So the points up on your screen, but McCarthy reaching that stage in a slower time from the start line than those Category 2 riders, which means to expect fireworks later on. McCarthy, though, adding those points to a previous point, means she's extended her lead at the top of the table. So currently, McCarthy in 1 on that climbs competition, with Soderstrom in 2, Holcroft in 3, Guerra in 4, Kulczynski in 5, Fua in 6, Tomasi in 7, Bruni in 8th place at the moment. So I'm going to take a little bit of a check, because I was watching very carefully there, McCarthy, as she came in over that finishing line of the segment. Breathing hard there, really hard work. And then we're going to go on to this second section. This is a climb up, and now we see Francesca Tomasi, a really consummate climber, starting to try and break the race up. For me, Tomasi needs to assert herself as a climber, but really be in the mix when she comes in, not having lost too much, and she goes into those big climbing mountains, because that's where she's got the potential to make big time gains.
Yeah, I agree completely. And Tomasi, we're really going to see her come to the fore, I think, when we get to stage 4 and stage 5, the Supernova rider. But the damage is being done on the back of the group. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 riders over that climb have dropped off that group of Category 1 riders. And Tomasi now still with a good, consistent pace. Gallegos is in the group. Otto is in the group. Alberg, Holdcroft, Field, Bjarhead, Hakkinen, Lennonen, Kulczynski, Miros, McCarthy, Van der Vliet, Soderstrom. They are all in the group. They have not been distanced off the back. But I tell you something, Tomasi, well, she's settled down now into a rhythm.
And Tomasi was 13th on stage number 1 and 7 minutes of riding. But the important thing is, by being in 13th position, it means she's 2 seconds down on our race leader. She's in contention for the overall. When we go to her favoured grounds of the mountains, she's got that climbing ability. She can really look to extend it. At the moment, this is a cheeky move for me.
A cheeky move?
It's a cheeky move. She's gone. I mean, it's where I would put a move in. You saw how hard they were working for the climb. You go after. We saw Bergin do it in the sprints in Category 2. We've seen now Tomasi doing the same on the climb. And you think, well, do you know what? Let's go. Because now it's a long run. Let's see what happens. Will they give her some time? If she can gain herself 20, 30 seconds, well, they may well go, well, do you know what, we'll keep on pushing after. Just catching Katarzyna Welder. They're just taking a drink on board, and I'll tell you something, she is climbing absolutely superbly in Category 2, leading that competition overall by 4 points from Sarah Roach, as they make the way along here at the 28.2k marker. The next climb coming at the 52.4k, so some distance to go. At the moment, it's about staying in that group and doing what you said at the start there, Emma, being conservative with your effort, making sure that you don't expend too much energy. But Wellner at the moment really doing a great job on that climbs competition. That's going to be the focus.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure about that, because she also took 3rd place overall yesterday. I think she's a GC contender, and she will be keeping a very clear eye on that. And at the moment, I think that will be her priority.
Do you think that the climbs competition and the overall are mutually exclusive or mutually compatible?
They're very compatible. I think we will see potentially the person who takes the climbing competition win on GC.
I love giving you difficult questions partway through a stage.
Well, I definitely think we'll see. Well, okay, I'm going to revise that. We'll definitely see the person who wins GC finish high up in the climbing competition.
Well,
they may not take the climbing competition. Well, Giuliana Agadello high up in this Category 6 race at the moment, 46 kilometres. Let's just say there is, around 18k still to go in this race. They've been racing for an hour and 25 minutes at the moment, and Agadello part and parcel of this leading group. Hamilton still 45 seconds off the front. She established that gap and she's kept it at the 45.5 kilometre marker. That was the final checkpoint of the day, the Abu Dhabi Sprint Lap 2. At that point, it was at around 45 seconds, Hamilton picking up 5 points, Hermansen coming to the fore and picking up 4, Stevenson, Hadjuk, Bremner, Sarasu, Agadello and Solizano all coming through there. The 7 riders in this group all together, 1 rider out front.
And Agadello, really interesting, is going to really move up on the overall here. She was in 12th place at the start of the day. She was 4 minutes down on the race leader. Remember, the race was basically 3 riders at the front, Hermansen, Stevenson and Bremner, who are all in that leading group. They are still staying in that leading group. Sarasu, then Solizano were at 1.5 minutes down, as was Narvaez. Then 2 minutes down for Hamilton, Lodano, Bonilla, Kirchner. They're 3 minutes down, and that really has cascaded down. So Agadello with a good chance of moving right up that race field today.
Well, in category 5, Amy Sudabayo, part and parcel of this leading group. They're at the 43.6, 43.7 kilometre marker. They are getting closer and closer and closer to the next sprint checkpoint. Well, it's the last sprint checkpoint of the day of stage 2 here in Arabia on the 7 Gems course. She's lining herself up in the pack. The pack are rolling, and they are not far out. Now, Idzik, Alzat, Marshall, Sudibayo, Ferron, Tejeros, Becerra, Bago, Idzik, all in this group. And Natalia Idzik, well, she'll be the rider in the green sprint skin suit. And I imagine she'll be the rider wanting to take this section. Well, category 5 moving strongly. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. I think that could be 17 or 18 riders in that group. It's a good sized group, you know. So category 5 moving strongly at the 44.3 kilometre marker. Let's not forget there are still 20k of racing to go in category 5 on the left hand side of your screen. Category 6, well, they are around, Jessica Hamilton, who's leading that, is around 3 kilometres further up the road. She's continuing to push, continuing to dig. At last check, she had 45 seconds on the group. It's not quite right at the moment in terms of the time gap because the chasing group behind are on the flat. Hamilton is on the climb. They need to both be on the climb for that to settle down so we can take a look at it. But Jessica Hamilton is moving strongly. She's on one of the short climbs. She's not on the Leeward Desert climb for the second time yet. That doesn't come until she is past 50 kilometres. So this is just one of the small bumps on the road.
And she's got a big time gap to make back, as Hamilton, on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side of your screen, we're starting to get closer and closer to that marker for the sprints in category 5. Idzik leading overall on that sprint competition ahead of Yazok, then Molova, followed by Albin, followed by Hamilton. Idzik on your screens, 32 points to the moment. Yazok is in front. They've done this sprint before. They should know exactly where the arch is. You can see the DS there, or making sure that the kick goes at the right time. Yazok at the moment 2-3 seconds in front, starting to wind up a little bit more now. You can just see the push coming from behind up on to the hills. It's a long way around this left-hand turn. Yazok is at 23 points. She can't eclipse Idzik at the top of the standings here, and I think Idzik here is just looking to claim a few points on the way through. She's going to kick, but she's not bothered that Yazok is going to score a couple of point. Well, it's going to be 1 point more. If she can hold this position, she goes over the top. I was going to say 2 points because she was in third. It's going to be 1 point difference here. So Yazok is going to go over the top from Idzik, from Umalova, going in over the top there. But that does mean the gap has been reduced by 1 point.
Yes, but Idzik really dominant in those overall competition. So Yazok picking up 5 points, Idzik picking up 4, Ermolova picking up 3, Gentili picking up 2, and Alzat picking up 1 point in that sprint competition. That was about energy conservation versus point accumulation.
Yep, 100%. That was
smart.
That was
smart riding.
Energy expenditure versus reward. The reward of taking on Yazok there would have been would basically have been a 1 point extension rather than a 1 point loss. Do you then give absolutely everything for it when you've got such a big lead? No. The lead at the moment, Idzik 36 points, Yazok 28 points. That's at the end of that sprint, and that does mean that as we go forward, Idzik will be leading as we end stage 2 as our sprint winner. We're going to jump in now with category 3. We're in with Valentina Desegna at the moment, one of our great riders in category 3. Now you can see really tapping that rhythm out at the moment, breathing hard. This group moving at speed 40k an hour and on a slight rise.
Yeah, they are, and it is a really great big group. The size of this pack is rolling. It is so strong, and we said earlier on yesterday, 15 riders over 3 seconds. The team competition, the absolute closest out of all the race categories in category 3. They're at 37.3 kilometers. They are just through the Future Museum sprint for the second time. McKay picking up 5 points, Desenia picking up 4, Real picking up 3, Grassy picking up 2, and Young picking up 1. But I'm just having a quick check to see if I can look at how many riders are in that group. 29 riders in that category 3 leading group. Said it was a big group. It is.
It certainly is. And Desegna's points that she scored there, that you said there, Emma, really important. McKay leading the sprint competition to that Future Museum sprint with one more sprint to go on today's stage in category 3. So McKay leading with 28 points. Young in second place with 23. Real tied on points with Desegna, tied for third place, 14 points apiece. So Real, then Desegna, both on 14 points. In fifth place is Grassy with 9 points. In sixth, Kong with 5. And then we've got Nilsson, Brook, McAlpoint, Montgomery, and Out of Marina, the scorers of points so far today.
Well, Jen Reel and Helen McKay just off the front of the group at the moment, and you can see them there side by side. Now, Jen Reel in the also in a light bluish green skin suit, indicating she's part and parcel of the Masters competition in that category. And McKay in the darker green skin suit, indicating she's leading the sprint competition. Well, Heather Shanks on our screen at the moment. She's in the category 2 pack at the moment. They're rolling at the 33.7 kilometre mark. 53 minutes of racing complete. And, well, at 53.8k, they are coming towards the same point we've just seen the category 3 pack go through. So category 2 rolling strongly.
And Shanks finishing the stage in 18th position at the end of stage number 1. Is she going to move up? It's a very difficult stage, I think, to get, and a very difficult category to move clear in category 2 when you've got so many strong riders. And I think it'd be very interesting to see. Shanks at the moment lying in 12th place in that sprint competition. She's also working well in the climbs competition, but at the moment not breaking into the top 10 there. We'll see. I think Shanks is focused potentially on that overall race and looking at what she can do as part of her team.
Well, and I think the team competition really, Continental Shift are currently in third place in that team competition, just 3.8 seconds back. And for me, Coinston and Tridden, Shanks, Wagner and Davidson, they really are a strong team and a very consistent team. And I think they really should be in play. And consistency for those riders day in, day out is going to be key for that team competition.
So we're just in with category 5 at the moment. Yazok just continuing to push here. Interesting move because it would give her an advantage running into that downhill. Top right-hand side of your screen, you can see there's a long horizontal red line which drops off. That's where that descent is.
Well, the break has gone for Yazok through the Abu Dhabi sprint. She took that sprint checkpoint going through and across, 3 seconds clear of Idzik and Ermolova and Gentili and Alzat. She's then continued to push because the next section on this course is the descent into the Liwa Desert climb for the second time, and she's got the climbing competition. She's got that polka dot skin suit, and she's going to want to go through there clear. Dropping back in, however, with the category 6 pack, well, it's looking like Hamilton has been caught, and the group have gone over the top, and that's because they've hit the climb.
So they've gone over the top. They've gone into that descent. I think job done for Hamilton. As you said, going to go into those sprints, trying to take the maximum number of sprint points. The sprint competition still being led by Hermansen with Bremner in second, but Jessica Hamilton, courtesy of that breakaway, moving into third place in the sprint competition. So Hermansen in the sprints, 36 points in one. Bremner in those sprints, 26 in two, and Hamilton now 23 points in third place, courtesy of some smart riding. Now sitting back and letting the Queen of the Mountains competition play out. Sarasu leading that by 1 point from Hermansen as they came into this climb, with Solizano in third, Stevenson in fourth, and Bremner in fifth.
Well, Bridget Bremner at the moment has got some work to do because she's 11 seconds back on Trudy Stevenson, who is climbing strongly towards the checkpoint. Bremner finished third overall yesterday, and at the moment she's the rider 12 seconds back on this climb. There's still a significant run to the finish when they get to the top of the climb, 12.5 kilometres to get back into the group. But Bremner does need to be mindful. Stevenson, Solizano, Hermansen, Agudelo, Hadjuk, and Sarasu all doing a sterling job in the category 6 up the Liwa Desert climb for the second time.
And Stevenson working hard here. Hermansen working hard as well. Stevenson at the start of the day was only 1.278 seconds back on Hermansen. So Stevenson could break Hermansen on this climb. And this is an overall race going on as well at the same time. She's got a good chance then to go into the lead overall, but the group has got to split and she's then got to stay clear. Meanwhile,
it's too long to stay clear.
Category 4, diving back in already, I do agree with you on that. We're in with Gina Di Grazia, who is leading in the climbs competition, going through the Abu Dhabi sprint here. One of the squad making the way in and through. Interestingly, Montoya goes in through as well. Category 4, really competitive category here. The sprints competition overall, Montoya was leading coming into this, but by courtesy of that sprint, Gina Di Grazia has rocketed up. She's now into second place, 15 points, tied with Corrales. So great riding by Di Grazia to get in there in that competition. And in the Queen of the Mountains, she's tied on points with Hadlock.
Well, 14 riders in the leading group in category 4 as they go through the 46-kilometre marker. It's a strong group of riders: Di Grazia, Montoya, Corrales, Stenman, Peretti. Actually, make that 16 riders. Tomkinson, Holweiler, Hassan, Takanas, Kalbazuska, Alray, Collins, Atafalupa, Hadlock, Hyde, Schultz, and actually make it 17 because Dowling is in there as well.
And on that list, basically everybody who's in the top 11 riders on the overall, these are the ones that I could go with as you were going, are in that group. So it looks like the overall may not change so much in category 4, but changes in those categories. The sprint category really changing behind Montoya, but Montoya with a lead, double the points of the nearest rider to her.
Yeah. So category 4 moving strongly. They're at the 46.6 kilometre marker, 64.9k today. It is the longest stage in terms of distance in the entire 8-day stage race for the women today. Dropping back in with category 1. They're not quite at the halfway point yet. And steady state riding at the moment. Fua is the rider we are in with. She's with Bassoni, Van Hove, Lennon, Engstrom, Tomasi, and Miros. She's right on the front of the group, but the group is wide across the road. This is very steady riding. And this race today on stage 2 has not... Well, it's not lit up yet in terms of category 1. They've been managing the sprint race. They've been managing the climbing competition. They are about to go out again onto lap 2. They've got 2 more sprint checkpoints, 1 more climb checkpoint, and then the 12.5k run to the checkered flag.
So let's take a look at that in some detail, because as we hit that halfway point, you can see it's been sporadic, the action so far. And in part, that is because it is all about those trigger points on this course. It is essentially a two-loop course. You can see it makes its way around a lot of the Arabia world on MyWhoosh, and this circuit of the 7 gems really showing why these sprint points and the climb points are critical, because that's where we're seeing the action. We're seeing that at the Future Museum sprint each lap, the Abu Dhabi sprint point each lap, and the Leeward climb checkpoint each lap. 32K, 32.4 to be precise, because Emma's just scribbled it down in front of my face, is the halfway point. Just in case my maths was as bad as it ever is. So you can see we are basically moving our way in towards lap number 2. Emma, it's sporadic, the action.
Well,
are we going to see category 1 treat this as a sprint and climb stay
yeah.
and not race anything for the overall? In which case, they potentially could have a very slow time.
No, I think it's a sprinter stage overall when you look at the profile, and I think that's what's going to happen at the finish line. I think there's not a lot on the course today that is going to break the category 1 pack. We might see a couple more riders go off the back of that group, but we're still going to see a large group. Okay, I'm putting my money where my mouth is, aren't I?
Careful.
Apart from I don't bet. We're going to see a large group go into the finish line like we did yesterday in category 1, and we're going to see a sprint unfold to that finish line. It's that type of stage. The GC riders need to protect themselves. The teams need to protect them, and that's the way to do it.
Well, we're going to see, because at the moment in category 6 and category 5, we've got lone leaders. We also have a lone leader in category 4, will be a very small gap. And category 3, Gemreal on the attack as well. So for Emma's prediction to come correct across all categories, we're going to need to see some changes. Trudy Stevenson now, interesting move. She's got 14 seconds clear on the nearest riders in category 6. Stevenson was 1.278 seconds down on Hermansen, the leader at the end of stage 1. That says to me that we are going to have some serious changes as they move their way up and through. So let's see what's going to happen. Stevenson here on your screens, 17 seconds the gap back to Agadello, to Hadjuk, to Hermansen. Oh, no, in fact, it's more. Nearly 20 seconds now to Hermansen and Bremner. Stevenson at the moment doing what she needs to do to get herself up into that yellow jersey as the leader overall. When she gets to the end of the stage, she's got to keep on pushing here. This is a very, very, very important part of the race.
It's a long run for home, though, isn't it?
It is a long run for home, but the group behind has got to work. You've just seen it coming together. This is a chasing group, and it looks to me like Hermansen and Sarasu just about to make contact. I think Hermansen just holding the back of that group, and this is a key moment here.
Yeah, Sarasu and Bremner need to get onto the back of that group. They really do. There's just at 3 seconds at the moment. Agadello, Solazano, Hadjuk, and Hermansen. Bremner and Sarasu are the 2 riders off the back of the group, but they will get back on, I think, and I think that because the teams will want their other riders in the mix, and Sarasu is part and parcel of that Tour de France squad.
She is, but not having the greatest day. Solazano taking away the lead in the climbs competition in category 6. Sarasu is holding that. She's now down to 3rd place with 13 points, 15 for Hermansen and 16 for Angie Solazano, who will be taking away that climbs competition. Remember, all the results we give you are provisional at the moment, subject to confirmation and verification at the end of the race. Let's move across from category 6 to our category 2 riders. We're in with Ruti Reis at the moment, the Brazilian rider, nicely ensconced in this pack at the moment, part of that Riot 2 squad. The Riot 2 squad together with Anna Russell, who got herself a 4th place. Reis will be wanting to be right in the mix as they go in here. Looking smooth at the moment, just tapping out that rhythm, staying focused on the screen in front, keeping the bike protected as well. Being indoors, you don't want that bike to deteriorate. It's usually the handlebars and the stem that suffer the most on the way through. So a Reese nicely in this group with Shanks Karamani, Nordin's in here, the leader Gonzalez Roa in that yellow skin suit in here. Our riders in that young rider competition, they're in there as well. We're just taking a look across the left-hand side of your screen. Category 1 and Category 1 at the moment. It is Kate McCarthy. We're focused on the world champion, the leader in terms of the overall competition, the timed competition of the general classification at the end of stage 1, and the leader at the moment of the QOM, the Queen of the Mountains competition, the climbs category. So in that climb category, 15 points, not quite double the points of Soderstrom, who holds second place, Croft in third, Guerra in fourth, Kolchinsky in fifth, and Fua in sixth place. But the Category 1 riders, if you remember that course profile, well, they're currently at 35.4k, and their next key point is a sprint point.
It is indeed, and Category 2 have already been through, and interesting to see the size of that Category 2 pack. It is huge, and I mean huge, I can tell you. It is looking at 34 riders in Category 2, all still together. Category 1 are rolling through to the similar point in the course, but look how much further down the road Category 2 are from Category 1. 35.7 to 41, nearly 42k. They're nearly 7 kilometres further down the road, and that tells me the Category 1 pack have been much steadier today.
For steadier, you could also use the word slower.
Well, you know, I was being polite.
You were indeed.
It's different racing.
I don't think slow is impolite. I think slow is smart today.
Well, whether it is smart or not, there's just 500 metres now till the next sprint checkpoint. And I'm expecting Mika Soderstrom to go. Will she be challenged, is the question.
The real battle in that competition, third, fourth, fifth, sixth place, is separated by about 3-4 points between them. Hermansen currently in second place at 14 points. Soderstrom at 30 points, 5 points for the win. No surprises to see a sprint from the very front of that group by Soderstrom. Lucky to open this up. Hermansen currently in second place. But look at this, Shattuck and Tennille Otto coming up here. So at the moment, Madison Shattuck as well as Tennille Otto go over the top of Lisa Hermansen. It's Soderstrom who takes away maximum points there today. Hermansen, second in that competition, has seen that gap narrowed. Those are the scores on the doors from that checkpoint, with Soderstrom with 5, Otto with 4, Shattuck with 3, Vittori with 2, and Bjarhead with 1. But what that does to the overall in the sprint competition, Mika Soderstrom, that should be a royal wave because she is still well clear at the front, extending her lead. 35 points for Soderstrom, 16 points for Hermansen in second, only 12 points to 4 points the difference, only 4 points the difference between 16 and 12 between Hermansen and Otto. Leinonen on 8 in fourth, Lethbridge tied with Shattuck in fifth place with 7 points. Bruni tied with Moroz behind, and then a whole host of riders in there. 14 different riders scoring points in that sprints competition overall. But at the moment, it's looking good for Mika Soderstrom. She certainly won't be dislodged from that race lead so long as she gets to the finish in Category 1. Let's drop back to Category 5, who are on the road. We're in with our yellow jersey wearer. This is the winner of Stage 1, the leader of the general classification at that point, and the Category 5 group at the moment working well, currently at the 56.4 kilometre marker, over the top of that Leeward Desert climb. The Queen of the Mountains competition being led by Yazok. She's got 17 points in that competition. The nearest rider, Shikifu, on 10. Becker on 9 in third. Albin with 8 points in fourth. Gentili with 5 points in fifth place. Itzik with 3 points in sixth, along with Ermolova as well as Alzat, Joy Mayer and Marshall inside the top 10. But Yazok, 17 points to Shikifu, so 10. Albin, though, our race leader in that competition as well. Albin also sitting in fourth place in the sprint competition, and our leader in terms of the overall at the end of stage number 1. The Full Gas Femmes rider looking very, very strong at the moment and very smooth on the bike as we look in on that pain cave.
Yeah, she does look good, doesn't she? She really does in terms of the category 5 rider there. 57 kilometres, 64.9 is where the finish is. It's going to be a good race. Across all of our categories today, category 6 are at the head of the race at the moment, 59.1k. That is, wow. 5.7k out at the moment, but Stevenson is clear. Bremner made it back into the group. Solazano, Hermansen, they are all together with Agadello. Just checking, Sarasu is there as well. Those riders at 33 seconds from Trudy Stevenson. This is a long run to the line, and Stevenson at the moment doing a really good job staying clear.
Now, the Tour de France team, we know how good they are.
Yes.
You know, you had the race lead held by Hannah Hermansen of Level Phoenix. She's in that in that chasing group, but so is Sarasu of Tour de France, Solazano of Tour de France, and Agadello of Tour de France, none of which are going to chase Trudy Stevenson, who is the Tour de France leader on the road and potential leader overall. So at the moment, Team Tactics playing out, Stevenson holding that race lead. You said it was a long way to go. Well, it's being aided by the fact that the team are helping out in that Category 6 race. Really interesting to see those Team Tactics at play for the overall, and Tour de France looking to not only lead the team competition, but take the lead in the individual competition as well. Let's go across to our Category 3 riders. We're in with Emily Nyquist once again. Category 3, very strong racing from Category 3, and Nyquist, as you would expect, right up in the mix. Quick reminder, 3rd overall at the end of stage number 1, sitting 0.244 of a second down on race leader Sopers. Nyquist is in this group, just looking to see Sopers is in here as well. She is. So the two riders up there, Alta Marino is also in this leading group. So it looks to me like we've got at least our top 3 riders. Kasani also in here. Yep. So it looks like the main contenders all in the leading group. Let's give you an update on the sprint competition so far at the 50.6 kilometre marker, with no more sprints other than the end of the race to go for these riders. McKay leading that competition. Helen McKay with 32 points ahead of Lucy Young, Jamriel, Valentina Disegna, and Lisa Grassi. They're the top 5 riders. 32 points for McKay, 26 for Young, 19 for Real, 14 for Disegno, and 11 for Grassi. And they're going to be your top 5 point scorers in that sprint competition in Category 3 moving across. In terms of the mountains competition, Nyquist is leading, but we are on our way in to the second take. Second bite of the cherry that is the Liwa Desert Climb.
We are indeed. And in terms of the number of the riders in that Category 3 group, 28 riders at last count. This is the Category 4 group. And at last count, there were 17 in here. Hadlock is the rider we're in with. She's in the polka dot skin suit. She's currently leading that climbing competition. They are up and they are over the last climb of the day. That competition is finished for today, and she will go into tomorrow in the polka dot skin suit.
1 point clear of Peretti, 1 point clear of her teammate De Grazia, but then it's a substantial margin back to Catherine Montoya, Susan Stedman, Laura Taconis, who are 5 points for Montoya, 4 points for Stedman and Taconis. So very, very interesting. That Unshakable squad really working hard. Let's have a look a little bit further through. So overall, the riders in there are in the race. The riders in Category 4 moving very nicely indeed. They're at 55.6k on the way through. And At the moment, the sprints and the climbs competition done for the day. It's about that overall finish now and that overall competition.
Yeah, and the category 4 pack rolling steadily at the moment. Zone 2 at the moment for Catherine Montoya. She's going to want to defend that yellow jersey today, and it's going to be interesting to see how she plays out. Take a look at that. We're dropping in with Montoya at the moment, refueling, getting ready for that finish. She's got around 8.5 kilometres to go before she gets to that finish line. Keeping an eye on what everybody else is doing, part and parcel of the strategy, I expect. And I wonder whether it is going to be a sprint from this group. Hull Manson and Schultz have been dropped from the group, but the group rolling strongly.
So Montoya, who led at the end of stage 1 in that yellow skin suit, picking up points along the way, the sprint leader in that competition and the leader overall. Can she produce another sprint finish in the race to take away another yellow jersey at the end? She would extend her lead overall if she can take the win, but that's by no means an easy feat at the end of a stage of some near 65 kilometres long. The riders nearest to that finish, Trudy Stevenson at the moment, she's clear, 46 seconds clear of the chasing groups in category 6. You can see the chasing group on the left-hand side of the left-hand side of your screen. Everyone is just smiling in the studio. We do. There is some plan to what we get up to on the way through the day stage. Although we do have a couple of questions that we decide part way through the stage. One of which we just decided, and it's very definitely gone in Emma's direction. And we'll let you. We might let you into that secret at another point in time. You never know.
A whiteboard is in action.
No, it's a whiteboard in action. It is invaluable in
I think we've just given away a trade secret.
It may well be.
There we go. Well, whilst the commentary box work out what they're doing, the riders, well, they've got a plan too, and probably one that's been on paper a lot longer than ours. At 62.7 kilometres, Trudy Stevenson is leading the race. She was in the category 6 pack when it came out of the start pen. They were the first riders away today, 10 minutes before the category 5 pack. Stevenson now has a gap of 46 seconds on the right hand side of your screen, where it's just come onto the main screen. She's coming up for 63k of the race. She's got 2k to go at the moment, with a 47-second gap back to a group of 6 riders.
And that group of 6 riders contains the current yellow jersey leader, Hannah Hermansen, who is at the moment in the process of unzipping that jersey and ready to hand it over, because at the moment Stevenson is going to put herself into the race lead with this breakaway. The teammates of Stevenson holding the position and not chasing, leaving Hermansen really isolated on her own. Meanwhile, in the category 5 race, Justina Yazok has been pulled back into the fold. This is your leading group in category 5. So Yazok taking the climb competition at the moment as they go off and away from the end of the stage when they get there. But category 5, really interesting. The sprint competition has been a real battle, with Idzik still leading that competition, 36 points to 28. But the lead group here are now thinking about that race finish. Your leader overall is Albin. Albin is in this group. She will want to go into that finish at the very front of this race. The rider in second place was Fu, only fractions of a second back. So was Marshall. Then it was Idzik, Aldat, and Yazok. But the big gainers today are all the riders in this leading group, because they are either putting time into the competition, and realistically, I think looking at the riders there, Alzat along with Yazok, along with Albin, they are the riders in that group who are going to profit the most from this breakaway.
Well, Trudy Stevenson is the rider profiting from the breakaway in category 6, because it is a lone breakaway from Stevenson. She's coming into the final 1,000 metres of the race today. She's got a 50-second gap on the left-hand side. Hannah Hermansen now goes from the group in an attempt to salvage some seconds. Sarasuk, Agadello, Bremner and Solizano, as well as Monica Hadjuk, are with her. Sarasu closing down the gap very, very quickly. She's a teammate of Trudy Stevenson. She's going to close down every single move that Hermansen makes because she's going to want to give her teammate Trudy Stevenson the biggest gap possible going into stage 3 tomorrow. So Trudy Stevenson doing a sterling job at the moment for the Tour de France squad. Her teammate Sarasu in the group behind, shutting down the moves from Hannah Hermansen, who went into the stage today in the yellow jersey. Well, with 500 metres to go, 400 metres to go, Stevenson is riding her way into the stage win and the yellow jersey overall in Category 6. It's been a brilliant move from Trudy Stevenson today from the Tour de France squad. She finished second yesterday to Hannah Hermansen in the sprint. She's ridden away from the group today in the latter stages of the race, and she's going to be rewarded with the stage win today. She's going to come around this left-hand bend. There is the finish line. This is Trudy Stevenson. Trudy Stevenson takes the win for Tour de France on stage 2, category 6 of the MyWhoosh Championships. Great solo win from Stevenson. So this is the sprint for second, third, fourth and fifth, and they're coming in towards the line. Solazano, Sarasu, Hadjuk, Hermansen, Agadello and Bremner. The push is coming on the front at the moment from Angie Solazano, but they've still got 300 metres to go. No big kickers come yet. The question is, where is it going to come from? Solazano now starts to move a little at 5 watts per kilo. She's starting to put a push in here. Who's got the legs left after 2 hours of racing? It's Monica Hadjuk who's pushing for the line. Hannah Hermansen needs to limit her losses here, but Hadjuk is pushing and driving for second place today. Monica Hadjuk looks to me as though she's going to come across the line in second place. It's Hadjuk from Solazano, from Hermansen, Agadello and Bremner. Sarasu is there as well. Great racing from category 6.
And in terms of the overall, that is going to really shake things up in the time gaps and the distances that's gone in. Fantastic result there in that overall ranking. And in that stage ranking, we'll let the computer compile all of those results to give us the final rundown of those riders coming in and through. Time for Stevenson to revel in that win here today.
So category 6 over the line. Category 5, well, they are coming in towards the finish, just 600 metres to go. And Jarls Cook from Becerra, from Alzat, from Albin, from Mayer, from Gentili, they are all in this leading group. And the big kick is coming at the moment. But Natalie Becerra right on the front. Megan Albin, she's on our screen at the moment. She's the rider in the yellow skin suit. She's the one who's going to want this. They're coming towards the finish, but nobody whilst wants to unleash the main sprint yet. There's still some way out. It's around 250 metres to go, and Becerra's still on the front. Alzat in 2. Yarcock is there. So is Albin. Now Albin gets up and out the saddle. Megan Albin on your screen at the moment starts to push. She starts to drive. Yarcock is pushing stronger though. Can Yarcock hold this from Albin? It's the polka dot versus the yellow. Side by side, I think Albin gets that timing to perfection. Whoa! I've just taken a look on the screen and she's not awarded it. She goes into second place. Justina Jarlskog takes the win by 0.06 of a second from Megan Albin. Natalie Becerra in 2, Isabel Alzat in 3, Rona Mayjoy Mayer in 4, all within half a second.
And those 6 riders, Jarlskog, Albin, Becker, Alzat, Joy Mayer and Gentili, will have to wait to see where the rest of the riders come as to what that does to the overall standings. All those points calculations for the sprint and for the gliders, as well as the calculation time-wise overall will be done. 0.064 of a second, separating Jarlskog, who took the win, from Albin there. A fractional difference between the 2 riders in category 5. It will be very interesting to see how that then transfers as they move onwards in terms of the overall. But great racing in category 6 and in category 5. And for a day where we were expecting it to be big sprints, little groups in smaller groups really in categories of 5 and 6 contesting the run for places overall, and a solo win for Stevenson. Fantastic job done by Trudy Stevenson, soloing away in category 6. So that leaves us 4 more categories out on the road: category 1, category 2, category 3, and category 4. The nearest to the line are category 4, and then 3, 2, and 1 in that order. At the moment, categories 2, the one that's breaking the most, and that is because Katarzyna Wellner on the attack at the moment at the 53.3k mark. She's gone over the checkpoint of the climb and continuing to push.
Yeah, and she is indeed. This is category 2. They're at the 53.4 kilometre marker. Vellner there pushing towards the top. And Eck, Shanks, Reese, Denton, all in the group. It's a big group still of category 2. They've gone up and over the Leeward climb for the second time. It was Vellner from Susnik, from Ortiz and Haag. They were in the mix. Lundin was there too, but I'm just taking a little look at the size of the group, and I'm just going on count back here, and I can tell you, it looks to me there are 34 riders still in that category 2 group. It's a really big group in category 2, and they have stayed together. It's a brilliant race today here. We've got a rider just off the back pushing in at the moment, and going to push in and close that down. Katarzyna Vellner on your screen. She's wearing that polka dot skin suit. She's been picking up the points in that climbing competition, and she's picked up maximum points here on this final climb today. So she's going to carry that jersey into tomorrow.
So Wellner will lead 19 points, taking that jersey in ahead of Tasia Susnik of the United Cadence squad on 13 points in second. Sarah Roach in third place, 11 points in that third place spot there. Your top 3 behind. Denton in 4 with 9 points. Gothlander in 5 with 3 points, tied with Ortiz. So that Queen of the Mountains competition, Wellner leading at the moment with a reasonable gap. She'll have to defend that, though, pretty attentively. In the sprint competition, Gothlander taking it from Trudin, from Svarstrom, from Roach, and then Bergin, they're your top 5 riders. But Gothlander and Trudin, after the final sprint, tied on points in category 2. So that is going to be a very close run thing. Heather Shanks nicely tucked into this group. Heather there just sucking in some oxygen at the end of that ascent, then into that descent as off the other side of the Leeward Desert section. And she's now making her way in towards the finish. And this now really is about seeing who is going to take the stage win. Remember, the prizes are there for the stage win for the stage today. 8K to go. That is a fair old distance, so plenty of recovery if the riders choose to take it.
Well, that was category 2. There's not 8K to go for category 4. Category 4 at the 63.3 kilometre marker. They've got around 1,500 metres to go. 1,400 now, and the back here, well, they're looking at each other, really. 14 riders, I think we had here at last count in the group, and Kawazuska is here, Stenman, De Gracia, Hadlock, Tompkinson, Collins, Montoya, all in the group. Claudia Hyde is here as well. Al Ray is in the mix. This is a really interesting group.
So the riders on the way through, making the way up in here, just coming up on the way through this section here. So at the moment, that is going to be Montoya pushing on here. Going to be very interesting as they move their way in. Montoya got to be a big favourite in here. So it was on the way through. The riders taking this turn. Montoya, surely the big favourite here in category 4, Emma.
Well, yes, I would say A, she wants to defend that jersey, and B, she's also got the sprint jersey too. She's on the back of the group. She's in position. She's on our screen as well at the moment, and she is looking to play this one to perfection. She's got some way to go yet. There's still 650 meters until they get to that finish line. She doesn't want to go too early. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with the rest of the pack and how her team support her here. But Montoya is looking here for the finish. She's looking here to take the win and defend that jersey, but the push is on the front at the moment, and Stenman is pushing strongly at the moment. So is Karwazewska. Montoya is going to need to move up. She's going to need to cover the move, even if she doesn't want to unleash the sprint quite yet. Tompkinson is there, so is Takanas. I've just seen 8 watts per kilo from Laura Takanas. Adahalupa is there as well, and Al Ray is in the mix, but Suzanne Stenman is on the front at the moment, and Stenman is pushing. The question is, who's going to come over the line in one? And the moment it's Al Ray pushing at the front with Stenman and Peretti. Seba Al Ray, but now Catherine Montoya comes up and over the top. She's got her timing to perfection. Catherine Montoya, she's on your screen. She's going under the banner for the win on stage 2. One big smile, defending the yellow jersey in style.
Catherine Montoya knew she had that before that even started. She was sat there smiling away, revving, sitting in the wheels, and then you saw her put in the push, get out of the saddle, and really accelerate that sprint. I mean, what a window on the world of being a sprinter on the MyWhoosh Championship. What a great way to see her take that win. You saw her move through very much an unstoppable force, definitely unshakable at the top of the sprint standings, with 33 points clear of De Grazia, clear of Peretti, Dowling, Hyde and Stenman, and that individual win as well. I mean, brilliant riding. Certainly so far, the rider for me of stages 1 and 2, certainly in category 4, absolutely dominating that sprint competition and really showing that she can win from the sprint at the end of a stage after having been sprinting all day long.
Well, can I just say, interestingly, the 1-2 today was the 1-2 yesterday as well. 2 sprints, same 2 riders come to the top, Catherine Montoya and Claudia Hyde. Fabulous to see Laura Takanas in 3rd place today.
And very interestingly, I mean, there were 2 very different sprints. You've got a big bunch lead out on a flat sprint where it's about pure watts, it's pure power. It's not about climbing ability, and that's very different to an uphill sprint. We're on the uphill section. We are in with Carolina Leinonen, who is leading category 1 at the moment up the climb. Alberg got Holcroft Moroz in there, so is Lethbridge just watching these riders continue to push. The climate segment is round the top left-hand side of this turn. You'll go around the left-hand turn, you'll see the archway, and then it flattens and kicks again. Category 1, this is the final chance for any points in the mountains competition. McCarthy has been, well, we talked about unshakable for Montoya, unshakable in this climbing competition.
Well, yeah, she has, and she's very clearly targeting it as well as the overall GC. There she is. You can see the polka dot skin suit and the yellow skin suit just making their ways through. In fact, it's the young rider's skin suit, actually, the white jersey, Camilla Miros. Miros is having a phenomenal race today. Kate McCarthy now decides to launch for the line. Kate McCarthy launches at 10 watts per kilo. She kicks towards that polka dot banner. She's adamant it's hers. Carolina Lennon going for the point. So is Holdcroft and Tomasi. Interesting move there from behind, but a big pack of riders coming through. But we do now have riders distance from the group. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's about 7 or 8 riders distance now from that leading group. I'll let you call the points, Matt, while I check how many riders we've still got in that Cat 1 leading group.
So no surprises, really, if you've been watching, you're on the way through for the top spot. Kate McCarthy taking 5 points from Leinonen, who takes 4. Tomasi taking 3, Moroz taking 2, and Alberg taking 1. Kate McCarthy has won every single climb so far on the MyWhoosh Championship. She won every climb yesterday. She's won every climb today. That means that her point score is 20 points. She is clear at the top by a margin at the moment. All the rest of the riders are in single figures behind. And really, I think that competition will only hot up once we move on to the bigger mountains, those first and horse category mountains, rather than the standard C2 and below climbs where we're only scoring 5 points at a time. When we start scoring 10s and 15s for the win, that's when we're going to start to see the rest of those riders really start to come into their own.
Yeah, I think you are correct.
Put the date in your diary, folks.
Well, 23 riders in the leading group in Category 1. They now have 12.5 kilometres to go to the finish line. That is not what Category 3 has, and we've got a launch from the front here. So Category 3, the pack is coming in. It was 28 riders at last count in the Category 3 race, and the move is on now with, well, I'll tell you something, they've got 1,500 metres to go yet, and CC Olka is on the front with Montgomery, McKay, Brook, Bulwara, Kasani and Simkin. Big dig there, just wanting to see if something could hold. It didn't. Sisioka back into the group. It's a really difficult one as to whether you go long or whether you hold. Going long here today, it hasn't, well, other than Stevenson, who went really long, going long, not necessarily going to work with this type of group. And the yellow jersey tightly in the pack, that's Emily Sopers. She's going to want to defend that jersey. Can she defend it like we saw Montoya defend that jersey in Category 4? While this Category 6 bunch, it is stacked with really strong riders. Young is here, Daniels is here, Real is here, Vasquez is here. A number of these riders are going to want to take top spot and take that yellow jersey away. And well, with 0.3 of a second separating the top 5 riders in Category 3 yesterday, that yellow jersey could change hands today. Sopers is the one really wanting to keep hold of it. Altamirano, the young rider in the white jersey, could well be one of the riders to take it. This is going to be a really interesting final run to the line.
So here we go, the bunch coming in. We've just got that distance to run. A little bit of a push coming from Brook now at 6.5 watts per kilo. So is Vasquez. Kasani coming at 11 watts per kilo on the outside, though. Big kick. Long way to go.
Yeah, it is indeed. We've still got 500 metres, 400 metres to go, and Kasani has already gone large. Kasani's gone large at 9 watts per kilo, and she's holding it as long as possible. The finish line is around the bend. Who's going to come behind? Well, it's Benina. Kasani's now come off the pace. Benilla is running into the draft. Neat move, I think, going on here from teammates. What can you say? But Kasani's not the teammate of Benilla. Benilla is coming, and Sopers is coming as well. Sopers is going to go over the top. Where's Altamirano? Altamirano is coming fast and hard from behind. Watch the white jersey. Sopers is on the front. Benilla is there. Altamirano is coming. Emily Sopers is going to defend the jersey today. Altamirano is going to come through, I think, for second place. That's going to be an interesting check when the screens are up.
So we have to wait for that little bit of an update from our computer screens. Emma, has yours loaded?
It has indeed. I've got Emily Sopers taking the win. 1 hour, 46 minutes, 18 seconds, 0.25 of a second ahead of Altamirano, 0.31 of a second ahead of Benilla, 0.58 ahead of McKay, then Kasani, Lip, all within 1 second of each other. And I can tell you that was one big sprint. As yesterday, where we saw 15 riders with 3 seconds separate them, today we've got 19 riders with 3 seconds separating them. Category 3. Oh, it's so close.
It is, and 1 and 2, I think, repeating their win, their places.
Yes.
Double win for Sopers, double second places for Altamirano, and next to nothing separating them. Yesterday it was 0.218 of a second. Today 0.258 of a second. Next to nothing there. There's a brilliant racing on the on that sprint finish from those riders all the way down through that pack, and it's going to unfold, of course, tomorrow with a slightly different stage profile coming up on the way through. So Soper's 2 stage wins. That's the way to do it, but at the moment it's not opened a huge time gap at all.
No, it hasn't. And the Category 3 race, well, it is going to be really close. Two more races that are close at the moment, and that's Category 1 on the left-hand side of your screen and Category 2 on the right-hand side of your screen. Category 1 are at 56.1 kilometres. Category 2 at 61.9. Both of them large groups rolling together. At last count, there were 34 riders in the Category 2 pack and 23 riders in the Category 1 pack.
Big groups. Big groups. Going to be interesting to see who takes this out when we come into the end. Interesting little chat. TS, very right. Miko's won every sprint so far in Count 1 in the stage, but not winning it across both stages. We will be having a little bit of a tally up of anybody who can get a perfect score by the end of both stages across there. I'm going to do that. Don't worry, Emma. I'll do that.
Don't give me another job.
I'll mug up for that one. Don't worry.
Okay, you put your hand up for that one.
Well, yeah, or type that I'll do it, or say I'll do it. Yeah, for sure. It's because for me, it's always interesting to see who takes every point. You know, who is that super dominant rider, and how close it is behind as well. Because although you could have one rider scoring lots of points, way clear in say the mountains competition, it can be a lot closer behind your leader if the same rider scores every second point, or every same another rider. It could be a much closer battle and closer to the leader. But we're not seeing that at the moment in Category 1 in those points. But really interesting. Do keep the comments coming in on the live chat. Don't forget, we are keeping an eye on that as much as we can, whilst keeping an eye on the racing as well. Don't forget, you can always get in touch. It's always great to hear from everybody at Matt Fixer Pain on Instagram for me, and at biking_Emma for Emma. Don't forget, you can get in touch with at MyWhoosh. You can follow them on social media. And whilst you're there, make sure you subscribe to that YouTube channel. Get notified when we go live. If you are thinking about how you're going to spend your time online, well, save it for the good stuff. Save it for the MyWhoosh Championships, for the Sunday Race Club, and for everything that we notify live on there as the feeds come out, including the World Championship. 2 more public qualifiers on the World Championships to come during August. We've got those as well, although I must admit, I have put them slightly to the rearward section of my brain somewhere, out of the way, so that we can focus on the MyWhoosh Championship at the moment. We have got Sunday Race Club slotting in on Sunday as well, so lots of action to keep your eyes on the way through. Very busy time for cycling esports riders with this stage race, and of course Sunday Race Club and those public qualifiers all taking place. Category 2, Category 1 on the way in to the race finish. Distance between them, well, it's sitting closer to that 5 kilometre marker that that's kind of the where we expect it to be at the start, not at the end, but that's where we're at, and that's all power to the Category 2 riders, Dana Davis and Heather Shanks and Rhiannon Denton on your screens at the moment.
Yeah, with 800 metres to go, and the 3 riders are lining up for the sprint finish here in Category 2. They're lining up with some class riders here, because London is in the mix, Reese is in the mix alongside Davis and Shanks and Denton. The push is going to come very, very shortly. They are watching the move. Norden moving strongly at the moment through the pack, as we see Vellner there too. Gothlander is in the mix. Taking Gothlander into a sprint, dangerous business. But Gonzalez Rua is the rider in the yellow jersey. She took the win in the sprint yesterday. Can she do the double again today and hold on to that yellow jersey? Well, Shanks is there, Manshandi is there, Vellner and Denton and Haag. They're coming up to the final 300 metres to go. This sprint is going to get hot very shortly. Svardström has gone at 9 watts per kilo. Vellner is there, and so is Susnit. But Gonzalez Rua, the yellow jersey, is off the front. Gonzalez Rua versus Poulsen versus Svardström, Poulsen, Gonzalez Rua kicks again. She's got some way to go. Amanda Poulsen is coming, so is Svardström and London. But Dorothy Gonzalez Rua, I think, is going to take that today from Amanda Poulsen. I'm waiting for the computer to agree, and it doesn't. Amanda Poulsen gets given the win by 0.035 of a second. Gonzalez Rua will have to contend with second place today. Svardström in 3, London in 4. Kate McLeod timing her sprint better today to come through in 5th.
Now, that 0.35 of a second gap between Paulson and Gonzalez is not enough to overhaul the time gap of Gonzalez in that overall standings. So as they came in through the line, Paulson just pipping Gonzalez, but Gonzalez bigger time gap on stage one means that she will hold on to the yellow jersey with a diminished time gap. It will go from 0.287 to 0.252. I did some proper mental maths there, stroke use the pen and
I love
paper.
it. So it's still not a 1 second gap yet.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculously small. 0.252 between first and second place overall
after
between
2
Gonzalez
days.
and Paulson. After 2 days, the gap just coming down, but not by enough. Not Paulson didn't overhaul or by enough. Really interesting to see how that plays out in those overalls.
But can I just say, Gonzalez, and Paulson, the top two again today, like we saw in category 3 and category 4. So our sprinters who time it at the finish line, doing the business again today as they did yesterday.
And I think that's a really explosive finish there. It really did start to rip through. A little note, actually, I've just seen that Emma's got in here. 16 riders coming through in 1 second. Sorry, it's still your notes there, Emma.
That's all right.
So 16 riders in 1 second going in over the line. It shows you just how competitive each of these groups are. The 6 race categories that we have here on the MyWhoosh Championship, mirroring those 6 race categories that we have on the Sunday Race Club. We'd love for you to join us on the Sunday Race Club, and maybe for the championships next year as well, because it's going to be a year before you can enter into the MyWhoosh Championships, but you can get involved, jump on board on the Sunday Race Club. Go on to mywhoosh.com. Go to the events page and go down to the general Sunday Race Club page. You can download the technical guide, the rule set. You can find out exactly what you need to do to be racing. All of our riders have the same verification applied to them from category 1 to category 6. Everybody is verified. It's not just the leaders or the first 3. Everybody is verified. And because we are giving away big prize money, $1 million in the MyWhoosh Championships, a huge sum in the Sunday Race Club each and every week. All these premium events are really tightly controlled in terms of what equipment you can use and in terms of what you have to do to show that you are a real person with an exact weight, an exact height. So the verification process starts before our riders even get onto the bike. The verification and that unique signature, if you like, that forms the rider's power passport and a lot more data besides is then what is used to determine the riders are racing fair. And of course, that means when we have our 6 race categories, they're uber competitive. You're riding against and racing against real people doing real performances. Remember, of course, the performances are all done indoors. Nobody's thinking about, do I need to pull the brakes on now? What's the bunch doing? Can I take a feed? Everything is controlled. It means that these riders can focus on putting out the best output that they can, and that applies whether you're a category 1 rider like Kate McCarthy, Francesca Tomasi, and Nicole Mayer, or whether you're riding in categories 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6.
Well, at the moment, 23 rider group is coming in towards the finish line in category 1. They were our last race field out of the pens today. They're our last race field to come into the finish. They've been out for 1 hour and 36 minutes, 64.8 kilometers of racing, 419 meters of climbing today. The longest stage by distance. I don't think it'll be the longest stage by time, but we will have to wait and see. This is, of course, an 8-day stage race with 7 stages over those 8 days. 1 rest day coming on Sunday. Well, at the moment, Engstrom is leading the pack, but the pack is wide across the road. They have got 3 kilometers to go. Well, with 3 kilometers to go, the category 1 pack, all 23 of them continue at a steady state. They are looking at each other. If this was a pack on the road, they'd be looking to the left. They'd be looking to the right. At the moment, well, whatever they are doing to get ready for this final sprint, Mika Soderstrom is watching the back of the group. Now, interestingly, there's a gap back to Bassoni and Shattuck. They are 44 seconds back. They're not going to get back onto this bunch today for the finish, but they are limiting the time gaps further down. The pack, it's slow.
It's pedestrian.
It's
Actually, I
a
can't walk that fast.
calculated finish.
It certainly is a calculated finish, and I think that is going to be a really, really interesting thing that we see as it starts to wind. Are we going to just see one big bang? Are we going to see a steady wind up in here? At the end of stage one, at the end of the last stage, McCarthy leading from Fua by 0.325 of a second. So for the overall lead, Fua needs to beat it by 0.326 of a second. Doing the early maths in here.
There are tiny increments of time separating these riders on GC. The top 20 riders yesterday had 7 seconds between them, just 1 second separating the top 5. It's going to be so close on GC tonight, but the question is, who's going to be wearing the yellow jersey tomorrow?
Well, can anybody stop Mika Soderstrom? This is a flat, fast sprint. Soderstrom,
no climbing today.
Mika Soderstrom is sitting behind by 0.522 of a second. That's what she needs to pull back on McCarthy, half a second.
They're in the same team. Do you think teammates are happy to share the yellow jersey?
Well, why not? Because you've got essentially you've got the points, the prizes coming into the team. And I don't know whether they're going to be sharing individual prizes out amongst the team as well as the team prize, but this is a chance for Soderstrom to take a victory, which she probably is not going to necessarily take, but I'm not going to discount her, from one of the big mountain stages, from the Queen stage, where we're going to see McCarthy, I think, come more to the fore. So it is the opportunity, and you've got the multi option as well, that McCarthy and Soderstrom can both go for this, and you've got two bites of the apple this time round, because you basically you've got both could go there. Both could take the victory. They're both close, and they're both teammates.
Oh, they are coming towards the final 1,000 metres, but they are not there yet. The push is coming on a little bit here. I can see Lennon up at 6 watts per kilo, Engström on the front. Lennon now starting to push. The question comes, is this a concerted run for the line? No, it's not. Kolczynski is there as well. She comes to the front of the group and then she backs off. Fua does as well. They want to be in the right place, and this is all about positioning at the moment. They've now got 1,000 metres to go. This is going to hold, and how long is it going to hold is the question. Kalman goes to the front, drops straight off the pace. Gallegos goes to the front, drops straight off the pace. No one wants to stick their nose in the wind at the moment. No one wants to go for a long run. Soderstrom is right on the back of the group. She's watching, but she's got company back there as well. It's a strong group, a small kick. We've got 800 metres still.
Big long run to line required. This is going to be about who's going to go. It starts to be wound up. Pia Kuma going to lead this out.
Yeah, Pia Kuma leaves this out. She's nearly at 10 watts per kilo. Kristen Kolczynski goes too. Have they gone too early? Can they hold it? What sort of gaps are they starting to create? Bjarhead has gone at 11 watts per kilo. Marlene Bjarhead absolutely dialing this. Alice Lethbridge is coming as well. But Guerra now launches at 13 watts per kilo. Gabby Guerra, well, she's got riders to take draft from as she runs into the back of them. Fua is there as well. McCarthy hasn't kicked yet. McCarthy is leaving this late, but Guerra is right over the top. Guerra is dialing it. Alberg comes up too. Catherine Fua now goes. Catherine Fua has launched. McCarthy is coming as well. Who's going to take this? McCarthy is pushing. Fua is there. Can McCarthy take Fua on the line? McCarthy goes up at the top of Catherine Fua. McCarthy takes it from Fua. Wow, what a race. McCarthy, wow, she's hung over that bike. What an effort. McCarthy in 1, Fua in 2, 0.2 of a second. The results are up on your screen. They are there for you to see.
0.233. Yesterday's result repeated for the 1-2. McCarthy from Fua. We thought that it was going to be a late kick. It was, and then we saw rider after rider come up, surge, go past, and then fade. And in the end, after Fua kicked over the top of Guerra, McCarthy came over the top of everybody to take away the win here in stage 2 of the MyWhoosh Championship. That means McCarthy will extend her lead at the top of the standings fractionally once again. It's going to go out to, well, it's still going to be, I think, just just over half a second. So nothing in it at the moment between Fua and McCarthy up at the top there. A little bit further back, Kristen Kulczynski. Interesting after that uphill finish, she was right in the mix, just dropping down the field a little bit, but hardly anything to choose between our riders. An absolutely thrilling race here in stage 2. In our women's race, we have the men's coming up at speed. So we are going to get ready to take a break to dive across into that men's race. I hope you will be joining us there. All the results are on mywhoosh.com. Do remember they are provisional until they have that verified stamp on there. Team competition, well, you're going to need to look on that because we're going to dive out. We'll be back shortly. From Emma, myself, and all the team at MyWhoosh, we'll see you in a few minutes' time.
Goodbye.
So hello and welcome back. If you were with us earlier, hello and welcome. If you're just joining us here on the MyWhoosh Championships Stage 2, my name's Matt Payne. I'm here with Emma Martin to bring you all of the race action that's going to unfold across what is a long but relatively flat stage.
It is indeed, and the course is cracking today. The men and the women, for the only time on the 8-day championships, are in Arabia together on the same course. So we've already seen the women race a 64.8 kilometre course. The men are about to face 409 metres of climbing, and you can see it there in front of you. It is a cracking course. That's the profile. And as they come out of the pen, very, very quickly, they go through the Future Museum sprint checkpoint. There are 4 sprint checkpoints along the way. Intermediate along the way are the Liwa Desert Climb checkpoints, the 2 climbing sections. So 2 sprints and a climb, 2 sprints and a climb. The riders targeting the sprint competition have got to get over that first climb with the leading group, because it is first across the line in that competition. And it was really interesting to see how it played out in the women's race. It's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out in the men's. Yesterday, well, Stage 1 did not disappoint. It was so close in all of the 6 categories. I mean, it was sprint after sprint after sprint.
It was absolutely fantastic to see and to watch everybody battling it out. Category 6, our first riders out from those pens. Marius Fossier taking away the stage win. He'll be leading in that yellow skin suit as our race leader at the end of stage 1, going into stage 2. 2.68 seconds ahead of Stephen Tigert and 2.764 seconds ahead of Leonard Gregg. That's the overall top 3.
It was indeed Leonard Gregg Cadabona coming through for third. Sebastian Escobar picking up the green jersey in that sprints competition with 9 points. He was run really close. Stephen Tigert, 8 points. There's just 1 point currently in that sprints competition. The climb competition was close as well. Arago will take it with 15 points. Toro had 10 points. So expect that to be close. And we're literally going into the Category 6 race. They're already out of the pen and they're coming into that first checkpoint. This is indeed the first sprint checkpoint, the 3.7 kilometres. And it is indeed Sebsa who's on the front here. Whoa! Well, Stephen Tiger, he's pushing strong and he's pushing really hard behind. He wants that sprint jersey. He wants to take it off of Escobar, but Escobar is coming. He's currently in about 6th place. He's out of the sprint points. Oh, sprint leader overnight. Not going to take any points in the first sprint. Just not quite being up there enough. It's going to be Washchek Sebza who takes the 5 points.
And in terms of the overall, the 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points that you see on your screen added to the over 9 points mean that Escobar now drops to 2nd place in the points competition. Stephen Tigert, the rider with that green jersey, as the leader of the sprint competition. Escobar in 2nd place, Tigert with 12. Escobar in 2nd with 9. Steele in 3rd with 7. Sebza 4th place with 5 points, courtesy of that win, and ahead of Alobadil, who is going to be in 5th place with 3 points.
What can you say? But Sebza choosing to contest the sprint competition today and sneaking himself up onto the overall standings with that move.
So the sprint points updating as we go today, as will the climb points on the way through. The general classification, well, if the women's race is anything to go by, it could come down to those very last few meters as to where that goes. Fossiad leading from Tiger from Cadabona, your top 3 riders. Arago, Cridland, Escobar, Fabra, Milostic, along with Patsel and Rooney, the top 10 in category 6. The team competition, nice and close in that as well. BMC 6 is leading the team competition. Their team time 4 hours 38 minutes, 58.337 seconds. That's the fastest 3 riders' times added together for stage 1. And the time gap back from them, 4.874 seconds. So 4 seconds, nearly 5 seconds. And that's all that separates Level Carbon in 2nd place after those times added together. Their time for the team 4:39.03. So the BMC 6 is leading, Carbon in 2nd, Spinergy in 3rd. They're all within seconds of each other. Then there is a big gap back to the BMC 6 and the BMC 6ers. The BMC 6, they are at 4:26, and the BMC 6ers at 4 minutes 54. So very close between the rest of the BMC squads. ZTBR cycling in 6th position, the Le Petit Cannibal, and 7th. Wheelies in 8th, Cycling District 6 in 9th, and Team 71 are in 10th position in Category 6. But we've still got lots of racing to go. And that's your Category 6 roundup heading in. We're going to go straight over to Category 5, who are waiting down in the pens. Your stage winner, Clinton Dave Cirillo, taking away race victory by 1.73 of a second from Julian Hertz. And of course, the riders, Joel Warren, coming in, taking away 3rd place. Warren also taking the sprint win at the end of the day, but Bruno Ordono are taking the climbs competition. Those are your top position riders. In terms of that overall, very close at the top between our leading riders, but close all the way through. The top 10 riders separated by 3.939 seconds, sub 10 seconds. And that rider in 10th place is the climbs winner, Ordono. So it's Cirillo, Hertz, Warren, Tapia, Hagland, Kendall, Friedek, Reinheimer, Polacca, and Ordono, your top 10.
Well, Warren also holding that sprint competition with 9 points to Hertz's 7. Ordono holding the climb competition. I tell you something, is a long way clear. Vinther, Castro, and Tong, though, are tied in 2nd place on 5 points.
And when it comes to our team competition, Cycling District leading the way for Portugal. Their team time 4 hours 23 minutes of racing for their team time when it's added up. In 2nd place, Level Up with Level Avengers in 3rd place. Level Up at 7.7 seconds, 10.2 seconds back, Level Avengers. Then a little bit of a gap to the ZTBR squad in 4th. Danish Dynamite in 5th. Level Warriors in 6th. The BMC Get Racing in 7th. Level Raiders in 8th, BMC Rules in 9th, Road Racing Team in 10th, Cycling District in 11th, and Team Alpha, as they hit the road, are going to hit the road in 12th team position. Category 5, up and away.
Well, they are indeed, and the riders out of the start pen here in Arabia onto the Seven Gems course. Now, this is a course that the men race on the Sunday Race Club, but they don't race 2 full laps. This is way beyond the distance that they raced there. It was the longest course on the stages in terms of distance for the women. It's not for the men. We go over 80 kilometres on one of the latter courses, but today it's 64.8k, 419 metres of climbing. In with the yellow jersey at the moment, Clinton Cirillo. He's nicely tucked into the bunch in the draft. You can tell that because his numbers, the power numbers in the middle of the white bar up there, are in green. That indicates he's nicely and neatly within the draft. And there he is on our screen.
Looking very good. Very, very nicely tapping those pedals round at the moment, the leader at the moment. Good to get that look into the pain cave as well, to see him there on the bike, making sure that he keeps those revs rolling round. And Cirillo, your leader at the moment. We do have 2 cycling district teams in the squads when it comes to those team times, and just separating those out. I'm pretty certain, I'm going to say pretty certain, it is the Cycling District 5.1 that have the team lead rather than Cycling District 5.
It is indeed. The point one counts.
Yeah, it does indeed, because that point 1 is the difference, because it's Cirillo, Polacca, Tapia, Hertz and Lenador, the riders in that leading team at the moment, Cycling District 5.1. Cirillo looking good when we saw him on the bike there. And today, is it about defence? Is it about offence? How is it?
Well, good question. I think it is about defending the position. So it's a 2-second gap back to Hertz. I do think the green jersey, the yellow jersey, will be in a defensive mode. Eben's Fart on our screen at the moment, and I'll tell you something, he's a strong rider, and good to see him in the pack. He's also towards the back of the group, watching what's going on, paying close attention. Joel Warren is in there as well. He's got the sprint jersey and the young riders jersey at the moment, because he finished 3rd overall, took the sprint jersey, and is leading the young rider competition, but not by much, because Tapia, one of the other young riders, is just behind him.
Now I've got Eben's Fort down as my pick for stage 3.
Have you?
I have. I think it's an Eben's Fort type of stage in Alula. Great to see that insight to him in here. Please do make sure that you join. If you are out and racing, please, please, please do get your full name in. Don't use your team name and nickname. Don't put Matt Fixer-Payne on the Zoom room. Don't have iPhone 6 as how you're registering to get in there. Really important, please, guys. If you are racing, and we would love to see into your pain cave, see you. No, we don't want to see you suffer, honest.
We do.
Yes, we do. We would love to see just how hard you're working, just to see what it means to you when you take that race win at the end. So please make sure you join the Zoom room with the camera feed in. It's not mandatory, but we really do love to see that, and it really does help show just how hard everybody works in this race and how much you put into that. Use your full name as you've registered. So if you're Jacques Russinek, put Jacques Russinek in there. Don't put Jacques Super Speedy Russinek or Jacques I have a Colnago at home. I'd love to win Russinek. Whatever it is, don't put JR in there. Doesn't work. You've got to put the same matching name so we know to admit you into the room, so you don't get stopped at the door. If your name's not down, you aren't coming in. It's not straightforward. So please get the name on there. Also, please remember, it is really, really important to put it in landscape mode. So that's the one that goes across your screen rather than going up and down. Do what Mohammed Mukhtari has done. He is an absolute superstar for this. Full marks, sir. If there was a competition for always getting the feed in there in that Zoom room, Mohammed Mukhtari would be right up there on the leaderboard.
I tell you what, he raced well yesterday as well.
Did.
He really did, and he's right at the front of the pack at the moment as they're heading towards the first checkpoint of the day. It's the Future Museum checkpoint sprint. They're coming up for it at the 3.7 kilometre marker, so 700 metres to go. This is going to get a bit spicy, I think. Category 5, Joel Warren, 9 points, Hurt 7 points from yesterday. The competition is heating up. Warren has a great team around him, though, part and parcel of the Level Avengers. Mukhtari, Zimael, Gavaria, Ola Warren and Joel Warren. They're going to want to protect that green skin suit and the young rider competition. But the pack at the moment, well, they're 500 metres out, and at the start, we now start to see a push here. We're starting to see a push on the front of the pack, and it's Kirk who is going long.
Well, Ben Cook's super aggressive rider. Even his teammates say that he is known for his offensive moves as he makes his way down here. But look at this, soon getting washed away. Ola Warren leading out there. Joel Warren goes through there over the top. And Joel Warren launched. That was a bit of a slingshot there. It could almost have been a Madison throw in there for Joel Warren. Job done. Points in the bank. Nice moves by the Swede.
Well, Warren 1-2 there, straight up and over the top. Loved it. That was teamwork. And, well, when you've got your dad on your team, what can you ask for? But Joel Warren picks up 5 points. Ola Warren picks up 4. We're going to see Reinheimer pick up 3, Hertz pick up 2, and Hagland pick up 1. Now, I am going to tell a lovely little story because I have had people get in contact with me. Now, we mentioned Joel Warren's just picked up the points in that sprint. He and Tapia, 2 of the riders in that young rider competition. Fabian Tapia from Cycling District 5.1. Joel Warren from the Level Adventures, both of them in the young rider competition. The teams are going up against each other exactly. In fact, there is Ola Warren, but I'm afraid I'm talking about Joel. Now, Joel and Fabian, the 2 riders in this Category 5 race, also raced together in real life. Both of them competed at the Paris-Roubaix Juniors in 2021.
I'm not sure you could get a much further road race away from riding indoors. There's the Paris-Roubaix, because notorious, the Hell of the North, one of the real monuments of road cycling. This, of course, the MyWhoosh Championship, the monument of esports cycling.
Well, can I tell you, in 2021, it was held in October because obviously it was a COVID year. And there were problems and challenges around putting the racing on. The weather in 2021, I have been sent some photos, was absolutely horrific. I'll tell you something.
Proper Roubaix weather.
Proper Roubaix weather. And all credit to Fabian Tapia and Joel Warren for going up against each other there. And credit to them for going up against each other here.
Yep, the attacks keep on coming even as they go over the top of the next little rise. Justin Roy just winding it up with Reinheimer, who's again right up at the front. Those sprint points are earned by Joel Warren. No Belgian toothpaste today for Joel, but he will be smiling. He won't need any to improve that grin from ear to ear because he's now leading the points competition in Category 5 by 5 points. When those points were added in, Joel Warren leading 14 points. In second place, and it's a joint second place, Julian Hertz and Ola Warren, both with 9 points. In fourth place, Nicholas Hagland with 4. And in fifth place, it is Reinheimer with 3. They are your Category 5 sprinters at the moment that we've just seen in action. It's time to head across to Category 4. They're our next group of riders away. Category 4 winner, Giuliano. Came in through, taking that, snatching it from Gomez, and then Yulin behind, all within a second of each other.
It was so good. In fact, the top 5 riders within that second, if you want to round it out, it was such a close race. And Ryan Giuliano, I often talk about him as being one of the riders who we don't really call to the fore as a favourite, but he is one of those riders who sneaks on through and stamps his mark on a race. Fernando picking up the sprint. That was really interesting. Behind Spratt, Rocker and Pino all on 5 points, so not such a big gap. And El Halami with 14 points in the climbing competition. Giuliano and Abello in second on 8 points.
So the leading riders coming in through the first 5 riders in a side of 1 second, but a big sprint run to the line. In terms of teams, the BMC racing team take the team lead after stage 1. And they are currently leading from Peak Power Racing, who are 1.686 of a second behind. Cycling District 4 currently in 3rd place with the Adanuki in 4th place. On the Rivet Racing in 5th, Cycling District in 6th, the Anzacs in 7th, the Ducks in 8th, Level Champions in 9th, Lorem Ipsum in 10th, with BMC 4 in 11th, and the Black Horses, well, they are currently the tail of the horse because they are in 12th position, but no huge gaps. The first the first 4 teams, the Anuki through to BMC Racing, well, they are separated by seconds. You've got 2 minutes then to the On the Rivet Racing, who are 5 seconds clear of the Cycling District team. You've got the Anzacs versus the Ducks. They are within 0.4 of a second of each other. Category 4, super competitive in the teams, super competitive individually. Can Ryan Giuliano do the usual? And I agree with your point. We don't necessarily call him all race, but when it comes to a finish, he's there.
He is. And it's a Manchado at the moment who's off the front here, absolutely pushing it. Allport is in too, watching the front of the race with Bogram, but Manchado absolutely dialing it out the start pen in category 4.
So category 4, that sprint competition, I think particularly is one to watch here in category 4. Fernando, 8 points. And then, as you said, you've got Spratt, you've got Rocker, you've got Pino, all behind with 5 points. You've got Shea behind him with 4 points. Then you've got Unger with 2 and Rusty Mackey with 1. So they're your point scorers, 7-point scorers, but nobody really dominant here. Fernando holding the lead, but it's tenuous. 3 points is not a lot when we've got 4 sprints today, and we're going to then be moving on from today into tomorrow, where we've got another 4 sprints to come as well.
Well, yeah, and it just means that it's going to be really exciting because it is going to be really close.
Yep, really close. So, category 4 away. The riders in front trying to break it up very early on. You've got riders distanced off the back, top right-hand side of your screen. The discs that represent each of these riders showing that we have riders distance from the main group, but we also have a breakaway going off the very front of the group. Giuliano not panicking. He's down in this main pack. So is our polka dot wearer at the moment, the wearer of the Kings of the Mountains competition at the moment. Mohammed El Alami of the Cycling District 4 squad, 14 points to his name. Behind him is Giuliano, the rider who took the stage victory on 8 points, tied with Dexter Abello. Behind him, then only 1 point behind both those riders, in fact, Rafael Busta with 7 points to Giuliano and Abello's 8. And then Nicholas Spratt with 4. Che again up in the mix for the BMC Ducks in 6th position with 2 points. And then Buchta and Quiros with 1 point apiece. At the moment, though, this racing just in its early stages, a tentative foray off the front by 2 of our riders in category 4. They are going through the Ferrari world at 1.7 kilometres as category 6 are already reaching the 15-kilometre marker.
They are indeed, and they've already gone through the second sprint checkpoint of the day, the Abu Dhabi sprint. Stephen Tigert held on to that green jersey, setting the fastest time and picking up 5 points. Sponsel come through in second, Silva in third, Kozel in fourth, and Escoban in fifth. The rider who came in with the green jersey, well, serious competition today.
Tigert moving ahead on sprint 1, extending that lead on sprint number 2. 17 points for Tigert, 10 points for Escobar, 7 for Steele, 6 for Sponsel, 5 for Sebza in category 6 in that sprint competition. We are in with a man who has given his name to a verb. We are aiming to get it added to the Oxford English Dictionary at some point. It's certainly in the MyWhoosh Dictionary, the lexicon of terms for tactics when racing, and that is Luke Allport. To do an Allport, to attack from the front in the early stages of the race and really rip it up. Luke in here, resplendent in that Australian skin suit, getting a fast turnaround. His washing machine must be very quick. He's managed to turn around that skin suit. Maybe he's got more than one.
He's been all-porting.
He all-ported the washing.
He all-ported to the washing machine.
He did.
I all-port, you all-port, we all-port, she all-ports, he all-ports. He obviously all-ports between the washing machine and the dryer.
Well, clearly. Indeed. So, Luke Allport on his way through. A fearsome racer as well. And whilst we do we do engage with a little bit of jocularity when it comes to Luke and his tactic off the front, it is one that pays off. And he's a rider who we always love to see racing because he's an aggressive rider who's not afraid to have a go. Really, really important. And that wanting to go push on, that wanting to take that chance and really push in. Now, just in with Wilson Fernando Arraiza Villada at the moment. Now, right on the screen, and you can see nicely tapping out a rhythm here.
He's in that green
category
skin
4.
suit, and you can see they're coming up towards the checkpoint, and he's moving to cover the move from Allport. So is Francis Pino, though, and Pino's just kicked at 15 watts per kilo. Spratt is there as well, and I'm not sure what Villada can do here. Villada may well be out of the points because Spratt is up the road. So is Allport, so is Pino. Spratt's going to come up and over, and I think can go past the both of them. Francis Pino now kicks again, but Spratt is holding 11 watts per kilo. Nicholas Spratt, what a move!
He's got such a long power delivery, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He kind of ramps it to 11, and then he stays at 11. You know, he's all spinal
He
tap.
can hold.
He is. He just turns it up to 11 and holds it on max all the way through. He doesn't peak and then kick again.
It's a long hold.
It is.
Well, Spratt picks up 5 points. Francis Pino picks up 4. Ibrahim picks up 3. Shea picks up 2. And Rusmaki picks up 1.
And that means Nicholas Spratt moves into the lead. You can see the green skin suit on his shoulders. 10 points to Spratt. 9 for second place Pino. 8 points for third place Wilson Fernando Gaviria. In there we have got 5 points for Rocker in fourth place. 5 points for Che, also tied on fourth place. 3 for Ibrahim, and so on. So Villada going through in the third position overall after taking just a few points on the way through. Spratt doing the business up at the top, rips the jersey from his shoulders, going to be moving onwards. So Nicholas Spratt, your sprint leader at the end of that sprint for category 4. Nice riding there on the way through, though, by Pino as well. One of our fast-kicking sprinters. Always one to watch. He's got a high top end, but doesn't seem to hold it quite as long. Maybe he's almost a double-kick sprinter.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because there are those riders who can really peak at a sort of 14, 15 watts per kilo or even higher, but they can't hold it for very long. Whereas other riders, as we have just seen, can sort of hold around 11 for much longer. And it's about that balance going into that sprint checkpoint, isn't it? You know, if you can hold a lower level of watts for a longer time versus peaking but not for so long, there's a real fine balance in terms of timing your sprint effort.
So at the moment, category 4 up and away, heading out. Remember, in terms of the overall, very close between Goins as well as Giuliano, 0.7 seconds separating them, but it is seconds in category 4 in that race for the overall. Today, our sprints, our climbs, and that run to the finish will decide where that's going to go. I'm not going to give you any spoilers on the way through for the women's race.
No.
But
no,
it came down in terms of race leads on some of those finishes to being decided by not just tenths of a second, but by hundredths and if not thousandths of a second, separating and changing race leaders' jerseys. So it really is a course that is going to show just what these riders can do, and getting your timing right at the end is going to be so critical. Okay, let's move across because we're going to move to category 3. Our next category on the way up from category 6 to our elite riders in category 1. And they're down on the start line. You can see yesterday's winner, Nick, I solo to everything, Squilari, along with Juan Guarin and Nicol Cansara, the riders in second and third place. But you can see the time gap, 3.95 seconds, which when you're going into today's stage, that is a huge change, a huge gap that somebody's got to close down and go over the top of if it's Guarin and everybody else is even further back.
Well, that was a phenomenal move from Nick Scolari yesterday. He said, take this. I say, take that. Could it be magic? Who knows? But Scolari, Guarin and Cansara were the top 3 yesterday. Stenman took the sprint jersey, 10 points to him. Morgan in second with 7 points. David Kowalski took the polka dots with 14 points. Batty is on 10 points behind. Take This are indeed ahead in the team competition from the gold grabbers, but there it's just 5.8 seconds.
So the teams contesting the racing in Category 3, as Emma said, taking it away from the gold grabbers by that almost 6 seconds margin. What's up behind? Still within single digits at 7 seconds down in third. Level Golden, 8 seconds down in fourth. 9 seconds down Guardians of the Peloton in fifth. 27 seconds down Take That Mafia in sixth. 7th and 8th places are Cycling District and BMC Racing. They're both at 2 minutes 17. So it shows you just how tight this racing is. Category 3, maybe the new Category 2. Uber close, hard to win, and incredibly ferociously fought. We will see what happens today when they fight it out on the roads here in Arabia, heading out from the familiar pens, heading out onto the 7 Gems course for 64.8k, a 419 meters of ascent. Face the riders. Category 3, up and away. Can Nick Scolari solo twice?
Ooh.
Double up his soloing.
Over 8 days? Or
no,
today?
No, just today. Double it up. Do it today.
Possibly.
Well, that's the most non-committal answer I think I've had
all day.
Well,
I say possibly because actually what I think Nick Scolari probably needs to do, whether he is going to do it or not is another matter, is he needs to sit in the group and let everybody else push on today and cover any moves, because he needs to let them race, because today is probably one of the last days where it's going to be a steadier, easier day. He needs to save some energy, particularly because he's going to need to defend that move tomorrow on the Vessel Rock climb, because that's one big climb. And then when we get to Zurich on day 4, if he wants to win this overall, that's the day he has to have the power.
Yeah, set an early lead in, hold that lead, go into the climbing days with a lead, extend it on the climbing days, put in a perfect time trial, and then have an easy last day. Unfortunately, whilst that may be the plan that everybody wants to execute, it's not the plan that pretty much I don't think anybody's going to be able to execute, because we've already seen turn-ups in some of our biggest favourites in all of our race categories.
Yeah, but we also saw people doing the double, and I'm not saying who, in the women's race. So anything is possible. Come on, it's a stage race. Anything can happen.
And we all know what Emma loves.
I love a stage race.
There you go. And a good start as well on the way through. So Emma, very busy just making some little additions to the copious amount of notes. A number of trees were recycled on the way through to produce today's notes today. Not everything's possible in a digital format, but particularly as we're not quite run out of screens in the full speed events commentary studio.
I love a notebook as well.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 different screens we're looking at the moment. If you count multi-displays in the screens, at least if actually slightly more. Yeah, everything now going onto paper after that. We're running out a bit of digital. So in with Ibrahim Al-Rafai at the moment. Good to see Ibrahim in here in the white jersey, leading in that young riders competition. The young riders competition is under 23. It's also known as Espoir, and it really is a competition where you see riders shine who are destined for bigger things quite often in that under 23 competition. Nicely done so far in that competition at the moment. He is clear. He's got 19 seconds almost on Niall Batty in second in that competition, with Badil in third place and Coimbra in fourth. So they're the riders at the moment, but Batty the big challenger. And I'm sure when we come to the mountains, Ibrahim Al-Rafai versus Niall Batty is going to be its own mini fight, its own mini war up those slopes.
Its own mini epic.
It'll be epic, that's for sure. It's going to tell a tale that they can tell for a long time. That's the definition of an epic, isn't it?
Once upon a time, in a galaxy far, far away. Oh, no.
I was really fast.
Were you?
Occasionally.
Oh, okay.
Very, very occasionally.
Well, I'll tell you something, whether you want to rule the world or if you're back for good, who knows? But take this and the Take That Mafia are part and parcel of the team competition. Adam Stenman in the mix is here right now at the moment. He's the rider we are in with. But this pack all rolling really strongly. The Category 3 race, well, they are heading towards the first sprint checkpoint of the day. Nicol Kansara. Can I just say, Nicol Kansara finished third yesterday on the stage. And congratulations to him, because he was recently wed.
That's a real old school turn of phrase. Recently wed.
I know. Well, I'm an
Yes,
old school kind of gal.
Well, I can't imagine that he and his betrothed were celebrating it overly long, because he's got back on the bike really quick and getting on with the riding the bike and getting into the results. So Nicol Cansaro, well, yeah, congratulations, buddy, and I'm sure you're going to have a very, very happy time together. But clearly at the moment, back on the bike, back racing, and on good form. Now, Morgan on the run in towards the sprint stem and holding position. Our Frey goes over the top. We're at 3.2k. The segment checkpoint coming up, but we've got a little way to go. Now the banner comes into sight. These riders have to keep on pushing. Our Frey leading this out. You can see he's down on the drops there. He's revving now. He's going to get ready to kick again. You can just see holding 4.6 watts per kilo. He's in position. Let's watch him as we go in towards the sprint. Stemman is there in that green jersey as our sprint winner. Squilari is not letting the move go. Now Our Frey goes. You can see him out of the saddle. The revs lift up 116 revs per minute. He's trying to go with the leader, but Nicolas Fourier has opened up the throttle. I think he's engaged afterburners to go through there. Fourier takes it from Gonda, and then Stemman, Our Frey, and Morgan. We await those positions. Our Frey scoring points, but not taking the win that time.
Wow, that was one big sprint. And it was, of course, the Take That Mafia that is Nicolas Fournier picking up 5 points. It looks like Gonda takes 4, Stenman takes 3, Our Frey takes 2, and Morgan taking 1.
And Gonda and Stemman, both individual riders, not riding for teams, so able to surf the wheels with no other agenda than the one that they choose. Fournier taking 5 points. That's moved him up to second place in the sprint competition overall so far. Stemman still leading with 13 points, but Fourier now up to second with 10. Morgan with another good sprint in there at third place with 8 points, tied on points with Gonda, also on 8 points, and the top 5 rounded out by Oya at the moment. Our Frey sitting in 6th position, courtesy of that sprint, so entering into that point scoring competition as well in that sprint competition in Category 3. Left-hand side of your screen rather than the right, it is Category 6. These are your leaders on the road. They are currently at the 23.6k, and that means that Category 6 have already gone over the top of our first climb on their way in through. So they've done the Leeward Desert climb on the way through. After that climb, Arago leading the climbs competition, still 20 points to the good from Toro in second with Cadabona, then Steele, and they are your top 4 so far. 24 Arago, 14 for Toro, 9 for Cadabona, Steele on 6 points. But we are going a little bit more of a push here, just on this little bit of a rise, and it's Peter Cridland, who we see repeatedly trying to break away ahead of Milano and Maxime Fabre, and Simon Llewellyn, who has been uncharacteristically quiet so far.
Well, so far, the Leeward climb where they have just come up and over, they're now on the transition towards the end of the lap before they go out again. But it is Cridland and Milano are clear, 4 seconds clear of the chase behind, and that chase being led by Simon Llewellyn. It's a big pack of riders in this Category 6 race. Arago went over the top of the climb to pick up 5 points. Toro in 2. Interestingly, that was the 1 and 2 at the end of the stage yesterday in the climbing competition. Cadabona in 3, Fabre in 4, and Milano in 5. So that gap between Arago and Toro in 1 and 2 still holding.
We came to the finish of stage 1, and hence our overall positions in that general classification. You can see our winner of the stage 1 was Matthias Van. He leads the competition overall. He's ahead of Alexei Kalman, who took second place by 0.317, another of our fantastically fast and close sprints, with Lucas Hoffman in third place. Simmons not able to feature in that final sprint quite where he wanted to be, leading the sprint competition, and Alvarado in the points. The sprint, so Emma, looking very tasty indeed.
Well, yes. Simmons leading that sprint competition, Van Heat and Skierski both on 5 points behind. Kalman and Van Heat both on the same team, Abus Esports. The Abus Esports squad really packing it because Olivier Simmons on that squad as well. The climbing competition, it was Alvarado from Tagasuki, 15 points to Alvarado, 8 points Tagasuki in second.
Oh.
I was going to say the team competition was seriously close. The Goats from Abus Esports, 0.8 of a second separating those two teams, and 1.2 seconds back from the Goats. Well, BL13 Watt bombs.
And only 0.3 of a second behind them. Fast Guys in 4th position. The overall standings, Goats in the top of the team standings. Abus Esports in 2nd. The BL13 Watt Bombs in 3rd. Fast Guys in 4th. Smarties in 5th. The Hitmen in 6th. Cycling District 2 in 7th. The UAE Clan team, who are aggressive all race, in 8th position. They're only 7 seconds back in 8th team position. 27 seconds back of Raiders of the Storm. Then we also have the Maple Baguette squad. They're inside of a minute in 10th place. BMC Elite Racing, DMH, and the UAE Team Emirates squad are in what is 11th, 12th, and 13th place. The Gen Z squad at the moment clearly setting off and looking to see what they can do here today. Be interesting to see how the youngsters get on.
Well, it will, but there's whilst there's a real large thunderstorm going on here in France outside of the studio, the Raiders of the Storm are out. They are in the competition, but Matthias Van Heet was just fabulous yesterday. Absolutely brilliant racing.
Yep.
1 second separated the top 11, and Matthias Van Heet, the man on your screen, crossed the line first and gets the honour of wearing the yellow skin suit today.
Now,
can he defend it?
Yes.
I think so too.
I think I think there's two things in his favour. One is that he's buoyed with the confidence of winning stage 1. 2 is that this race route is really going to suit him. The 2 climbs are punchy. We know he can do these. This, a Belgian course, said that yesterday. A Belgian course suits him. This is like one of the flatter Belgian classics, just the odds.
Well,
sprint uphill.
I'll tell you what also he's done. He raced one of the open qualifiers for the World Championships, and he has qualified for those World Championships once all that has taken place. All those verifications, all the agreements and all the announcements, but pretty much he is bob on for a place in those World Championship semi-finals. And I think he is a man on absolute tip-top form at the moment. So I'm really looking forward to watching him race over the next 8 days. I don't know whether he can hold that yellow jersey for all 8 days, but he's definitely gone in today wearing it. And he could well come out of today wearing it as well. Well, one of the other riders on our screens at the moment, Mohamed Mukhtawi, is here, and you can see him at big window in the pain cave there.
Yeah, Mohamed Mukhtawi, one of our real strong riders, one part of that UAE squad, and real pleasure to see him. We saw him at the UAE Abu Dhabi for the World Championships, the cycling esports. He was there watching the racing, a real gentleman to me, and one of our real talented riders when it comes to racing on MyWhoosh. Sitting in the pack as they came in through at the finish of stage 1. I'm sure he's going to be looking forward to when it goes uphill.
Well, he's one of those riders in the youth competition, one of our under-23 riders. And I think that in itself is going to be a great competition in Category 2.
I don't disagree at all. I'm just going to have a little bit of a check in terms of those youth winners in Category 2. But I think we're going to hit the sprints before I get there.
Well, we're only at 2.1k, but there is a big push on the front at the moment from Maciej Mendakowicz. Olivier Simmons is marking the move, because this could be a move, well, you never know what type of move Mendakowicz is making, but it could well be a move for the sprint checkpoint.
I'm just going to do a quick rewind. Back to the competition for the young rider in the overall. In Category 2, Zach Patterson leading for the BMC Elite Racing. He's only 2.9 seconds clear of Will Cooper in 2nd place. Then Mohamed Mukhtawi, the rider that we've just seen on your screen, in 3rd place, 3.139 seconds down. In fact, when you put in Lucas Halen of Abus Esports and the Gibbs States of the UAE team Emirates Gen Z squad, the top 5 riders on the under 23 competition in category 2 are all within 10 seconds of each other. In fact, all the competitors within 18 seconds of each other. It's going to be a real great battle. So you're absolutely on the money there. It's going to be a fantastic fight.
Well, at the moment, the battle here is for the first checkpoint of the day. That's a sprint checkpoint of 3.7 kilometres. We're still 800 metres out, and the battle is on.
So Mohamed Mutaway at the moment leading this out, SS on his wheel, but look who's hovering in the background. Olivier Simmons is waiting, so is Trojanowski. Corrales is in there, but Simmons clearly meaning business in this sprint competition.
I tell you something, SS has just picked up the pace to over 9 watts per kilo. Mutaway is right on the front leading the charge, and I tell you something, I think this young rider is determined. He's going to cross the line first. SS is sitting on his wheel and watching what happens, ready to go over the top should he need to, but at the moment he's going to cause the back he's holding the group back and he's letting the rider go. And take a look at this. They've got 150 metres to go, and now it goes from behind. Stella's kicked at 12 watts per kilo. Skierski. Simmons is at 13.5. Corrales is at 14. They're coming now. They're about to go over the top. Corrales is there. So is Manchanzo. The question is, who's going to make it? Is it going to be Simmons? Oh, that was so close. Olivier Simmons picks it up from Skierski, I think. No. Stella, then Skierski.
Great lead out there. You could just see Mohamed Mutaway just leading that race out, really pushing on there. The UAE clan team rider ahead of SS. He had SS on his wheel. SS wasn't able to come around him and utilise that sprint, but really interesting moves there by the UAE clan team who were aggressive all last race. The man at the top, though, it was the ABC Sports rider, Olivier Simmons, who extends his lead at the top of the standings. Those points that you've just seen on your screen added up were combined with the points so far. Simmons now leading with 12 points. He's got a little bit more of a gap back to Skierski, who is in second place with 8 points. Van Heet in third with 5 points. Sanchez in fourth with 5 points as well. You've got Phil Graves in fifth with 4 points, tied with Stella. David Stella with 4 points. Then Mr. X100 with 3. In fact, it runs points all the way down through the top 10. Now, one rider I really did want to talk about, Tomoki Takasugi.
Yeah.
Aggressive all race, currently sitting in 11th place. He was 1.024 behind the race leader. After all of that work that he did, he was really instigating. He really made the moves. He was not afraid to have a go. And really impressed by the fact that he was so animated all race and going out there and really putting it in there, and still took 11th at the finish. Because quite often on the finish, when you've got a sprint of that magnitude, riders who've worked hard all race just can't stay in the wheels or even close when you come into a finish, to get blown away by people who've been resting pretty much all race.
Yeah, and it was a really good performance on stage one from him. I hope we're going to see performances like that from him day after day. And if we don't, I don't mind, because stage one was brilliant. But absolutely a great race from him yesterday. Really looking forward to watching Takasugi as we go through over the stages. Ross Fawcett is in here. Ivan Bennett is in here. And Roberto Massa is in here. Ivan Nuki, Callum Priest. The riders all in the mix. Simon Walter, Patrick Bloom. We've just got a bit of a push on the front, and I think that is Marcin Trojanowski, who is just moving, just stretching the legs. And I think this is a case of not wanting the pack to settle. And that's an interesting element really today, isn't it? Because when you look at the course, Matt, just shy of 65 kilometres, 400-ish metres of climbing, we could see a pack settle and just roll, couldn't we?
Yes. I can't disagree with anything you said there. It's a monosyllabic answer. Yes, yes, I do agree. It's a pack that, for me, this stage, it's got pack sprint written all over it in a number of categories. And category 2, I think, is definitely one of those because of the quality of the race field. Time to move from category 2 to category 1, where we see Ollie Jones taking the win on stage 1. He is our overall leader as well, obviously, taking the only stage that we've had so far, stage 1. Paradians, the super sprinter, 0.0 0-1 behind, and 0.386 to the defending champion Michael Vink. Paradine's the sprint winner of that competition, and Jason Osborne the climb competition winner. They're the headline stats. They don't really tell the story, do they?
Oh, the race yesterday was just amazing. And I think the 0.001 back to second place tells the story of the race yesterday. It was absolutely amazing. And Ollie Jones came through at the end to just take that phenomenal sprint. And Paradines was coming, but he just ran out of road. He took that sprint competition. But let me tell you, Paradines, Skierski, and Panizza are tied on points. All of those riders in that sprint competition on 6 points, but Paradines came over the line ahead. So he wears the green jersey. Osborne took 10 points in the climbing competition. Panizza took 8 points. Panizza's really consistent across all elements yesterday. But the team competition, Aber Synergy currently leading from Alpha Jaw by 0.1 of a second. The Farm Watch squad, 2.4 seconds back, and Boss Moves Only, 3.8 seconds back in fourth. Nobody would have written that.
You certainly didn't, because I think you, along with everybody else, predicted the Boss Moves Only squad likely to be our team winners. But we still got plenty of stages to go. So, as Emma said, Synergy in 1, Aber Synergy in 1, Alpha Joy in 2, Farm Watch Squad in 3, Boss Moves Only in 4, Venga Boys in 5, the Natural Born Gorillas in 6, and Les Domestiques in 7. Who will be the domestics today on a stage which could well see riders needing to be pulled back into the draft? Who will be the sprinter king out on the road? Who's got their Mark Cavendish legs engaged? If they can make it over those climbs, will they be doing one of those famous trademark sprints into the finish? We will have to see. I think today we are going to see a bit of smart riding. Your overall leader, your stage 1 winner, Ollie Jones, on your screens. Jones's finish for a rider who, I think Ollie Jones is really suited to this style of racing. I'm going to say that straight away. The way that the race stages have been designed suit Jones down to the ground, because so many of these early stages are not just pure climbs. You need to be an all-rounder to perform on them, to save energy all the way through that stage. And Jones is that, but he's also got a great kick, a great sprint, and we saw that when he came into the finish. We know he can do multi-day stage races. He's gone out early. He's shaken the tree, and at the moment he's leading. I mean, great position to be in, but also in some ways, is it just playing your card a little bit early?
No. I think Ollie Jones wanted that yellow jersey. I agree with you. He's an all-round rider. He might not be the best rider at everything, but he's got every single thing a rider needs in his toolkit. He can sprint, he can climb, he can draft with the best of them. His strategy is great. You could just keep going on about Ollie Jones from that Alpha Jaw squad. But he got it right yesterday. He timed it to perfection. Jasper Paradians, the Aber Synergy rider, was coming in that sprint. But Jones got the timing better. Can he do it again today? Well, he's going to want to defend that jersey, and I tell you something, his teammates are going to want to help him. But it's still such early doors.
Well, as Vidal Mayer is on the front of Category 1, they just taken to the roads here in Arabia, 1.5, 1.6k into the racing. Panizza in behind him. Paradines leading the sprint competition, but tied on points with Skierski and Panizza, with Don only 1 point behind her than Freya Pedersen and Chira in that overall sprint competition in Category 1. I'm really interested to see where that ends up. That is absolutely wide open at the moment. Other riders I think worth taking a little look at behind. Bjorn Andreasen.
Yes.
Great ride by him. Again, not a renowned sprinter, known for his...
He drafted well yesterday.
Yeah, he's known for his breakaway win in the World Championship, but he is a multi-talented and multifaceted rider who I think, again, will excel on a course like this. Van Els, Tugels, Turek, Thrall, these are all great all-round riders. I think yesterday's stage showed that even if you are the world champion, breaking away is not easy. Fink tried it. Osborne tried it. Loads of people have tried to go, but they couldn't get there?
Well, I don't know what I can say to that, but yes, Vidal Meb having a push down the road here at the moment. Dont was trying to close him down, but has quickly come back into the pack. Hayden Pucker, Tim Cutler, Noel Pedersen, all on the front of the pack. Neil Fryatt is there as well, but Mare coming back in a little, I think, at the moment, realising that no one's going to go with him. It's not going to be a breakaway, and the pack is still rolling quite comfortably behind. They're 1,000 metres out from the first checkpoint of the day. It's not a concerted effort to go. Carlos Ramirez is there. Saeed Safrazadi. I tell you something, that's a rider we didn't see yesterday. Saeed Safrazadi. I know we're going to see him when we get to stages 4 and 5, when the big climbs come to play. And we might start to see him tomorrow, but we never saw him at all yesterday.
I'm going to throw something out there. Boss Boo's only squad have decided amongst themselves, this is Osborne, Safrazadi, Knudsen and Vink. Do you know what? Let's save our riders like Safrazadi and Knudsen for those mountain days, for the days when the climbs come on. We need to have our team at full strength. No point in burning energy before we get to them. And I reckon that's where they're at. I stand to be proved wrong.
Well, one of the things I'm looking at the moment, we've got Michael Vink going down the road from the Boss Moves Only squad. But in the sprint competition, Paradian, Skierski and Panizza, we said, are tied on points. Vink not tied on points with anybody, but he's going for these points today. Ricardo Panizza is coming in fast. Panizza tied with Paradians and Skierski. Skierski is coming and so is Paradians. Paradians pushing just shy of 16 watts per kilo at the moment. He's going to go up and over the top. He's got to.
He did.
Did he get it?
I think so.
Must have been close.
It's going to be. We'll find out.
Do you know,
very
it's
shortly.
so close the computer is thinking.
So whilst the computer gets steam coming out of it,
There
it was
it is.
Paradies from Panizza, from Vink, Osborne and Honda. And one of the things I think Michael Vink wants to wake his legs up today, because they were cruising along. We saw Vidal Mare go off the front at 5.6. He went clear at 5.6 watts per kilo. That is not attack pace for any of these riders in Category 1. That is less than cruising pace, you know, and he just ride enough. And I think Michael Vink, he wants to get things fired up. He wants to make things move. It's in his interest for it to be a hard race. And I think that's where he's aiming at. We will have to wait and find out. I think time will tell.
Well, and also, I have to say, maybe I shouldn't say it, but I'm going to. Some people might have just, saved their warm up a little bit, because it's a long stage. It's going to be a fairly pack-based stage, and hence one or two riders might have gone, I could just stretch my legs on that first checkpoint to finish my warm up. Well, I don't think anybody did, but they could have done.
Yeah, they could have done. Well, if you're a rider of the caliber of these riders, who are we to question their warm-up strategies if they do want to run into this? Now, in with Ibrahim Al Rafray once again, and the kick-off and riding nicely tucked in as they go on to the climb. Meanwhile, just taking a look across into Category 2, as SS makes his way up this little bit of a rise at 12.4 kilos. So 12.4 kilos, 12.4 kilometers. Excuse me, whilst Emma just slowly cost to death in the other side of the studio. Preventative. Is it lemon and honey today by any chance? I'm getting a thumbs up from the other side of the studio. I'm on coffee. Emma's on lemon and honey. My voice is just about holding up. Emma, I think, just trying to breathe it rather than actually drink it, but we'll see.
Just a tickle.
Just a tickle. SS is tickling the front of the race. So in big style there, he tickled the pedals. He's ridden away. He takes away the points on the sprint by riding clear. 8 seconds clear at the front of the race. The UAE clan team sending riders down the road. He's going to go through. And look at this. It's almost no contest.
I know. It's interesting, isn't it, as to why you would do that and allow that to happen. Because the UAE clan team, highly likely just to continue to send SS down the road and to not let him come back and say, right, off you go. No problem at all. Please light the fire beneath this Category 2 race, because there's too many of us in it at the moment. So SS picks up 5 points. Trojnowski picks up 4. Skierski picks up 3. Simmons picks up 2. And Ika Morel, one of the coaches on MyWhoosh, picks up 1 point.
And when those points are added in, this is the folly of letting SS go. SS has now moved to 3rd place. He's in 3rd place in the sprint competition overall.
Can I just tell you, the thing about letting SS go is that he's now 10 seconds clear of the group and has settled into time trial pace.
Yeah, he's not going to come back
He's
in
not
a
coming
hurry.
back.
Now, you will have to work. If you want to go after him, you're going to have to work. So at the moment, the points competition, Olivier Simmons, 14 points. Maciej Skierski, 11 points. SS from the UAE Clan team, 6 points. Then it's Van He, along with Sanchez tied with 5 points. Then Graves tied with Trojanowski and Stella on 4 points. So a real mix of riders in that sprint competition, scoring points on the way through. And it has to be very interesting to see how that plays out. Ross Forster is really pedaling. He's not frozen, I promise you. He's far too dynamic for that. In fact, here he is on the move once again. Ross, of course, known for being able to stream his ride as well as ride the race wherever he is in the world at any point in time, with or without camper van. Have a satellite dish, will stream race, will race on the Sunday Race Club, and racing from HQ at the moment. It's super warm there by the look of it. It is in the UK. Here in France, if it's any consolation, it has been 40 plus degrees. It was 30 degrees overnight in France. The canicule taking effect across a lot of France. Not yet reached the UK, where 22 degrees is considered a heat wave.
No,
And at
no,
the
no, no,
moment,
no.
it is much nearer that 30 degrees.
It is much nearer 30 degrees. In fact, I had 2 people yesterday from the UK let me know that it was very, very close to 30 degrees where they were. And Rebecca Johnson was one of them. She had an ice vest ready.
Ice vest, always a handy thing to have in your toolkit for when you're riding. Now, interesting here, Tomoki Takasugi just having to battle his way back on. He's just ahead of Hassan Sultan at the moment. Takasugi working to go back into the group. I think that acceleration for the sprint maybe just pushed him out the back. He's having to respond to get back into position. Remember, our first sprint at 3.7k, our second sprint at 12.7. The riders then go down into that Leeward Desert section where they descend and then climb up the Leeward Desert climb. That's the first part, the full climb taking you right over the top. A real great place to put an attack in. If it wasn't for the fact you're not at a half race distance at that point today.
No, you're not.
Nope.
It's a long one.
Interesting. But comment, good to see Christoph Conant on the chat. Interesting comment. Category 3 will show us a breakaway each day.
Oh, you think?
That's a good prediction. Like that. Really interesting. So very interesting to see that's his prediction for category 3. We'll see whether or not that comes true. Christopher, one of those people, getting in touch on the live
So
chat.
the question is,
on board.
I'm sorry, Marius Fosseed has just used an emote to tell everybody that he's tired. Do you think the yellow jersey wearer is feigning fatigue? Well, he's not fatigued. He can wave, so he's obviously not that tired.
I'm not sure it's tired. I would read that as, this is boring, get a move on. This is
easy. He's going to take a drink instead.
Well, yes.
Cheers.
It's congratulations to Marius Fosseid. It's good to have him on camera. Don't forget, get yourselves onto the stream if you're one of our riders. We'd love to see what our riders are up to, particularly if they're wearing yellow on their avatar, because that is really, really good to see. What our riders are up to. Fosseid has been a prolific sprinter, as we said yesterday on the show. He's a rider who we know is... he loves to be at the front of the race. He loves to be animating the race, and he loves to take that race win. And it's shown he's taking the first one here, and very quickly being answered here by riders around him. But Cridland, very active again.
Yes, he is indeed. Peter Cridland is very active today, and there we go. There he is. He's got a smile on his face. He's enjoying himself on this stage race so far, and it's only day 2. And hopefully he's got that smile on his face on day 8. But Fosseid and Cridland, Carabona and Montoya, Milano and Wakefield with Jeff Rooney. There's a bit of a stretch on this group.
They are in Cridland, smiling with a new hat. New hat required every day on camera, please, Peter. We want to see that collection shown off to its best. In fact, in the very original Full Speed Event studio in the cellar of an old pub underground, there was a point at which we had a collection of casquettes and hats on the wall in the back of the studio on some of the camera shots on the very early days. I think we had about 20 caps on the wall at that point. Let's see if Peter Crittenden can match that. One man who at the moment is letting the breeze go through his hair is Marcin Trojanowski.
Interesting.
Yep, going after SS, closing the gap down, bridging across from that group to the leader. And
do you know, if this was 45k, I'd say this was a dangerous move, but it's only 17k into a 64k stage race. So perhaps it's not as dangerous as it could be.
No, it's not as dangerous as it could be, but it's still 14 seconds to get back to Simon Walter, Jan Kaplinski, Machado, and the rest of that group.
I tell you what it is dangerous for.
Go on.
The sprint, the climb checkpoint, sorry. So the climb checkpoint coming at 19.6k, the first Leeward Desert. In fact, you can see they're about to descend into the valley and then they'll climb out on that Leeward Desert climb. And they've given themselves 14 seconds to get across that line before them, and is perfectly doable. There we go. So 14 seconds clear at the moment at the 17.5 kilometre marker. This group, well, they may well be happy and content to let SS and Trojanowski go clear for those points. 5 and 4, 3, 2 and 1 will come from this group if they don't make the catch.
Well, SS has got the most gain there. I think that's a good point there. He's the nearest rider on that climbs competition. He's currently in 4th place with 5 points. It would move him up into 2nd if all the other points stayed the same. Bearing in mind, he could potentially take those points. Trojanowski, nowhere near in terms of points. He's not scored a single point on the climbs competition. So SS, the most to gain there. Sorry.
Can't Ken on our screen at the moment, and part and parcel of this category 2 race. He is part and parcel of this pack that are riding. He's going to want to be in the mix, I think. Interesting, though, towards the back of the group behind the yellow jersey.
Well, he needs to get a move on because he's 3rd in the climbs competition and they're on to that climb at the moment. Meanwhile, back in with our riders in category 3 at the moment. We're in with Runa Bakken as category 3. Badil at the front of this group. Amaro, Abaka, really Kansara in their sleigh deck in this group at the moment. It's 2 seconds a gap from 3 riders back to the main bunch. It needs to establish quick. Young rider Badil in there with Amaru, with Bakken. You can see Arun Bakken in the pain cave there, working well. Just got the stats up by the side of him. But for me, this group really does. You need to go with intention and with a number of riders who also intend the same.
Well, the riders closing it down very, very quickly. Yeah, it's just too far out at the moment, I think, for any gap to really be allowed to go anywhere. And this is the gap that's gone in the category 2 race, and Trojanowski and SS have gone clear. But look at this, Adrian Alvarado, the rider in the polka dot skin, so sprinting up this climb. I mean, admittedly, it is only 900 meters long, but he's absolutely put in a massive dig here. Tagasugi and Massa also behind, pushing and pushing strongly to get to the top of the Leeward Desert climb over the top of SS, and they're going to make it. This is the sprint checkpoint at 12.7. They're still 500 meters out here, but Vinken Paradians, Pedersen and Skierski, Panizza all to the fore. Pal Skierski about to launch. He's going at 12 watts per kilo. He's going to go up and over the top. Paradians has not launched yet, but Skierski has gone long. So Skierski goes with 300 meters to go. This is one big push from Pal Skierski to see if he can go clear. Look at Jasper Paradians, 16 watts per kilo in response. Big kick, now trying to hold it at 14, but has Skierski got enough? I think Skierski might have given himself enough sliding room here to stay clear of Paradians.
And he's just such a punchy, powerful rider. He's going to go through. Now, he is going to move up. He was in 3rd place, Skierski, with 8 points. He now moves into 2nd place with 13 points. Paradians, 15 points now with the total. So Paradians leading the sprint competition by 2 points from Skierski, from 2 points from Panizza. Those points that you see on your screen added to the points already scored in the stage one. That will continue onwards. So each and every one of these sprints, the points added up to the previous one to give us our overall winner of the sprints when we get to the end of the competition. Overall, at the moment, Paradine is leading at 2 points to Skirski, then Panizza, then Fink, then Dont, followed by Fryatt, Jones, and
Can I
Pedersen.
just say, in that young rider competition, in the under 23 competition in category 1, Hayden Pucker currently leading it by around 1.4 seconds from Pau Skirski.
And Linneman lost it only 3 seconds back in
I know,
third place.
It's really close.
Yeah, very, very close for those riders. Yonsei Honda just dropping out of contention a little bit in that competition, but that does then give Honda the sliding room maybe later to go for a stage win where people are not going to be worried about him in terms of the overall. So there's always a silver lining to every cloud.
Multiple strategies across 8 days, and at the moment X100 and Phil Graves, the two riders from the UAE clan team, pushing on now at the front. So SS has dropped back, X100 and Graves moved forward, and they have just come up to the top of the climb, and you can see the gap behind now. Quintera, Ospina, Quinston and Hansen leading the charge behind, but the gap now at 5 seconds, and Graves starting to dig in.
So, Emma, do you have the results of the Liwa climb, the climb points for Category 2?
I do. Last time we saw Trojanoski and SS go clear. Alvarado was closing them down. Alvarado did indeed go underneath the polka dot banner in 1. Trojanoski in 2. Kanken in 3. Kaplinski in 4. And SS in 5. Those are the riders who picked up the points.
And when you add those points to the overall, it means that Alvarado is now clear. He's got more than double the points of the nearest rider, Kanken. So Alvarado with 20 points overall. Kanken in second with 9 points. Takasugi in third place with 8 points. SS in fourth with 6. And Callum Pearce rounding out the top 5 at the moment with 5 points.
Well, Category 2, I tell you, this attack from X100 and Graves, I think, could well go. I mean, it is still early, but it could. They're at 7 seconds at the moment, but it is a real concerted effort. They're at 6-7 watts per kilo at the moment, really pushing. Category 1, the last riders out of the start pen, well, they are coming up to the 15-kilometre marker. They are transitioning over towards the Liwa Desert Climb, but they've got a little way to go yet.
They have a little way to go yet, indeed. Category 2, I agree. That is a very dangerous move going down the road. 10 seconds at the moment, the lead for Graves and Mr. X100. Top right-hand side of your screen. Left-hand side of your screen, we saw Roombacker earlier on. He's currently leading the charge in Category 3, bottom left-hand side of your screen. But the group are still coming back. So Badili's with him. Andrado and Co not all that far behind. A much more compact group of compacto for Category 4. It's a giant-sized group who are pushing on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Category 4 at the moment at the 35-kilometre marker. Category 1, that's 15.4 kilometres. Anyone think I haven't got my glasses on reading that? So, Category 1. Big group all together. Who can close down our leaders in the breakaways? Can anybody break away from Category 4 or Category 1? Looks like another big push coming in Category 4 at the moment. Category 4 at that 35.4 kilometre mark. It's a long run to the sprint, to the Future Museum sprint, but I think this is a long run, a long bid to take points here. And look at Velarde go. He has not just gone long, he's gone ginormously long. Spratt has gone after him to close the gap back down again here in Category 4. Really interesting tactics there by Velarde. But it's all going to come down to who's got the legs. So Velarde, the leader in the competition, goes early. Spratt goes at him. Spratt is in second place in the competition, 1 point behind. Che also is in the mix. He's got 10 points, the same as Spratt, and only 1 point to be behind Velarde. But at the moment, Spratt has got the gap, and that banner is coming. Spratt answers the move by Velada. Anything you can do, I can do better. Goes over the top, and at the moment, at 7 watts per kilo, is holding a 5-second gap behind. The rest are going to have to actually do a sprint here as they go in. Spratt is going to cruise, I think, into this. He's got the distance, he's got the gap. He's almost halfway between the bunch and the line. If they pull him back now, I'm not sure what they've engaged. It won't be nitrox, it won't be the afterburners. They're going to have to find time travel.
Well, whilst they're searching their back pockets for time travel, Nicholas Spratt has gone underneath the banner in one. Villada, it looks like, I think, Ibrahim goes over the top, and I think Villada might just have snuck it, but he might not. Wow, that was seriously close. It is going to Spratt with Ibrahim in 2, Ungara in 3, Villada in 4, and Rustamaki in 5.
When those points are added into the totals, it now means that Wilson Velada has dropped from first to second place in the point standing in that sprint competition. The points on your screen added to the existing points puts Nicholas Spratt's total at 15 points as leader. Velada, 13 points in second. Ibrahim, 11 points in third. Che, 10 points in fourth place. And Pino, 9 points in fifth position.
Well, I can tell you 42 riders in that leading group in Category 4. It's a group you'd want to get away from.
Well, we're going to go across from that group in Category 4 to the leading group in Category 2. Nathan Guerra on our screens in that Category 2 race. Guerra had a good result. Came in the 6th position. He was right in on that sprint. I mean, he has said he's on the form of his life. I've seen Nathan on screen and watched him racing for a lot of years. I don't think I've ever seen him as quick as he is now or looking as lean as he is now.
And nippy.
Nippy?
Nippy.
Nippy?
Yes.
Not like with your fingers. You mean like fast and darting and super quick?
Yes, fast, darting, nippy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a fair description. Well, he nipped to 6th place, 6.6 of a second down on the race leader.
Positioning himself really great.
Yeah, he should do with all his experience.
Well, exactly, and rides out on the road, rides and races indoors, races out on the road too. And do you know what? It's great to see him doing so well. Well, Marcian Wozniak at the moment is doing some chasing. Graves in X100 still at 7 seconds. Mendakowicz and Wozniak are doing the chasing here. The two riders adamant they want to bring the UAE clan team back. And, you don't want to bring the UAE clan team back, quite rightly, but they're not at half race distance yet in that Category 2 race. They've still got some way to go. If X100 and Graves want a time trial away, it's going to be a very long team time trial.
Yeah, the team time trial with do you know what? If you want to do a team time trial with 2 riders, so make a 3-up team time trial, you could do a lot worse than join Mr. X100 and Phil Graves. They're both riders who know how to ride the platform and ride well. If they get joined by a small group, a pair, duo, trio of riders, that would be a dangerous move. The problem is
the rest of the pack won't let that happen.
Anybody who tries to bridge across is just bringing the group with them. What they need to do is attack from the bunch and get across as 1 or 2. So the teams talk to each other. Talk to your teammates. Say, right, we're going to go from the back. We're going to sprint through together. You and me, let's go. Kick now. We're going to go across and let's really, really make the rest of the teams work behind to pull us back. And if they don't, well, we're in the leading group of 4 or 5.
Well,
if they do, they've worked really hard.
I don't think it's going to stay clear. I think you are going to see riders pull back. Wozniak is going, look, there's a big kick at 11 watts per kilo. The problem is you can tie yourself out doing this, unless the other riders are playing the game with you. And why would you? You just sit in the back pack and let somebody else work.
No, do it once and do it right. Go on the counter attack, get across and bridge across. Do it the once, but do it with your teammate and do it and get there. We'll see if that's going to happen. Meanwhile, mountain competition, the climbs competition in Category 1. No surprises to see the current leader up at the front, Jason Osborne.
Yeah, he is, and he's getting there too. And he did kick at 10 watts per kilo because Panizza was right on his heels. Ricardo Panizza, covering the moves in the sprint and the climbing competition. Fabulous to see. But Jason Osborne picking up 5 points there on the first ascent of the Liwa Desert climb. In fact, actually, Ollie Jones I have on the screen. Actually, I have different results there. I have Jason Osborne, Ricardo Panizza, Wu, Jones and Vink. And we will hold fire and see which ones are correct.
Indeed, excuse me.
There you go.
There we go. Yeah, Emma wasn't using telepathy. It's she very sits smug on the other side of the studio. Lots of data to pull in from so many different races,
Sources, yeah.
so different sources. So you can see the points on your screen: 5 for Osborne, 4 for Panizza, 3 for Wu, 2 for Jones, and 1 for Vink. Added to the overall points, it means that Jason Osborne still in the lead in the points competition with 15 points. Behind him, Riccardo Panizza with 12 points, just 3 points behind. 3 points behind Panizza is Ollie Jones in third, and then it's 2 points further back to Tugels in fourth, and only a point further back, Michael Vink in fifth.
Well, there's a big stretch on this group at the moment, and if I think about this group from the front to the back, there are 31 riders in it. I'm wondering whether there will still be 31 riders in it as we go up and over the top of this second climb here. That climb is on the left-hand side of your screen, and in fact, I can see now 2 riders getting distanced, and they're not the first 2 riders in the Category 1 pack to go off the back.
Meanwhile, Category 2 are 2 leaders, Mr. X100 and Phil Graves. Kaplinski, Wozniak and Mendakowicz are on their way. They're the 3 riders who have distanced themselves from the main group. We're in the tunnels. This is a really great place to go. Get across, get into position 28.2K. This is where it's that no man's land between lap 1 and lap 2, between the end of the Leeward Desert Climb for the first time and going into the second set of sprint checkpoints. For me, if you could get across, this is dangerous. I'm not surprised to start to see riders like Van He, the yellow jersey, starting to move to the front. You certainly can't let riders like Wozniak, the likes of Mr. X100 and Phil Graves at the front of this race. Big, dangerous thing to do. You just don't want to let that happen. It's what the Wozniak is trying to do, and it may stick, but we're seeing riders now starting to move across.
Yeah, we are. The question is, will they make it across? Will they actually join together, and will we have a group of 5 clear at the front? This pack here really now starting to motor on this climb, and they're nearly at the top of it. It's just 2%, but it's enough to get some resistance and put some power down, and that's what might inspire this group of riders to close it down. What the riders need to be careful of is getting dropped off the back of the group as the group now charges to try and sweep up the breakaways.
So Mohamed Mutaway just making sure he gets back into contention with this group, not wanting to let the gap go, not wanting to let the air come in between him and that group. The top center of your screen, when the numbers go green, it means that the watts are being produced are keeping the rider in the draft. If they are in the black at the moment, as you'll see, it means that they are pushing on and they are in the wind. We have 2 riders, then 3, then a solo chaser in the shape of Corrales, then Quintero starting to break clear of Halen. Riders going across in 1s, 2s, and 3s. And now the danger comes. Even if the front comes together, if you don't make the split, and if you're in a minority-sized group behind, you could get dropped, and you are going to lose a whole shed load of time between here and the finish. You've got to be in it. Nobody in that group can afford to let big gaps go now. They've all got to be very much aware of what's happening at the front of the race. Don't let the gap go. Don't get distance, and do not, under any circumstances, get caught in a small group off the back, because the majority of riders are going to be in front, and they've got the big powerhouses up there. You're going to get left behind. The train will leave the station. You are going to be stood there just watching it disappear.
Well, I can tell you something. You can imagine the conversations going on yesterday after the end of stage 1, where this category was so close, where 7 seconds separated the top 8 teams. And the teams' conversations would have been, I imagine, right, how do we do this? How do we break away? How do we go clear? How do we establish ourselves in this team competition properly? And the UAE clan team with X100 and Graves and SS would have been having those conversations in spades alongside the GOAT squad, alongside the Watt Bombs, alongside Abus Esports. They will all have wanted to work out what they needed to do. And, well, they would have pushed on, and they're executing those plans today. Another rider executing a plan at the 23.5 kilometre marker. Hayden Pucker in the white skin suit of the young rider competition in category 1 has pushed on and gone clear, 5 seconds clear of the group. And Michael Vink has made the transition across. Jason Osborne is pushing on the front, and I think Osborne is going to want to come over as well. But the issue now with Osborne is bringing everybody else with him.
Yeah, 100%. Hayden Pucker's move there, a classic trademark Farm Watts squad Pucker move. go on a downhill, go get the power down. We know he's capable of producing absolutely phenomenal power that people question, and they'll go, oh, is it real? You know, like a stuck record. But you know what it is? He's capable of putting that power down. Having met him in real life, you see him in action. He just produces huge power. When he finesses that, he's going to be an absolute weapon. At the moment, it's still quite raw, and I think he's still got some more to come. So he's putting that power down. He goes clear. Vink chases after him, and then Osborne goes, and everybody goes, hang on, Vink and Osborne are down the road. Oh my goodness, it's Puckett. Let's get after him.
Not being funny, Michael Vink's nearly got 10 years on Hayden Pucker. That's a long time to learn your racecraft.
You calling him old?
No, I'm not calling him old at all. I'm just saying that there is a long differential in terms of age and experience between the two. And Hayden Pucker is a young rider coming into his sport, and Michael Vink is an absolute polished stone.
Past master.
No, he's not a past master.
Grandmaster.
Grandmaster. That's a good phrase.
Grandmaster. There we go. So the Grandmaster himself is Vink. He is with the apprentice Pucker. When will the apprentice overtake the master? We will find out, because they are the two leaders clear in Category 1. Category 2, Mr. X100 and Phil Graves still up at the front of the race. They go underneath the finish banner for the first time. Next time they see that, it'll be at the end of the next lap, because they've got to go right round this circuit once again.
They have. I'm just watching Category 6, because Category 6 had just come over the Liwa Desert Climb for the second time. 21 riders, I think, in contention in the leading group at the moment. They've got the second part of the climb to go as part and parcel of the 12.5-kilometre run to the finish line. But they've been led over by Arago, Cadabona, Kozel, Cridland and Fabra.
And when their points are added in provisionally, of course, because these are live stats, you've got Arago taking top spot in that climbs competition in Category 6, Toro taking second, Cadabona taking third, Steele taking fourth, and Montoya taking fifth place. Arago with 25 points to Toro's 14 and Cadabona's 13.
Well, interesting moves here in the Category 1 race, because Vink's gone over the top and of Hayden Pucker, and Pucker's jumped onto Vink's wheel. Turek pushing, but so is Paradians on this to bring them back down, because it's a dangerous duo. Can you imagine a 2-up Vink-Pucker time trial?
It's only more scary if you put in Jason Osborne and make it a 3-up.
Well, it's just amazing, because the rest of the Category 1 pack have decided, nope, we're not letting you go, and they've closed it down. So we had 31 riders in the leading group here. They are at the 26.2-kilometre marker. They are coming towards the end of lap 1 and about to go out onto lap 2. But they are all together, Osborne, Andreasen, and just imagine, just between those two riders, there's 3 World Championship titles. Osborne, Andreasen, Kroll, Thrall, Vujasin, Milostic, they are all in here, whether it's the yellow jersey competition, the polka dot jersey competition, the green jersey competition, or the white jersey competition. Even the Masters competition, because let's not forget there are 5 riders in the Masters competition in this category.
So Category 1 breaking yet again this time around. It is going to be, I think, Wu Justin Pucker up the road. So the dangerous trio of riders up the road. Meanwhile, Category 6 at the front of the race, again going over the top of that climb. Fossiad really dialing it over the top. Diaz staying with him. Fabra there as well, but doing damage, and they have distanced even more riders. So the Liwa Desert Climb in Category 6, blowing that race apart and definitely causing damage behind the leaders. In Category 1, 3 riders going clear. We'll see whether Wu, Pucker and Co can stay clear with Vujasin. The category we haven't seen all that much of, Category 5, left-hand side of our screens. Let's just take a little bit of a check where they are on the course. They are at 51.1 kilometers, and that means, guess what, they're coming into the South Same climb. So here we go, the climb coming up for Category 5. Cirillo, our race leader in the mix here. We've got our climbs leader so far, that is O'Dono. So as they come into this climb, just quick recap for you. O'Dono leading the climb competition in Category 5 with 13 points. Two riders tied in second, Tapia and Tong. We then have Castro in fourth place and Hagland in fifth, Vinther in sixth, Pulaka in seventh, Strandvig in eighth, Mountier in ninth, and Ola Warren rounding out the top 10 as they go up on to that climb. Meanwhile, straight across to category 2, because guess what? Another attack, another set of moves going in. SS charging his way up into the group with Mutaway as they come to the 34.8 kilometre marker. They're a little way off going into the future museum climb at 36.5k. But at the moment, category 2 is really active today.
I'm loving the swan years and helpers in the background.
Well, team support is really important. And I think that's really, really one of the key things for me that we see time and time again. The UAE Clan team riders do have real support there and really do utilize that because it is really important that you've got to focus on that racing. You've got to focus on the riding. You need everybody else around you to help you. Now, back in with category 5.
It is indeed, and O'Donnell on the front. But, and I say but, they're at the 52.1 kilometre marker. They've got around 250 metres to go till they get to the top of the Leeward climb for the second time. But the push is on, and Tapia is the run pushing on here. So Fabian Tapia, the young rider here, pushing on, going over the top of Ondano. In fact, the polka dot skin suit rider is now in trouble because Castro has gone over the top as well. Tong is riding strongly, so is Painter and Holm. Brambati is there as well. The banner is coming, and Bruno O'Donnell may well be in trouble here. Tapia, 6 seconds ahead. What a great job from the young rider here, Fabian Tapia, going straight over the top and taking the points in that competition. Castro now versus O'Donnell. O'Donnell just squeezing for those 4 points. Castro will take third. Holm, I think, will take fifth. And Brambati will take the final point.
So the sprint by Tapia to go clear put him temporarily into the lead, but O'Donnell moving over. Castro in those last meters to claim the 4 points has helped him and added to his points total, taking him back to the top. A real shuffling around, but at the end of the sprint competition, the climb competition, at the end of stage 2, O'Donnell is going to go out from stage 2 with that lead with 17 points. Tapia in second place on 14 points. Castro in third place with 10 points. Tony in fourth place with 9 points, and Hagland in fifth place with 6 points. It is a big group, round about the 37-38 rider mark, I think, at the moment, as they won't go over the top. 37, is it, Emma?
37 riders in that leading group, and 12.5 kilometres now to the finish line. And there's one small climb which they are on already, and now they are starting to push.
So we're in with category 2, just a little bit of a push from Ross Fawcett on the front here, being answered very quickly, I think, by Ospina and Mutaway, along with Ritter and Thien Damsgaard now moving up. Ross Fawcett, dangerous man to let go off the front of the group, really pushing on.
Well, Mutaway picked up the points as they went through the Future Museum sprint checkpoint at the beginning of lap 2, just around 700 metres ago. That's what we saw him driving towards, and he was rewarded with 5 points in that competition. SS took 4, Bennett took 3, Skierski took 2, and Manchando took 1. It's a big pack of category 2 riders as well, as we were watching the category 1 race. And tell you something, it's Pucker on the front again.
Well, why not take it to him? Best form of defense is offense, and at the moment, really pushing on here. Really interesting. The Falmont squad sending him down the road and time again. Harris, Norum, Pucker, Nair, Andreasen. Yesterday, Andreasen was doing a lot of the animating, going clear. Now we're starting to see Pucker putting in the moves on the front, seeing what moves it provokes, causing the rest of the riders to chase. The more you can make people work when they don't want to, the more that you make the likes of Fink and Osborne work when they don't want to, the more that you can really put the pressure on everybody else. At the moment, it's all about pushing on. It's all about squeezing on. It's all about trying to open those gaps up. At the moment, Pucker's move off the front, that's not a chase yet. That's not a move. I think people think, we've seen this before. It's one rider. Let's see what develops.
Well, it's always the same rider at the moment. Really interesting.
Now, into category 4, certain Nicholas Spratt on the move, 49.6k into this race. Nicholas Spratt's doing a squirrelary off the front at the moment.
Well, why not?
Yeah, why not? Give it a go.
I mean, he's still got 15k to go, but
Yeah.
it's 15k time trial.
Well, yesterday there was some disbelief that Squirrelari was going to make it, and he did. Spratt has gone. He's got a little bit of a gap here, 7 seconds at the moment. And this is now, when you make these moves, for me, one of the key things, it's not about what you do, it's what happens after, how much reaction there is.
Well, and he's looking for that next climb. The Leeward Desert climb on lap 2 comes at the 52.4 kilometre marker. That's the checkpoint. And Spratt, well, he's at
50.3.
Yeah, he has it. He is at 50.3. He's got 2k to go. I think that's an intention for the climb.
I don't think you're wrong. Now, just a little bit of a check into category 1. Great riding by Christopher Morgan. He has got a 14-second lead. Top left-hand side of your screen. He's clear at the moment. He's also doing a squirrelary, doing it with some aplomb, because that 14-second gap is to a big group of riders behind. Badil, Sladek, Tidholm, Amaro, Kalman. It's a real who's who of that category 3 race. And at the moment, Christopher Morgan of the 44.1k marker is clear, and it could well be that he's going to pick up not just the points as they go through the Abu Dhabi sprint, but he's able to keep that gap into the descent to the Leeward Desert climb.
Oh, time will tell. And time is very telling, because we're looking at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, or at least I am, and at the 8.6 kilometre marker, that category 6 pack is rolling and rolling strongly, and you can see more than 20 riders in that group. And in fact, I'm just taking a little look at my I've not written it down. How dare I not write it down? Honestly, this is why I like paper and pen, but you have to remember to use them. Rooney, Korvac, as you see insights into the commentary box today, Escobar, Mamba, Maillard, McMurtry, and you can see 24 riders. Thank you to the wonderful team back in production, putting these pictures out for us. We respond to what they do, and they're just showing they respond to what we say as well. What a team!
Yep, I have to say it is a big team. We get the nice bit on the front, putting words to the action. They have to spot the action, the riders, who's in the Zoom room, who is going to go on screen. They're simultaneously watching 6 race categories, whilst at the same time controlling all of the graphics that you see, all of the pictures that you see, and trying to make sure everything goes out smoothly and without a single hitch, which in such a complex operation, it doesn't always work. I mean, let's face it, we can have a pen and paper and forget to write things down, and if anybody's heard my counting skills backwards from 5, you'll know they're absolutely rubbish. But fortunately, as a team between us, we're hopefully keeping you entertained on the way around. Please, please, please do get in touch. We would really love you to give at Biking Emma a follow on Instagram, at Matt Fixer Payne a follow on Instagram. Give MyWhoosh a follow, and of course, get on board on the chat and follow our riders. Follow Jeff Rooney, a man whose exploits in taking Strava segments in his hometown has put him now as a target. He is now known. It is a mark of respect if you manage to take one of Jeff Rooney's KOMs.
Is it?
Because he is so prolific chasing Strava segments, apparently.
Well, can I just say to you, I'm noticing there's only 5 maps left on that whiteboard behind. So yesterday's one has gone. I'm assuming today's is in front of him, so he doesn't need to turn sideways to check where he is, which leaves 5 left on the board for 5 stages yet to be ridden.
Ceremonial burning of the stage profile afterwards?
No, absolutely
Scrunch it up and throw it in the shredder?
Keep them as a memory for the future. Or as a reference in my pack.
In your extensive notes, yes, we know. So well done to Jeff for always keeping us entertained and for some fantastic shots into that pain cave. We continue onwards with our Category 6 riders at the moment. They're at the 60.3k marker. And let's be fair, this group now are thinking about the finish.
They are, and John Wakefield is on the front of the group with Jeff Rooney, Peter Cridland, Simon Purcell, Orlando Montoya, Petra Ubtra is on there as well. And the pack, they are just rolling wide. 24 riders, and there we go. A Truba we go in with right now on our screens. Part and parcel of that group, you can see multiple skin suits in there. The young riders there, the polka dot skin suits there. The Masters competition rider is there. The yellow jersey is there. Marius Fossid is thinking about how he defends that jersey now with just 4K till he gets to that finish line.
And Pedro Truba, one of our regular riders. Good to see him in action here. Nice shot into the paint game. And you can see at the moment just trying to keep everything moving smoothly as they run through this section. Get as much recovery done on the way in to that finish. Really, really important. Don't forget, of course, that we're going to try and bring you all 6 of our race categories. We will try and wrap up as many of the individual categories on the way. But all of the results that we give you at the moment are provisional because the verification process that started before the riders were up and rolling as soon as they registered continues right the way through the race and out the other side. And each and every stage has to be verified before those results are official. That means that at the end of the day, the results are not necessarily going to be official until the following day. So you do need to keep an eye on the MyWhoosh website. It's mywhoosh.com/results. And if you go on there, you'll see a provisional result with all of the individual categories, the rankings and so on. But of course, bear in mind, it isn't final until the very end.
Well, at 37 kilometres is where they are heading. Category 1 are at the end of lap 1, and there are 21 riders now in the leading group. Let me give you a run through as we watch Hayden Pucker go off the front again. Jasper Paradines, Michael Vink, Ricardo Panizza, Jason Osborne, Noel Pedersen, Jungfen Wei, Paul Skierski, Ollie Jones, Christoph Kroll, Bjorn Andreasen, Syed Safrazadi, Hayden Pucker, Josh Harris, Daniel Turek, Stefan Van Elst, Lionel Yassin, Neil Fryatt, Mikhail Kaminski, Michael Knudsen, Johan Noren, and Lyndon Milostic are all in that leading group on the left-hand side of your screen.
And our Category 1 riders at 37.5k have now completed 3 of the 4 sprints today. With the points from that third sprint added in, the current standings in that sprint competition in Category 1 show that Jasper Paradines is at the top with 20 points. In second place, Ricardo Panizza with 14 points. 1 point behind is Paul Skierski in third with 13 points. Michael Vink is in fourth with 10 points and Ruben Dont in fifth place with 5 points. They are your sprint scorers at the top of the standings and full results that are provisional at the moment on the standings. But Pucker once again on the attack, on the move, going on the other side of the sprint, doing that classic double. Wait till riders go through the sprint and then go yourself over the top and attack.
Well, the Farmwatch squad putting him down the road again, and interesting to see how this plays out. The Farmwatch squad, Josh Harris, Johan Noren, Hayden Pucker, Zach Nair and Bjorn Andresen. It is a squad that will try, and one of those things, we were talking about the team competition in Cat 2 with 7 seconds separating the top 8 teams, and feeling that is what was setting the race alight today, that team competition. Exactly the same in Category 1, 3.8 seconds separating the top 4 teams. Aber Synergy in 1, Alpha Jaw in 2, Farmwatts in 3, and Boss Moves Only in 4. They can wait till we get to the mountains, or they can strategically plan to do something. And I think the Farmwatts squad, today is the day they're having a play.
Why not?
Well, why not indeed, I have to say. But the 62.9 kilometre marker, this is the run for the line for Category 6. We saw there were 24 riders in the group the last time we were in with them. I see no riders off the back of the group as they come through into the roundabout with 24 riders in the leading group. The yellow jersey is here. The white jersey is here. Yesterday, it was Fossid versus Tigert. 3 seconds separated those 2 riders. Cadabona, Orego and Cridland rounded out the top 5. Well, a 24-up sprint today. It could go anyone's way.
Yeah. going to be entertaining. Fossier, though, winding this up from a long way out, goes up onto the front in that yellow skin suit. Everybody knows exactly who that is as he goes up the road and moves to the front, wanting to pick the pace up a little bit. Some people will want to sprint from a high pace. Other sprinters are the people with big power, but a lot of torque, who can put down some massive watts, but only do it for a very short period of time, will want it to wait for as long as possible. So if they're only capable of producing they might kick out 2,000 watts, but if they can only do it for 3 seconds, they need a 3-second sprint. And that means leaving it late. They're not going to get that. I think what we're going to see is we're going to see this wind up in here. And then, Emma, when they get into that last section, it's who can sprint off the top of quite a high speed. I don't think, because today has not been a mountain stage, it's been what is a relatively straightforward stage. I don't think we're going to see an easy sprint from a low. Easy for those people who want a short sprint. We're going to see a high-speed sprint, and we're going to see it going at pace.
Well, at the moment, it's about positioning within the group, and I tell you something, Marius Fossey is pushing on here. This is a long run, actually, to the line. We've still got 700 metres to go. I wouldn't want to stick my nose out this early. He's now backed off a little. Milostic is there, Escobar is there, Cadabona and Pitzel. Arago is on the front, but the pace is really, really steady here. I think you're going to get your explosive sprint, Matt.
Yep. That's my guess at the moment. Let's see who's going to go. We've already got a push off the front. Well, Peter Cridland, who's been active all race, goes early. He goes hard. It's a long way around this left-hand turn to get there, but he's got the gap. And at the moment, Martin Newman and Riley Milostic are chasing. You can see Llewellyn, Fossier and Arago on the left of your screen, but they are chasing Peter Cridland, who is up the road. Fossier in the yellow jersey is coming hard in second place. Will he close Cridland down? It's all going to be about momentum, and Fossier has it. He goes over the top. Marius Fossier, he won sprint stage number 1. He's absolutely dialing it. 2 in a row for Fossier. He goes over the line. He punches the air in delight. What a ride by Fossier, taking top spot behind youngster Riley Milostic, flying through the line. It was Fossier from Milostic, from Cridland, from Fabra, Escobar in 4th place, Arago. Escobar in 5th place, Arago in 6th, Cadabona in 7th, Patzel in 8th, Corva in 9th, and Llewellyn in 10th. But Fossier, 2 out of 2, extends his lead at the top of the standings.
It does indeed, and it is really, really interesting to see that Category 6 race roll out and play. Well, we shall have to see how that plays out when the racing is all verified later. But well, it is going to be exciting and great to see when everything gets added together. Stage 2, Marius Fossey doing the business just as he did yesterday in Category 6, and that is winning a sprint. Well, Category 5 are the next riders coming towards the finish line. They are 2,000 metres away, and it's a great-sized group as well here. 37 riders last time we took account in Category 5. Tong, Reinheimer, Agadello, Friedeck, Neville, Ross, McTari, Lenador, all in here. The yellow jersey is in here too. You can just see him right in the middle of the pack there. Hertz is in there. Cirillo is the rider in the yellow jersey, just in case we've forgotten, because there are, of course, 6 races underway at the moment. 6 yellow jerseys out there. The leader of each of those races, Joel Warren, in the white jersey and the green skin suit. The young rider leading that young rider competition and the sprint competition at the moment. He's in the pack as well. Nicholas Hagland is here. Is it going to be the sprinter? Is it going to be Warren who can go up and over the top? He took 3rd place yesterday, but Cirillo and Hertz, those 2 were ahead.
Mohammed Mukhtari in this group, along with Hagland in here. He cannot be discounted, but there's some big sprinters now. Is it going to be 2 out of 2 for yesterday's stage winner, Clinton Cirillo, the man who took a top spot? Warren is holding 2nd position. I suggest that's maybe a little bit further forward than he would want to be at this stage. Steinholm is winding a little round this turn, but not enough to lead this out. Warren, I think, just looking to go back a little bit, then pick the pace up. Maybe a slight misjudgment. We do have a way to go yet. We're going to go around this right-hand sweeping bend, then into the left. Neville Ross on the front. pushing away, trying to get this group, get clear of the group as they come round the turn. That yellow helmet on his head at the moment. Warren now at 8 watts per kilo starts to make the move up onto the wheels of Neville Ross. Coming in onto the right-hand bend here, Neville Ross leading this out. Will he be able to stay clear? Well, it's going to be a big ask as behind him comes the yellow jersey himself. Clinton Cirillo is leading the charge behind. He doesn't want to lose that yellow jersey. He will want to take the stage. He drops down though to 5 watts a kilo. Is he shot? Is he blown? Look at this. Hertz has gone over the top, and Neville Ross is going to come into this left-hand turn in the lead. The banner is coming, but so is Hertz. Hertz is on to the wheel here of Neville Ross. He comes on the right-hand side over the top. Goes Julian Hertz. Hertz's day today here on the sprint run, here on the 7 Gems in Arabia in Category 5. It was a frantic run into the line there. Hertz goes over the line in first place. Neville Ross in second. Reinheimer in third. Mounty in fourth. Kendall in fifth. Nielsen in sixth. Selima in seventh, with Cirillo in eighth, and Smithson in ninth. Friedrich in 10th.
Well, I can tell you, I think Clinton Cirillo has just lost the yellow jersey to Julian Hertz. Yesterday, it was Cirillo in one with a 2-second gap back to Hertz. It's a 2.9-second gap between Hertz and Cirillo today. Wow.
All change, all those positions to be confirmed. Remember, you're relying on Emma's maths, better than mine. My maths, terrible. And of course, lots of provisional results at the moment that have still to be verified. But it's looking like there's a change in Category 5, where as in Category 6, we saw 2 out of 2 for our winner in that category. Categories 4, 3, 2, and 1 still to make the way into our race finish. Category 4, the nearest to the line at 61.1k. Category 3, they're at 53.8 kilometers covered so far. And in Category 3, Morgan was up the road by a margin last time we saw. Just taking a little bit of a look, John Brune at the moment is off the front of this group. And just taking a little bit of a check, Morgan is back into this group, so confirmed back in. Morgan in with the main group. John Brune now on the attack. Cadeel Davis and Karlstrom, the riders nearest to Brune, and I think it's going to be Karlstrom who's trying to push across to John Brune on the left of your screen. Category 4 on the right-hand side, nearest to that race finish. Well, at the moment, one big group of riders, one huge group of riders. Meanwhile, Category 2, Mr. X100 is off the front of the group again. No surprises to see the UAE clan team aggressive attacking. Behind him, Mohamed Al Kaser leading the charge behind Mohamed Mutawai just at the moment in that pack for the UAE clan team. But it's a fast changing front of the pack because nobody is picking up the pace. X100 at the moment really starting to try and pull this away. At 51.2, it's a long, long way to the finish. I don't think anybody's going to solo that. However, what does the pack behind do? Where are they going to pick up the pace? Where do they choose to do that? Well, I think the time is going to be now because they hit the leeward desert climb. The gradient is going to go from minus percentage to plus percentage very quickly. They're going to go up through this gorge, climb up towards the top of this section, of course, up towards that climb point. It's where the final King of the Mountain points will be awarded. Will Alvarado be able to take this away? This is going to be a tough one today, but at the moment, solo leader, Mr. X100 in Category 2, on to the climb. The big pack starting to close down.
Oh, the big pack, and it was big. 46 riders at last count. One rider clear at the moment, but we do know X100 does like to give himself some sliding room in these climbs because we see some big power come out of the riders behind, and Ospina, Alvarado, Matheson, Cooper, Trojanowski, Theme, Fawcett, all poking out the numbers at the moment. We go in with Matheson at the moment. He's right towards the front of the pack, just on Guerra's wheel. Becker is there as well, the Danish rider. Ben Bennett is in the mix. So is Morel from Spain. He's in the mix too, and they are climbing strongly. 400 meters still to go until they get to that polka dot banner on that Liwa climb for the second time. But category 4 are about to run into the finish. They've got around 1,800 meters to go. And I tell you something, Johan Moreno has gone long today. Johan Moreno has gone at 63 kilometers into a 64.9k race. Moreno is going long and he's expecting, well, I imagine he's hoping that if he can get enough distance between himself and the group this early on, when they launch the sprint behind, they won't catch him. But at the moment, I don't think 3 seconds is enough.
I don't think 3 seconds is enough. The man who used to race for the Hitman team and used to be known for putting in long-range attacks from the very early start of the racing, choosing to go late here. 4 seconds at the moment. He's continuing to push at 5.9, now 6 watts per kilo. Unfortunately for him, this bunch is moving at such a pace. They are starting to close that gap down, I think. The gap says it's going out, but it just doesn't feel like it to me. It feels to me that Moreno has not got enough momentum, and that group at the moment just need the trigger to be pulled to go after him. This hesitation could be very, very dangerous. They need to keep on pushing. They need to keep on accelerating if they want to close him down. But I think that is that time will run out on them. 6.8 watts per kilo for Moreno. It's out at 6 seconds. Is this going to be the chase that is needed? Is this going to be the run through to the finish? Will we see a breakaway rider? He's gone hard. He's got 7 seconds. He's into this long right-hand turn. Johan Moreno for the Lorem Ipsum squad has handed it out, and he has said, you want this, you're going to have to go long because I'm prepared to go longer. He has put in the hard work, and behind him, that group is not yet responding. 1 watt per kilo, 2 watts per kilo. We're only just starting to see kicks. Now Quiros goes, the first rider to hit double digits in terms of watts per kilo. He moves up through the bunch. He's now leading the chase. Has he left it too late? Moreno has to kick again. You can see Juan Quiros here with the Colombian flag flying, chasing his countryman. Moreno's on the front. Pino's gone over the top of Quiros, so is Ibrahim. They're chasing Moreno, but Moreno was big, he was brave, he was bold. He takes away the win here today. Moreno races into the line behind Ibrahim, taking second place by 0.668 of a second. Talk about just holding on by your fingertips. Moreno does it.
Amazing.
Ibrahim in second, Pino in third, Lynn in fourth, Gomez in fifth, Yannicki in sixth, Quiros in seventh, Giuliano in eighth. I think Rocca in there in 10th place. This is going to be very interesting for the overall.
Yes,
very, very interesting for the overall. I think
is.
you're in danger of looking at the moment. I'm not sure who is going to actually take away top spot at the end of the stage
You'll
here.
have to wait and see.
Oh, I can't wait. I'm not a patient person. I don't do patience.
You've got to wait till they're verified, the results as
Yes.
well. I will be able to tell you first thing tomorrow morning, so tune in to find out. But at the moment, we've got category 2 on the left-hand side of your screen. Brandon Downs is pushing on here at the front of the race. They're coming up towards the 55-kilometre marker. At the 58-kilometre marker, we've got a push, actually. Badil and Brune in category 3 on the right-hand side of your screen are pushing and pushing strongly here. Badil and Brune, interesting move.
It is. It's a good play. I mean, we've seen, we just seen Moreno do it solo. Go with somebody else. You've got a good chance of opening this up. John Brune, interestingly, again, the Guardians of the Peloton rider, just pushing away and just opening that gap. He has, if there was a combativity award and we had a vote on it, he would definitely be right up there in my estimation of who is likely to be in with a chance of taking that. He'd probably be my vote today, to be honest.
Yeah, there we go. Badil on our screen at the moment, closing down and onto John Brune's back wheel, and now Nicholas Fournier trying to come across at 11 watts per kilo. Big push from Fournier behind the sprint winner in the green skin suit, trying to close this down. There's still some way to the finish. Finish at the 64.8 kilometre marker, so they are still 5k out at the moment. But this is the lighting of the touch paper here in Category 3 on this final run to the finish.
Move made there by sprinting across for Fournier. Fournier holding the sprint competition, and at the moment really using that sprint skills. One kick, across he goes. Doesn't need to work, doesn't need to chase. He's in there. He's got himself across. He doesn't need to put a prolonged effort. He can now concentrate on recovering, ready to go again. We're approaching the 60k marker. We still have to get to that 64.8k. Scolari in the main bunch, the leader after stage 1 in Category 3. Meanwhile, Category 2 out on the road at the moment. Hansen along with Mendakowicz pushing at the front of the group. Wozniak ever active and continuing to push SS right up in the mix as well. Category 2 on the right-hand side of your screen at 56.2k. They have gone over the Leeward Desert Climb for the last time, but Category 1, well, they are just arriving in the depression, the lowest point of the course today, before they make their way up that final climb. Jason Osborne took the first of the climb segments today, continuing the run that he started and took right the way through stage 1 as he came in through. And Osborne on the top of the tree in that polka dot skin suit in the climbing competition. However, we got another climb, and it's going to be the run for the finish. Left-hand side of your screen, Category 1. Right-hand side of your screen, Category 2. Van He, very interestingly, moving up with Mr. X100 onto the front. Wozniak is there as well. Then a gap back to Damsgaard, Alvarado, and the rest of the bunch. 3 riders in Category 2 who have been, active on the front, who are the sort of riders who we would expect to be competitive, pushing on as Category 1 hit the climb.
I'm not sure how much of an intention that was in Category 2, but Category 1 do indeed hit the climb. This is the Leeward climb for the second time. The pack is big, the pack is strong. 21 riders at the front of the Category 1 race, and just one rider off the back there. Neil Fryatt closing it down. Bjorn Andreasen, Stefan Van Els, Vujasin is there, Osborne is there, and Panizza at the front. Now, Ricardo Panizza for me has been a really interesting rider the last 2 days. He's contended the sprints, he's contended the climbing competition, and he's in the mix on both. Really interesting to see. He really is targeting sections of the course, and that's what the climbing checkpoints and sprint checkpoints are all about. Wu is here, Paradians, Pucker, all in the mix. Said Safrazadi is the rider we're in with at the moment, and you can see they are climbing wide across the road here. The polka dot banner just around the corner. We're going to see someone go. It's very, very shortly from the front as the polka dot skin suit pushes on. Well, it's Osborne on the front, and no surprise, Panizza looking to pick up any points that Osborne doesn't. So Osborne in 1, Panizza in 2. In fact, Osborne pushing on, clear of Panizza, kicking at 13 watts per kilo to ensure he's gone clear of Ricardo Panizza. Michael Knudsen looking to mop up some points, and so is Said Safrazadi. Josh Harris now coming into the mix as well.
But a good gap back from Panizza. He kicked almost the same time as Osborne, but Osborne kicked harder. Panizza in second place coming into that final climb competition of the day in the overall standings in the King of the Mountains competition. The leader, Osborne, clear at the front. Panizza in second place. The points will be tallied and added to the totals. 5 points for Osborne, 4 for Panizza, 3 for Wu, 2 for Van Elst, and 1 for Vujasin.
Well, I'm not seeing the polka dot skin suit slow down.
No.
I'm seeing him continue with the pace and continuing to tap, and that's going to put seconds in. And those seconds, this group have got to close down and come back onto the wheel of Osborne. The second part of the climb is coming. You can see it ahead on the road, and it sweeps right. Osborne could put in a concerted attack here, and this pack need to be careful.
Well, we've got Ollie Jones in here. He's the rider with the most to lose. He's got the current leader's jersey that he took at the end of stage number 1. Can he hold on to it? This group are starting to close the distance down, but are they closing the time gap down? The distance will foreshorten. They will shorten down as they move in onto a climb. It's simple physics. The distance comes down, the time gap can go out. That's in category 1. Meanwhile, category 3 starting to wind up 62.7k in fact. They are absolutely most of them in with Ibrahim Al Rafai at the moment, the white jersey leader here, getting the encouragement here. Coach there looking to cheer him on to get him up in towards the front, but time is getting tight. This is a long way out still to the finish. This has got to be about bringing this group selection down, making some legs hurt.
Well, they're 1,800 metres out from the finish line as they hit the roundabout and go round. And we've got a long tail at the front of this race at the moment. Guarin, Diduch, Clays, Alfrey, Morgan, Schledeck, Tidholm, Kalman, Brune, Kolwinski, all here. John Brune at the head of the race as the pack come back together. They're bringing Brune back in. Matthias Kalman is there. Franklin Almeida is there. Wouter Clays, always there or thereabouts at the end of a race. But now we see the ride go down the right-hand side of the road, straight up and over the top. Diduch, Oyer, Barrett and Fenderich, they're now in the move.
Well, it is a wind-up. This is not a full-on sprint yet. They are keeping the pressure on this race. Travis Barrett of South Africa at the moment, the rider who's leading this out. Nick Scolari, our yellow jersey in category 3, the race leader at the moment, trying to stay in the right place, in the right position. He's holding inside the top 10. I suggest it's a really good place to be. Waiting to launch, waiting to make your move. He went long last time. This time round, I suspect he's going to have to sprint this out. We're now at 63.9k on the front. Matthias Kalman kicking at 6.5 watts per kilo. Matthias Kalman leading this out from Travis Barrett. Then it's Howeiler, Montoya, Elos, Diduch and co. This is all about putting pace down. What can he do? Now Kalman has got to make this stick. The bunch behind her across the road. Barrett is going to bridge across at 7 watts per kilo. The right-hand turn almost done. It's a long straight and then into that left-hand turn. Barrett's going to go over the top. Can Kalman hold the wheel here? They've 2 seconds on the chasers behind. Bakker now leading the charge behind, but they are not at full gallop at the moment. They are just slowly tapping along. Barrett is committed to this, though. 7 watts per kilo plus now into this left-hand turn. He's got a second on Kalman, who is in second place as Elos starts to go. 14.5 watts per kilo from Elos. Guarin is coming. Diduch and Alameda coming at pace over the top. Elos takes the race lead, but it's temporary as Franklin Almeida goes over everybody. He takes it out to the line. Now Almeida takes the race victory from Elos, from Diduch, from Clays, from Fournier. This was a phenomenal sprint by Almeida, though. Nobody was going to touch him. He wound through that group. He got his time into perfection. He came to the front at the one time that mattered. When you hit the line, Almeida taking victory. Elos in second, Diduch in third, Guarin in fourth, Clays in fifth, Fournier in sixth, Amaro in seventh, Montoya in eighth, Squilari, our race leader, in ninth, and Travis Barrett in 10th.
Well,
and I say race leader, but he might not be anymore.
No, I think he still should be. So 1.1 seconds back in ninth place, Nick Scolari. I think he managed that well. I had the gap between Scolari and Guarin yesterday at 4 seconds. So I think Scolari will hold on to his lead, albeit 1 second less than it was yesterday.
So a diminished lead in category 3 for Squilari, but he holds on and keeps that yellow jersey for another day, subject to verification and confirmation of the results that will come overnight and be available on the MyWhoosh website tomorrow morning at some point. That is at www.mywhoosh.com/results. Don't forget, download the app on iOS, on Android, and on Windows. Jump on board and ride. We'd really love to see you racing on the Sunday Race Club and on the many races that take place on MyWhoosh. Lots of great events put on by the team. do make sure you jump on board and join in with the coaching. We've seen Nika Morel in action today, Holly Bergin, all coaches on the MyWhoosh platform. Emma Martin, my co-commentator as well, returning to coaching duties, I think, in September, when the world is a mildly quieter place in the commentary box, allegedly.
Maybe October,
Maybe
I'm not
sure.
We
will see.
Come back and ask me that question later this summer.
Okay, it's the middle of August already.
Oh, don't. There's a lot of work on at the moment. There's a lot of bike racing. It's brilliant.
So let's go in with some more brilliant bike racing with Category 2 at the moment. SS with Mendakowicz, Bjarhed Trojinowski at the front of this race. Motorway moving up at 9 watts per kilo. Wants to get in the mix here. He's not going to let this go too far. We're at 62.7k. Now, that's a big move by Motorway. Big watts per kilo just to get across. I think he's going to go over the top here. Mohammed Motorway is continuing at 8 watts per kilo. Is this a bid for glory for the youngster from the UAE clan team? He has gone at 8 watts per kilo. Bjarhed is trying to respond to it at what was 10 watts per kilo. There's a sprint on behind, and this is a long way. This would be a glorious victory if he could take this, if he could lead it out from this distance and take away the win. He's got to keep pushing here. He will know what pace he can hold. He is going to be reliant on the bunch behind not reacting well enough. What a move behind. Bjarhed, SS Trojinowski are in that train, but surely Motorway, this is a bridge too far. It's a turn too far, a corner too far. This is a heck of a push.
Well, it is, but look at the damage being done to the group behind, and SS comes up onto the wheel, and Bjarhed is there. Phil Graves is coming, so is Damsgaard and Hoffman, but they're all sitting up as soon as they get there. They've still got a long way to go, you know. There's still 1,200 metres, 1,100 metres to the finish line. This is the move to go underneath the 1K to go banner.
So Motorway still holding the front of the race. You can see the effort there. The team, they're trying to keep him cool whilst putting out maximal effort here. Bjarhed and Graves are on the wheel. So is Hoffman. So is SS. Ika Morello was just talking about what he's there. Nikolai Damsgaard, good sprinter, right up in the mix, sitting inside the top 10 here, holding position. And now Motorway has got to recover. He's got to get some regrouping done, because I think we're going to see a sprint over the top here. Damsgaard has gone up onto the front. We're at 64.2k to go. We've got to get to 62.8, 600 meters. They are absolutely blasting through this right-hand turn. Hoffman, second wheel at the moment. Fawcett is coming, though. 11 watts per kilo from Fawcett. As Ross of Fawcett decided that now is going to be his time. He goes up to Damsgaard, but he's not going to blast past him too quickly here. I think Damsgaard may well be able to respond. We're going to have to see. We're into the left-hand turn. Fawcett goes and he holds the pace. Damsgaard cannot answer this. Behind, Koisonen is coming as well. This is the big punch charge. Can Fawcett hold on? Fawcett on the pedals. He's pushing. He's using everything. Can he make it? He's made it. It's Ross Fawcett from Nathan Guerra on the line. Fawcett does it. What a run for the finish. The Category 2 race. Fawcett takes it. Behind, who took it, Emma?
It was Van He from Guerra, from Bennett from Ritter. What a top 5, 0.39 of a second, separating the top 5 riders. In fact, to get to the second marker, you got to get down to Zach Patterson in 17th place. What a sprint in Category 2. They did the same yesterday. They've done the same today. Oh, it's going to be so close.
I make that 43 riders in over the line so far in Category 2. It's
I think Van He will hold the yellow jersey overnight. Wow, what a move. What a race. Category 2.
Chapeau.
Just phenomenal.
Yeah, brilliant racing across all our categories today. Well, who says flat stages in our boring stages? And another attack going. Well, guess who it's going to be? It's going to be Hayden Pucker on the move on this slight little rise. We've got the undulations here underneath the aquarium. And we're down underneath the water in the moment. Pucker, well, he is the man who is stirring things up. The rest of the riders very quickly onto his wheel. They're not going to give him any leeway at the 60-kilometre marker, because this is Category 1, the final race set of leaders to get to the finish. Pucker given no rope, no distance, quickly pulled back in. And at the moment, that group coming back together. Is this now pure sprint time? Is this time to see a sprint from riders like, Paradians by potentially Fryatt could be in there? Are we going to see a big kick from Pucker again? Is it pure power? Is it going to be sprint? Category 1 is very different, I think, to the rest of the categories. It's a small group, but it's got so much firepower. The speed is so high that to go quicker because of aerodynamics, it's a square. You've got to do 4 times the power to do twice the speed. And that means that category 1, to get a gap is even harder in category 1 than it is in the lower categories.
Well, yes, but I mean, it is just phenomenal in the riding and racing here today. The finishes, the finales, the first 2 stages have really not disappointed here. And we're lining up, and I think we got the names the wrong way around there, but Vink and Kaminsky were on the screen. The names were just the other way around. We'll come back very shortly to that. But Paradians, Pedersen, Kaminsky, Turek, Andreasen, Knudsen, Fryatt, Skierski are all lining up here. And I can tell you, this is going to be one big sprint, unless someone goes long, and they could indeed choose to go long today, because this is stage 2 of the MyWhoosh Championships. We're at 61.4 kilometres. The finish is at 64.8, and this is the last category out here today. Category 1, they were the last riders out of the start pen, and well, Ollie Jones is in the yellow skin suit. He took the win yesterday by 0.001 of a second from Jasper Paradians. We've got Vujasin at the top of the screen. We've got Kaminsky in the middle. We've got Michael Vink on the bottom, and we're going to be able to follow these riders. They are all in this pack. They're all going to be gunning for that finish line, all 21.
Jasper Paradians has taken 3 out of the 4 sprints today. He's been right up there all the way through. He has got to be the big danger man. And if you want to take away victory, I mean, a quick reminder, in terms of time gaps here, we are talking zeros. We're not talking digits. We're talking zeros here. The top 10 riders are separated by 1.224 seconds. Jones in 1, Paradians in 2, Vink in 3, Andreasen in 4, Osborne in 5, Thrall in 6th, Turek in 7th, Tugels in 8th, Van Elst in 9th, Pedersen in 10th. They need to get over the line in first place. You can't let a rider go down the road.
Well, you
and
are
that's
letting a
what's
rider
happening.
go down the
Well,
road,
they
because
are.
that's exactly what is happening at the moment. We've got a push on the front of the group at the moment, and the pack is starting to have to pick up because they can't let that rider go with, 2.5 kilometres to go. So the pack now picking up and responding. But Ollie Jones sitting right at the back of the group and just watching. His eyes are on the right prize. And I tell you something, it's Lyndon Milostic. All credit to one of the youngest riders in the competition. Lyndon Milostic, the rider who was second in the Australian National Championships to earlier on this year. It is just absolutely brilliant to see him and taking it to the other riders who potentially could be seen as more established.
And interesting to see, it was another youngster, Hayden Pucker, who then picked up the pace, but he's not held this. Milostic, riding for the Wenger boys, is a danger. And they're now balancing. They're balancing distance to go, distance that Milostic's got. What can he do? Can Milostic hold this? It's too far, I think, for him to go. But Milostic for the Wenger boys here, maybe just going a little long, leaving Panizza or potentially Kroll to kick on after. Panizza's been going for pretty much everything. But they're going to come back together again. Jones sitting in the mix here, holding the wheels, not going too early. Another push goes on the front again.
I think that's Knudsen.
Yeah, another big kick over the top there. It is going to be Milostic who's been swept aside here as we see the riders continue to race in towards the line. Jones has got to make the ground up here. The very front of the race is indeed Knudsen. Good spot by Emma there to give us the race leader. But the problem is Knudsen now just softening it up for everybody else. He's making the rest of the teams work. If you send your rider down the road, everybody else wants to come. Everybody else has to work. If you've got a teammate that you can wait and time it to perfection, Vink, I think, is going to be doing that.
Yeah, and this is a Boss Moves Only squad move. This is a move from that team. Boss Moves Only, Knudsen down the road, softening this up for Vink and Osborne, but indeed it is Michael Knudsen in one. The response is coming now. Michael Vink is positioning himself. Sai Safrazadi is there. Bjorn Andreasen is coming in hot, and I tell you something, there's 800 metres to go, 700 metres to go, and it's Knudsen, Andreasen, Pucker and Paradians.
And Pucker is launched already. He's gone early here at 8.5 watts per kilo. He's gone over the top and gone to the front. He wants a long one. He's known for the amount of power that he can put down over a minute. Well, he's not going to need to hold it for a minute. He needs to get that power down and keep it there. Panizza is coming after him. So Milostic's teammate is coming, but so is Michael Vink. Harris, Andreasen, Vujasin and Osborne are on the way. Andreasen at 10 watts per kilo. Harris at 13, though. Vink at 12.5. Pucker is going to get swept aside by Vink and Van Elst, the Iceman goes in front, but he's not going to hold it for long because Ollie Jones, the yellow jersey, the race leader, takes control by the scruff of the neck. Jones does it again. 2 out of 2 for Ollie Jones. Race winner. What a finish. Can anybody beat that man? Not so far, they can't.
Well, take a look at everybody on the screen. Kaminski can't believe it. Ollie Jones, well, it's his own teammate, and Ollie Jones timed that to perfection. Takes the win today for the Alpha Jaw squad. 1 hour, 25 minutes and 50 seconds. 0.249 ahead of Michael Vink from Boss Moves Only. Jasper Paradians has to settle for third today. Josh Harris in 4. Bjorn Andreasen in 5. Vujasin in 6. Jurek in 7. Osborne in 8. Van Elst in 9th. All 9 riders within half a second. And Paul Skierski, the young rider, rounds out the top 10.
Now Pedersen, the first of the riders outside that top 10, still inside of 1 second of our race. I'll lead with the Boss Moves Only, Sai Safrazadi in 12th position. Pucker in the end rolling it through in 15th place, still only 1.7 of a second down, with Michael Knudsen, who did the hard moves there for the Boss Moves Only squad in making it a run for the line. I think we'll be pleased with that after coming in over the line. The third place on stage 1, a second place coming in on stage 2. An absolutely fantastic result for him. Brilliant racing here in category 1. Brilliant racing here in with categories 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And Emma, category 1, I mean, Fast and Furious was a comment coming in from Christoph over on the screen over at the side there. And I think that really sums it up. It was quick with all the categories, but category 1, oh my goodness, how much did they want that? And how smart was Ollie Jones? His timing was superb.
Oh, it was just superb. The pack coming in, all 21 of them, and they were coming in, and then Lyndon Milostic went off the front, and then Michael Knudsen covered the move. Nobody panicked. Ollie Jones was in the right position. Michael Vink went for the move. Jones came over the top at the last minute. He did exactly what he did yesterday. He's got such a strong sprint, and he is really skilled at delivering it at the right time. He went over the line at around 14.5 watts per kilo. He timed it to perfection. He got his positioning right, and that's exactly what he did. And that's 2 out of 2 for Ollie Jones in the sprint at the finish line with a 20 up category 1 sprint yet again.
And we know he's good at a multi-day race, and great riding by him. Teamwork today was very evident. We were seeing that time and time again with riders going down the road, softening up the opposition. And Michael Knudsen, the rider in 20th place, bottom of your screen there, really showed that towards the end of the racing. But we're seeing that in all of the race categories as well, all the way across. Mohamed Mutaway putting in a really strong work there for the UAE Clan team. We saw his teammates in category 2. We saw it all the way through those categories. Brilliant racing on what was a relatively flat stage. Tomorrow, we move on from what has been relatively sprint stages. We've got a bigger climb tomorrow when we move on. We are going to take ourselves from the 7 Gems in Arabia. We're going to go over to Alula onto that rolling course with the climb of the Vessel Rock climb. Now, that Vessel Rock climb, it comes about 2/3 of the way into the stage. In itself, it's not a hard climb just on its own, but we're putting it in a big stage. We've got 55k of riding for the men. I think it's going to be where we see riders who are, you're going to have to be there at the top of the Vessel Rock climb, in your phrase, Emma, you've got to treat the Vessel Rock climb as a finish line, because if you're not in the selection there, you're not going to be in this for the overall.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I think we're going to see a little bit of attrition tomorrow in some of the early parts of the course. For example, the Alpha Hills, it's 7 rollers for that first section. I think we're going to start to see some tired legs. That's going to influence some of the racing as well. And I also think we're going to start to see some of the teams maybe send riders down the road, because for me, this is one of the first courses where you could really do that. And we may well see those tactics play out. Before we finish today, I do want to give a shout out, though, to our young riders in that Category 1 race, those under 23 riders, Linda Milostic, Hayden Pucker, Pal Skierski. All 3 of those absolutely on fire right to the finish, and so aggressive in the racing. Absolutely brilliant to see.
Yeah, fantastic to see, and I hope you'll be joining us to see whether they can do the same again tomorrow. Make sure you subscribe to MyWhoosh on YouTube. Just hit that button whilst you're online. Don't forget, please do give MyWhoosh a follow. It's at MyWhoosh on Instagram and Facebook. You can follow me. It's at Matt Fixer Payne. That would be great. And if you follow Emma, it's at biking_Emma. Don't hesitate to get in touch with us. We're always on the other end of some kind of computer screen somewhere around the world talking about some kind of bike race. We'd love it to be your comments we're talking about on the live chat as well. So don't forget, you can interact there. If you're one of our riders, get set up, ready to go. We want to feature you on the screen. A massive thank you to you for watching. A big thank you to our riders for keeping us so entertained today. And a big thank you to everybody at MyWhoosh behind the scenes who make it happen. Big thank you to everybody who's been in the background in the commentary studios here, who's been keeping us cool today in what is incredibly hot temperatures, not aided by the amount of screens we're watching here in our studios. But thank you, everybody. I hope you're all going to be back with us for stage 3 of the MyWhoosh Championship for 2024 tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you soon. Goodbye.
Goodbye.